We are testing the live feed. This is only an audio test. Audio test to the live feed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. Today is Monday, December 21st, 2020. My name is Vivian Malauulu, and I am the current president of the LBCCD Board of Trustees for just a few more minutes. Madam Secretary, if you could please record our start time of 5:31 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order and begin with the flag salute. Before I introduce the person who will be leading us in the flag salute, I would like to acknowledge that we have some very special guests and that we are able to have this meeting remotely. So as a result of the public health crisis, Governor Gavin Newsom loosened the restrictions on the Brown Act, which has allowed us to be able to meet remotely since March. We are all practicing social distance and we are all able to meet, and we're in compliance with all of the restrictions. So to all of our guests and to everyone that is watching at home, welcome, happy holidays. And we do hope you stick around. We don't expect you to stay on for the entire duration of the meeting, but certainly up until toward the end of section 1, we have some very special guests who will be addressing the public. Now, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our newest trustee. This is trustee-elect Ms. Herlinda Chico to her very first board meeting. We are so excited to have her join us, and I have asked her to lead us in the flag salute this evening. Herlinda?
Thank you so much, President Malauulu. It's my pleasure. So if you would like, please stand and place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Trustee-elect Chico, for just a few more minutes also. Madam Secretary, if you could please take roll.
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Present.
And Baxter.
Here.
Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
And Sunny Zia.
Present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Item 1.4 on the agenda is public comments on open and closed session agenda items. If there is no objection from my colleagues on the board, we will reorder the agenda to move item 1.4 to the end of section 1 on the agenda. We are doing that out of respect for the time of our special guests. Some of them do have other meetings that they have to go to. So they won't be at the end of the meeting. They will just, 1.4 will be heard at the end of section 1. And now I will defer section 1.5 to Vice President Ntuk.
Great, thank you. We're moving to 1.5, the oath of office for Vivian Williams Malauulu. We have a special guest who will be swearing her in. Vivian, do you want to introduce Mr. Mendoza?
Absolutely, absolutely. I've prepared a statement that I would like to share with all of you. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ruben Mendoza, as you can see him on the screen there. Many of you will recognize him from the harbor area. He is a fixture in Wilmington, Carson, San Pedro, and he's been around for a very long time. I would like to introduce him as the person that I've selected to administer my oath of office. And I'd like to just share a few thoughts. So as you all know, that there's a list of approved persons that are allowed to administer the oath of office. And it's used for people who are elected or appointed to serve on governing boards. The list is pretty extensive and the criteria for verification is very strict. 4 years ago, when I was first elected to my first term, I pored over the list and I identified several titles of family and friends with whom I had a connection so that my swearing in could be meaningful. And some of you may recall that I chose my childhood best friend. She's a deputy attorney for the Department of Justice. I chose her to administer my oath. And today I will be sworn in by Mr. Rudy Mendoza. I chose him because obviously he meets the necessary criteria, but he also represents a very significant aspect of my life. In the 80s, he was an advisor of a student group in which I participated. In the 90s, we were colleagues. And in the 2000s, he was my boss. Our connection is embedded in education and service. Today, I regard him as a champion in our community. He has faced a lot of adversity as a public school administrator, yet he has always managed to build consensus and to keep the focus on students. That is very important to me. I've learned a lot from watching him lead. He has partnered with me on various community projects for more than 30 years, and I know that I can always count on him to do the right thing, even if it is not the popular thing, and we can all speak to that. I hope that someday the same could be said about me. And that's one of the reasons why I admire and respect him so much. It is not easy running a school, and it's certainly not easy, especially running a school during a pandemic when differing opinions are just as prevalent as ever-changing guidelines. And I chose him to administer my oath today as a nod to educators everywhere and administrators in appreciation for the deep love that we both have for our Harbor area community, our students, and our fellow faculty members. So without any further ado, welcome, Mr. Rudy Mendoza, and thank you for accepting this duty. You are blessing me by being a part of this.
Well, thank you so much, Vivian. You have blessed me also, and thank you so much, the board, Long Beach City College Board, for having me this evening. Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Rudy Mendoza. I am the proud principal of Phoenix Banning High School in Wilmington, California. I'd like to say a few words about Vivian Williams Malauulu. When I think of Vivian Williams Malauulu, I think of a role model, because a role model is a person who inspires and encourages people in their path to strive for greatness, live to their fullest potential, and to see the best in themselves. A role model is someone we admire and someone we aspire to be like. We learn through them, through their commitment to excellence and dedication. And even throughout a pandemic, they model persistence, resilience, and calmness. It's someone we look for advice and guidance. Vivian Williams Malauulu is just that, a role model to many of those she knows. I met Vivian 30 years ago when I was a TA working for the Los Angeles Unified School District. She was as much special then as she is now. I had the privilege of working alongside of her at Banning High School as a teacher and later her boss. Her passion as an educator has allowed her to professionally grow into such an influential Latino role model for many young ladies of color who are wanting to do the same. I know during her second term as LBCC board member of trustee, she will continue to serve her community well. Vivian is a woman of faith, a believer, and I know she will be guided and reminded to always make decisions that will benefit others, especially our young people. I am so honored to know her, to have worked alongside with her, to continue to learn from her, but mostly to be able to call her my friend and fellow alumnus of our wonderful alma mater, Phoenix Banning High School. And yes, as Vivian mentioned, the best high school in the Harbor area. We are fortunate that she continues to serve the communities of Carson, Wilmington, and San Pedro. Even though she and her family have been in Long Beach for more than 20 years, we all know how she loves the LBC, and especially Long Beach City College. But she has never forgotten where she's come from. Thank you for taking us, Vivian, on this journey with you. Felicidades, fa'amalo fa'afatai, and congratulations. And now is it with great honor and privilege to administer the oath to Vivian Williams Malauulu. Are you ready, Vivian?
Maximum volume.
Can you hear me, Vivian? We cannot hear you.
All right, how's that?
Hear you, Vivian.
Can you guys hear us?
That's good.
Yes.
All right, okay, thank you. So thank you, Rudy. I really appreciate those kind words. I'm going to introduce my daughter, Chloe. She's gonna hold my Bible today. And she was not there at my first swearing in. She was actually in a softball tournament playing in a national championship with my in-laws. So this is the first time that Chloe gets to be a part of this process. And then I've got my husband, George. I've got my second daughter, Tessa, my first son, Jordan, my baby, Koa, and then Chloe. And Chloe misses out on a lot of this stuff because she goes to college out of state, but she's home. So Chloe, thank you. Thank you, my dear. And then, thank you very much. Thank you. And this is from Rudy. Great minds think alike, Rudy. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
So we ready, Vivian?
Yes, we are.
Okay, here we go. Repeat after me. I, Vivian Williams Malauulu,
I, Vivian Williams Malauulu,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Vivian.
Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And I think I'm going to shut this down. I think Dario is going to play a video. Thank you. Yep. There you go.
Hello, my name is Ramon Ponce de Leon. I'm the president of ILWU Local 13. On behalf of the workforce of LA Long Beach, I would like to congratulate Sister Vivian Malauulu on her second term as the Long Beach Community College Board of Trustee. 2 decades ago, Sister Malauulu began her career here on the waterfront, where she held various positions in the local. And today she has been elected as an office of the Health Benefits Representative, where she was the first woman in that position. Much love, Vivian. Good luck to you, and God bless you. Congratulations.
I'm Dr. Ramchandran Sethuraman, the Library Department Head, and privileged to have served Long Beach City College for 20 years. I'm also the Vice President of the Protocol Action Committee, and privileged to serve along with our dynamic Chief Negotiator, Dr. Janae Han, with the district. I'm speaking today on behalf of the entire faculty body, including our dynamic faculty president, Professor Diana Ogimachi, whose institutional knowledge and service to the college needs no introduction at all, as well as the classified staff and the entire community of Long Beach City. Hearty congratulations, Trustee Vivian Malauulu, for the re-election to LBCC Board of Trustees with overwhelming support. Finally, the board, enhanced in no small measure with the induction of Trustee Herlinda Chico, a selfless giving leader, looks more like the diverse student body, and thanks to Trustee Vivian Malauulu's steadfast vision, we are closer to the promised land, with hopefully able to recruit robust faculty of color in the near future. Under COVID-19, our students, like the children of the Great Depression, were baptized through fire, and they will come out from this experience forever more strong and more resilient generation of students, and they will forever be associated with you because, as distinguished board president Vivian Malauulu, you declared and certified their proud degrees and diplomas. In your own memorable words, and I quote, "What we learn with pleasure, we never forget. What we learn from you with pleasure, we will carry with us for the rest of our lives to be better versions of ourselves, more caring, and fight for the voiceless and the forgotten, just as you do day in and day out. Your unwavering moral compass, unflinching integrity, compassion, and bold vision for the 21st century are the interwoven chords that create the contrapuntal symphony of your remarkable leadership. To be honest, Trustee Malauulu, single-handedly, you have changed the cultural and educational landscape of the college for the better, with upbeat, halcyon days and years yet to come. Vivian, we all know you have won many, many accolades and awards nationally because of who you are as a genuine person. But suffice to say, you will always be the beacon of light for us and for whom the bell tolls. Go White Kings. Go Trustees Vivian Malauulu and Herlinda Chico. Namaste, namaste, namaste.
Hey, Ms. Malauulu, I just wanted to say first and foremost, congratulations on being reelected for a second term to the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. My name is Angelica Cheyenne. I am a journalist, radio, and television personality. I remember when I met you, Ms. Malauulu, while I was a student at Long Beach City College. I took one of your journalism courses, and it completely transformed my life. You have inspired my journalism career as well as served as a wonderful mentor to me until this day. I remember when you were running for your first term, and I invited you on my show, the Chocolate Diva Talk Show, to talk about what you plan to do if you were to be elected. I'm so happy that you were, because you have made great on a lot of your promises that you made during your first campaign, which include improving communication with students, expanding student services, as well as opening the first ever labor center in the area. You have also continued to help me with my academic and career goals while you have been a board member. So I just wish you good luck on the next 4 years. I'm so proud of you, and keep it up.
Hi, I'm so pleased to be able to congratulate Vivian Malauulu on her successful campaign as trustee, her reelection as trustee of the Long Beach City College. My name is Susan Redfield, and I am a member of the Board of Governors of Long Beach City College. And as such, I'm very familiar with not just Vivian, but all of the trustees and their importance in keeping the success of our city college as we move into its next phase. As a member of the Board of Governors, I'm aware of what Vivian has done successfully, both in terms of her intellect, as well as her compassion and her diplomacy and her ability to take on so much that is necessary. During this COVID-19, many challenges have faced all of us affiliated with City College, not just the students and the faculty and staff, but the trustees and the administration. And I am so thrilled that Vivian has been able to succeed in her goals. I have a story to tell, and that is I grew up on the East Coast and raised my kids in the Midwest. When I came to California 25 years ago, I didn't realize the significance of City College system. I soon met Beverly O'Neill, who educated me in that regard. And thereafter, my son, who graduated from Wilson High School, had no idea what he was going to do. And he ended up going to City College, changing his major a few times, finally deciding what he wanted, and applied and was accepted as a transfer student to USC. He graduated USC with a double degree and has a master's from Cal Poly Pomona. And he credits his academic success with that which was provided him from Long Beach City College. Vivian, I want to congratulate you again and thank you for all you've done for City College. And I know that the next years ahead will provide us all with so much more. Thanks.
My name is Thurl Golden. I'm a resident of West Long Beach, and I'm a current member of the West Long Beach Association and current treasurer, former president of the West Long Beach Association. I have known Vivian for a number of years before she was running for office for the first time. I think she is a valuable asset to the city of Long Beach and the Long Beach City College. Her efforts have helped bring Long Beach City College up to national recognition and keep it there. She's also a wonderful and energetic person. She works hard in the community, and she does a lot of outreach work for different other groups. And I personally like the way she works hard for this community. Everybody who works hard for the community makes it better for all of us. It's a joint effort. We should not be looking for someone else to do the work of the community. I believe the community itself should make its own face. Work hard on, West Long Beach Association works hard on environmental issues for the West Side. We try to improve the quality of life here in West Long Beach. And Vivian has always supported us, and we've always supported her. She is, as I stated earlier, she's a great asset to this community and to this city. I would like to congratulate Vivian for being out to continue her work onto Long Beach City College Board of Trustees, where she has done an excellent job, and I believe that she will continue to do that. And I want to thank you for your efforts, Vivian, and congratulations for your victory. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Joey Kanga. You might know me as Q from Island City Radio, one of the only Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander-owned media groups that broadcasts out of Hollywood, California. I met Vivian a long time ago in doing community work through the Iainga Foundation, her and her wonderful husband. I want to congratulate you for your second term, 4 more years. You've been such an advocate for minorities throughout the city of Long Beach, and you've advocated and you've united neighborhoods everywhere you go. On behalf of myself, my family, and everybody that you touch, we thank you for everything you do. Congratulations. Go get them.
Good afternoon. My name is Xiomara Fios. I am the president of La Casa del Hondureño, a nonprofit organization that helps immigrants in Los Angeles. I also serve as an honorary consul of Honduras in Los Angeles. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Vivian Malauulu for being reelected as Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees, and thanking her for her unwavering support for immigrants and to continue to stay true to her values. I have been supportive of Vivian since her first campaign. I actually hosted a fundraiser for her because I believe in her and I appreciate how she never forgets where she comes from. And Vivian, I can't wait to see all the great work you will do in your next period, and I wish you the best.
Hi, Vivian. This is Alex Badia. I can't believe it's been, about 25 years since we first met at UCLA. But thank you for this opportunity to say congratulations to you, your family, your friends, all your supporters on another term leading the Community College District. And thank you for all you do, not just championing education, especially for working families in the community, trying to get a leg up through higher education, but also for what you've done on civic engagement, making sure that it's not just education that we're preaching, but civic engagement as well, as we try to make the community strong, improve the economy, and make a better life for everybody involved. That's what public service is all about. That's what we talked about when you first came to talk to me thinking about running for this. It was tough, that first campaign, and look at you now, running unopposed. You've done great, and looking forward to working together for many, many more years.
Thank you, everybody. I will give a much longer report and thank you at the end of the meeting. But right now there are just 5 people that I want to mention before we move on the agenda. And sadly, these are 5 people that are no longer with us. And I would like to acknowledge them because I know that we have lots of people tuning in, and it's important that you all know that I recognize I wouldn't be here the first time, my first term, and certainly not able to continue on a second term without their assistance the first time. And it saddens me that they have moved on. So again, at the end of the meeting, later tonight, when for those of you that aren't aware, we have some marathon meetings on the College Board. But when I do give my report, I'll give a more thorough thank you. But I'd like to mention 5 people and just say thank you for your support. And I miss you. 3 of them are my neighbors in Wrigley who have moved on. One of them is my dear friend and baseball mom, Karen Remijan. She just lived a couple of blocks away from me, and she passed earlier this year. Another one was another Wrigley neighbor, and he was also my union brother. And he was a local 13 casual. His name is Steve Kandari, and he also lived in Wrigley, and he passed away a couple of years ago. Then there's also another ILWU Local 63 brother of mine. Unfortunately, he passed away a month before I got sworn in to my first term, but I didn't find out about it until a couple of months later. So I didn't even know that he had passed. His name is Lou Chacon, and he also lived a couple of blocks away. And these 3 neighbors of mine hold a very special place in my heart, and I just want to acknowledge and recognize them. And then there are 2 other absolute pillars in the community, and I would not have been successful in my first term without them, bar none. One of them is Mr. Jerry Caligari, who used to be work for a former councilman in this district. And Jerry passed away a couple of years ago, and he left a huge hole in Long Beach, in the party and different Long Beach organizations. And he was a tremendous help. And last and certainly not least is another Wrigley neighbor and very dear friend of mine. I really want to acknowledge her. And when she passed, it was just a huge blow to all of us. She was a commissioner in the city, and she was very active in city politics. So I'd like to recognize Miss Carolyn Smith Watts, and just to let all of you know how much I miss these 5 individuals. And with that, thank you for all those kind words that everyone says. We're going to move on the agenda. I think most of you tuning in and most of you here are tuning in for item 1.6 on the agenda, and that is the oath of office of our brand new trustee, Miss Herlinda Chico. I am very happy, Herlinda, to toss the this section of the meeting over to you so you can introduce your oath and who will be swearing you in. So go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, President Malauulu. I hope everybody can hear me okay. There is Mayor Robert Garcia. I think we're also, yes, supposed to have Senator Lena Gonzalez, Supervisor Janice Hahn, and my parents on this so we can all join in together. So everybody on this screen means so much to me and has helped me and encouraged me with love and support to get to this point. I've asked Mayor Garcia to swear me in because one, I have so much admiration for him, but he is also one of my closest friends and confidants, and I appreciate all that he's done for me and for the college because he has such a long history with Long Beach City College, and I felt that it was really appropriate for him to swear me in. After the oath of office, then we'll have Senator Lena Gonzalez say a few remarks, and then Supervisor Janice Hahn say a few remarks. And then, of course, my cats are going to start going crazy right now. I can hear them running around in the background, so excuse that. And then we'll have a very short video, I promise, like 5 minutes. So with that, I will turn it over to Mayor Garcia.
Well, thank you, and it's really a pleasure to be here, and really, I'm very, very excited to have now soon to be here, Trustee Chico, to be such an important part of our college family and the community. I want to just acknowledge how great it is to see so many friends on this virtual call and swearing in. It was an honor for me to be able to work and be part of the Viking family for so many years. My first job at the college was as an adjunct faculty member in the communications department. Grateful to have that chance to teach there, and then move on to the administration, and of course working with Luann Bynum as a member of the communications team, and also working in student services as well. So I have a lot of love for this institution, and as mayor, it really hits home even more so how important the college is to the city, and how important it is for the workforce, and how important the college is to ensure that people have access to not just a quality education, but have access to services and have access to support for their families. And so it's a very special place, and the college is gaining a very, very special leader in Herlinda Chico. We know that Herlinda is a bright light wherever she goes. She is someone that I'm really grateful to call a friend, and one that I've known since we were both staffers at City Hall, and just working on the floor and running into each other and not knowing each other well. And from then we just formed a really strong bond and friendship. I view her more than a friend. She really is a sister, and one that I'm just really proud to see at this moment. Personally, Herlinda is also someone that values, and at the center of her life is her family, which she here today, and someone that's committed to public service. She is someone that grew up in public service, seeing those around her work in the public sector for the county, for organizations that she admired and respected that give back. And Herlinda has that instilled in her as a person that really believes in the values of hard work and in the value of giving back and service. She has served this city as a commissioner. She has served this city on various task force, on nonprofit boards, in numerous community organizations. And of course, as most folks know her in her role in her work as a field deputy for our county supervisor, Janice Hahn, she's gotten to do so much good, not just for our students at the college through her role there, but also just all across the city and really all across the greater region. So we are lucky to have you, and I'm grateful to be able to say a few words about you. You're going to be an excellent, excellent member. I know the college is in good hands with you. And with that, I want to do your oath of office. So I know there that Herlinda, you do have a copy of the Constitution there with you, and you're going to raise your right hand and then just repeat after me as we go.
Okay.
I, Herlinda Chico,
I, Herlinda Chico,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, Trustee Chico. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. And so I will now turn it over to Senator Lena Gonzalez for a few remarks.
Thank you, and congratulations, Trustee Chico. This is really very exciting. Excuse my Zoom background. I'm not so great. This is a makeshift Zoom background in my home. This is the COVID life we live, but I'm really also very excited for you, Trustee Chico, for your parents that are here, Supervisor Hahn, Mayor Garcia, and all of the members of the Board of Trustees and President Bynum. Thank you so much for having me. And congratulations to Trustee Malauulu as well. That was a beautiful introduction and a beautiful honor for you. And all to the student leadership and faculty as well. I'm glad that they're here in celebration for you. So Trustee Chico, you're going to now be a part of this club called the Elected Officials Club that is now part of this incredibly distinguished school that has been the birthplace, honestly, of the College Promise. I'm so lucky when I go to Sacramento to talk about representing Long Beach City College, and now you are a part of that. Your leadership now more than ever needs to meet the challenges of today, as you know, an unprecedented pandemic where so many people are hurting financially. You're now going to be in the business of not just leading in terms of higher education, but really leading as it pertains to housing stability, food insecurity, ensuring that your faculty and your students have affordable housing and access to that, as well as being a representation for diverse women. Being a Latina, seeing another Latina in your seat, to me, it's so incredible. Students need to see women like you, moms, advocates, fighters for them, and that's exactly who you are. You're a voice for all, of course, working families, as your parents have been. You're a product of community college and a product and daughter of public servants who fought so very hard for their county, and now to see you here, it's just great. But you're also a champion for small business, LGBTQ students, and very much a voice for all. And every single student can look to you for your leadership to lead us into a better 2021. And so for that, I want to say thank you for stepping up. It's not easy in this time. You led and you ran a very strong and positive campaign. And now you're here in this seat, and we're very, very excited to support you. Congratulations, trustee, and congratulations to your parents. I'm glad to be here.
Oh, thank you so much, Senator Gonzalez. And for those of you who don't know, Senator Gonzalez and I were also friends when we were staffers before there were any titles involved so long ago, just like with Mayor Garcia. And then I'm so privileged that before I began working for her, I was friends with Supervisor Hahn as well. And I am so fortunate to work for a legend in public service. And I learn from her every day. And she really does empower women, and was right there to support me when I spoke to her about running for office. And so I'm grateful for you as my boss, but also as my friend. So LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Thank you very much. It's so fun to be on this Zoom call tonight with, as Mayor Garcia said, so many of our friends. Let me start by congratulating Vivian Malauulu on your reelection. You have also been a longtime friend of mine, and congratulations to that. You know, Herlinda E. Chico, trustee of the Long Beach Community College Board, I am so proud of you. And may I say to all of your fellow trustees tonight, thank you all for the service that you are giving to us, to the students, to the faculty. Particularly, your leadership is appreciated in these very difficult times. Herlinda, your dedication to, you are, I will say, I hope not too many of my staff members are watching this, but you are one of the most passionate, hardworking members of my staff. And your dedication to the Long Beach community is rivaled only by your best friend, Mayor Robert Garcia. You're already such an amazing public servant, and it's so nice to see your parents on the call tonight. Your dad, of course, was in public service with the County of Los Angeles for many years, I think over 30 years. So you learned a lot from your dad in terms of service to the county, as I did from my dad. You know, and I know that this new position for you will be a good fit for you because you already have public service in your heart. But there is something about being the elected official and having your name on the door that changes things. Your decisions matter. There are thousands and thousands of students and faculty who are depending on you. And it's a heavy burden, but the weight is so much lighter when you know that your decisions are being made with integrity and honesty. And I have no doubt that your decisions will be both. I'm so proud of you. I know that you will bring the same grace and compassion to the Board of Trustees as you have for so many years to the residents of the 4th Supervisorial District. Congratulations, Trustee Chico.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have a short video. So Dario, do you mind playing that, please?
First off, let me begin by stating how proud we are of our daughter Herlinda and recognize the noble path she has chosen for her career and her unwavering commitment to public service. Herlinda possesses a tremendous amount of civic pride and tirelessly works to improve the quality of life for underserved communities. This has always included encouraging and facilitating the efforts of young adults to pursue higher education.
She has always shown strong compassion and generosity for others by giving her time and effort to various community organizations and programs. If you don't know by now, Herlinda pours her heart into everything she does. When she encounters a problem, she works to find a solution.
Herlinda's mom and I have had a front row seat, witnessing her character development and her natural qualities that have made her such an influential leader and change maker. We want to congratulate her on her historic win. We saw how hard she worked to earn the trust of the voters, and now as an accomplished, highly respected Latina, She will be a role model for so many because representation matters. Herlinda, we as parents could not be more proud of you. You are the perfect person for this job. We love you, and we are beaming right now with extreme pride.
Congratulations, Herlinda. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so pleased that you get an opportunity to work with such an outstanding Board of Trustees at Long Beach City College. You bring everything good to everything you do. In 1927, my grandfather opened LBCC as a dean. He worked there until 1965. My father was a faculty member until the late 90s, and I was a faculty member myself. So I have a vested interest in how things go at Long Beach City College. All that to say is I have never seen anybody more qualified to be a trustee member than you. I love you. I can't wait to watch you. We'll talk soon. Congratulations.
Good evening. My name is Summer Temple, and I am an alumni of Long Beach Community College. It is a pleasure to lend my voice this evening to congratulate Herlinda Chico on her election to Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees. Herlinda knows the ins and outs of local and regional government, while at the same time fostering relationships with the youth and local business community that will lend support to the students and mission of Long Beach Community College. As a business owner and an individual with a leadership role at the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce, we look forward to working with Herlinda in her new role and focusing on the priorities of business and LBCC so tomorrow's workforce in our community can be strong, vibrant, and diverse. Herlinda, I congratulate you on your win and look forward to the great representation you will provide while on the board. Congratulations, and go Vikings.
Hello, Janae Hunt here, Long Beach City College Social Sciences Department Chair and Sociology Professor. I am so thrilled to welcome Herlinda Chico as our newest elected Long Beach City College Board of Trustee and the first ever Mexican-American woman elected to this board. I appreciate the service that Herlinda has provided to our very diverse Long Beach community, as she has been recognized by many civic and community organizations. I believe she will add great value and professionalism as she serves on this board. I thank you for running. I enjoyed volunteering for your campaign, and thank you again for serving our community.
Hey Herlinda, it's Corey. Congratulations on an amazing victory at the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. You are a phenomenal friend and mentor to me personally. I am so excited to see what you are going to do on this Board of Trustees, fighting for students every single day, something I know you're passionate about. Congratulations again. I love you, and I can't wait to see you in action.
Hi Herlinda, congratulations on your big win. I was so honored to work alongside you on your campaign and run the day-to-day operations. As an LBCC student with a disability, I know that you will definitely ensure equity across the board for all students and for our faculty as well. Congratulations, and I look forward to all of the great changes you're going to make in the future.
Auntie, I love you, I miss you, and I am so lucky to be your favorite nephew. And I am also lucky to be able to congratulate you on all of the hard work and all of the effort that you have put in to becoming a trustee. I'll see you soon.
Congratulations on you becoming an elected official. I know that everything you do, you work hard for, so you deserve it. I love you, bye.
I wanted to say congratulations, and I love you so much, and I'm so proud of you and all your accomplishments. Mwah.
Congratulations, Auntie, we love you.
So there's my family, those are my friends, and I am so excited about this this huge win. It's meant so much. I want to thank everybody for expressing these beautiful sentiments. I want to thank Senator Lena Gonzalez and Supervisor Janice Hahn and Mayor Robert Garcia for being with us tonight, virtually, but being with us to help make this unconventional ceremony so special. I started volunteering on campaigns when I was 19 years old, and I have to tell you, campaigning in the middle of a pandemic was quite the challenge. But I worked really hard to earn the confidence and the trust of the voters, and I'm honored that they elected me to serve as the new trustee for Area 4. Now, this isn't how I envisioned my swearing-in ceremony. I always thought my parents would be by my side holding the Constitution as I recited my oath of office, and I wouldn't have cats running all around me. I would actually, have somebody blocking them out. But, I haven't hugged my parents since February, and so I wasn't going to stop now. I wasn't going to put them in jeopardy now. So I'm glad that we are doing this virtually because we do want to keep everyone safe. I'm grateful to Supervisor Hahn for trusting me to represent Long Beach, Signal Hill, and Catalina Island for her. I really got to know the different communities, and it helped me. It prepared me to understand some of the challenges that are facing those communities. And now in this new capacity, I can address them. My experience as a community college student, my experience working with marginalized and under-resourced communities, my experience as a Latina, all of this gives me perspective to help our students succeed and ultimately our community succeed. And there's so many people that I'd like to thank, a long list, but I'm going to start with two tonight here. President Malauulu and Vice President Ntuk, thank you for your endorsement and your encouragement throughout this very tough campaign. It really meant a great deal. I was so proud to have the support of the working men and women in labor. It meant a great deal to me, but I especially want to thank a few unions that went above and beyond in their support of my campaign. They're the Carpenters Local 562, Ironworkers Local 433, and Long Beach Firefighters Local 372. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank my campaign team, Derek Humphrey, Gary Crummett, and Nicole Ward. I especially want to thank Christian Kerr and his amazing brain, and Jennifer Kumiyama for her tireless work and her love and her friendship. Jennifer, you saw her in the video, and she truly amazes me, and I could not have done this without her. Thank you to Corey Allen. He's so young, but he's so wise, and he always keeps me grounded. And then I especially want to thank my mom, who put in a lot of work to teach me how to read before I started kindergarten. She wasn't a teacher. She just really wanted more for her daughter, and I'm grateful for her sacrifices. I know her investment encouraged my inquisitive nature and helped develop my passion for learning. So thank you, Mom. And I'm proud to have followed in the footsteps of my father and his father as a public servant. My dad taught me the value and importance of serving our communities with dedication and integrity. He always stressed the nobility of our work as public servants and the pride and professionalism with which we should always conduct ourselves. So thank you, Daddy. Like my grandfather, who broke racial barriers at the County of Los Angeles, this election is historic in its own right. I am the first person of color to be elected to represent Area 4. I am the first Mexican-American woman to be elected to the Board of Trustees, and representation does matter. I'm the first college graduate in my family, which sadly is not a unique story for many Latinos. That's why it's so important for me that my 5 nephews and nieces, despite any challenges they face in their lives, see that their aunt earned a college degree and that they can do it too. I hope that I'm able to provide that same inspiration and representation for many of our students here at the college. It's really important that people see themselves when they see leadership. Just like it's important for every young woman and every person of color to see themselves in these roles. I'll be happy when we no longer have to celebrate these firsts, but until then, we must highlight and recognize the positive change that is happening. Finally, I want to thank the voters. I promise that I will work hard and I will represent our college with integrity and professionalism. I look forward to working with our students, faculty, administration, and with each of my fellow board members. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Now I'm ready to work.
Congratulations once again, Trustee Chico. And congratulations to your family. It's been wonderful having all of our special guests. For the last time, I am going to, this is going to be my last duty as president is I'm going to defer item 1.7 to Vice President Untuck. And then we're going to go into the reorganization of the board and have elections for board chair and vice chair. So I just want you guys to know that item 1.7 was not on the agenda last week when we did the board prep. So they kind of snuck one item in there. Looking forward to that. But very symbolically, I haven't been in the boardroom, so I didn't pick up the gavel that I use on the dais at LBCC. So I went to my attic and I pulled out an old gavel. I couldn't find my one when I was president at Banning High School. I think my mom has it. But this is the gavel that I used when I was president at Dotson Junior High School. And I want to make a very symbolic gavel drop because I've been board chair for 1.5 years and Vice President Untuck has been vice president for 1.5 years because of the reorganization of elections and realignment. So I'm just a little bit tired, and being president of the board during this pandemic has been very challenging. So this is the last thing I'm going to do as board president. Trustee Untuck, go ahead and take item 1.7 and watch me. I'm going to drop the gavel here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Vivian. And welcome, Trustee Chico. Wonderful introduction and video. Proud to have you join us here on the College Board. Moving to item 1.7, we are going to recognize our outgoing president, President Malauulu. So this is a recognition on behalf of the board. You should see on the screen the virtual gift I guess you'll get in the mail here shortly. But we want to recognize and thank you for your record-setting service of 18 months, longer than anyone has been board president. And you've done a tremendous amount of good and progress for the college and the campus. And we want to present you with this award tonight. I don't know if you can see it there on the screen, but this is your recognition for your leadership and service this past 1.5 years. Do you want to say anything at this point, Vivian?
No, thank you. I just want to say thank you, and let's move on the agenda, and then I'll say remarks at the end when it's just us in the meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you. We'll go to item 1.8, annual reorganization of the Board of Trustees, and I'll pass the baton to Lou Ann Bynum.
Thank you, Vice President Untuck, and welcome everybody. That was pretty exciting swearing in, even though we're virtual, so I really enjoyed it. So item 1.8 is the annual reorganization of the Board of Trustees, and this one is for nominations for president. So I will ask for any nominations from the floor. Would anybody like to make a nomination at this point?
Yes, Madam Superintendent President, I would like to nominate Trustee Untuck for president of the board.
Second. Okay. Second is Jenny. Very good. Are there any other nominations for president of the board at this time? Okay, hearing none, if we could have Madam Secretary call the vote, please. Did we lose Jackie? Oh, there she is.
Trustee Jimenez, advisory.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Untuck.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Nay. Okay. Okay, at this point, congratulations, President Untuck.
Thank you. I have some clapping here in the background as well. I have my family and my deputy 4-year-old. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. At this point, too, do we turn this over now to President Untuck to do the vice president? Okay, that would be item 1.9, President Untuck.
All right, we'll move to item 1.9 of taking nominations for the vice president of the Board of Trustees, and we'll open the floor now for nominations.
I'd like to make a motion and nominate Trustee Baxter for the position of Vice President.
All right, thank you. Trustee Baxter's been nominated. Is there any other nominations?
Yes, Trustee Untuck, I would like to nominate our new Trustee Chico for Vice President of the Board.
All right, we have Trustee Chico's been nominated.
I would also, I don't know if I could second that nomination for Herlinda Chico.
Sure. I guess a question for Jackie. Do we need seconds for nominations?
Really need second, but we would like to know if the nominees accept the nomination before you move to an action.
Correct.
Oh, let me ask, Trustee Baxter, do you accept?
Yes.
Trustee Chico, do you accept?
Yes.
Excellent. Is there any other nominations from the floor? Seeing and hearing none, the nominations are closed. Jackie, do we want to do a roll call vote for
I would, for each one.
each one, or do you want to ask, you want to just go through and ask each person who they're voting for to save time?
I'll take a vote on each one separately, roll call.
Okay,
So
but you're going to ask for the name though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to first vote for Trustee Baxter as the nominee. One moment, please. Okay, or Student Trustee Jimenez for Trustee.
Nay.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico. For
No.
Trustee Baxter,
Did you hear me?
Trustee Baxter, you're voting for Trustee Baxter now for Vice President.
I said no.
Thank you. Vivian Malauulu,
Nay.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Nay.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay. Well, it looks like we have already the winner, so for Trustee Chico, because 3 voted nay.
We still need to do a roll call vote.
Baxter, yes. Give me a moment to exit this. Okay. Do we have a motion for Trustee Chico by Vivian Malauulu. And Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye. Wait, you said, I'm sorry, point of clarification. Did you say Vivian Malauulu?
No, motion by Malauulu for Trustee Chico.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Aye, thank you.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
All right, congratulations, Vice President Chico.
President, and could I say something, please?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to point out that this selection deviates from the policy. This board has the right to deviate from the policy of the order of people serving. But I just think that the public should know that this is a deviation.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Let's move on to item 1.10, which I believe is the LA County
Axta.
School Trustee Association, LAXTA appointee. Happy to take nominations at this time. The LA County School Trustee Association is an organization of school board members created in 1937 by the LA County Superintendent of Schools About 90% of the 93 community college districts in Los Angeles County participate, as well as the County Board of Education are members of LOCSTA. We need a trustee to serve on LOCSTA for the next year. And I'll open the floor for, this is a voluntary annual membership and representative. Anyone would like to be nominated for this position?
Trustee or President Ntuk, I served last year. I would be happy to serve again if the board, it pleases the board.
I would like to nominate Trustee Baxter.
All right.
Second that nomination.
Wonderful.
Basically voluntary, so we'll just take a vote if there are no other volunteers for the position as a representative.
Seeing and hearing no other nominations, we'll take a roll call vote now for Trustee Baxter to be the
Can we
representative.
have a motion, please, for the vote?
So I motion that we recommend Trustee Baxter to.
I'll make the second.
Been moved by Trustee Chico, seconded by Trustee Zia. Let's now take a roll call vote.
Ennis,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Herlinda Chico first.
Okay, aye.
Please. Virginia, boy, I'm really mixed up. Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you for your patience with me.
Congratulations, Trustee Baxter. Moving on to item 1.11, we need a representative to the LA County Committee on School District Organizations. This is under California Ed Code. The Board of Trustees shall elect a representative from Los Angeles Committee of School District Organization for a term of 1 year, 2020-2021 fiscal year. This is an 11-member body that looks at transferring between territories, de-unifying or unifying school districts and forming new districts. This is a 1-year term. Are there any nominations for the Los Angeles County Committee on School Districts Organization?
President Ntuk, I would like to volunteer for this assignment, please.
All right.
I second.
I'll take a self-nominated motion in a second there for Trustee Malauulu. Anyone else interested? Seeing and hearing none, I will call for a roll call vote from Board Secretary Hahn.
Yeah. Student Trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Great. Motion passes. Congratulations. Now we move to item 1.12, appointment of additional board member to the audit subcommittee. This is a committee that meets twice a year to review the audits, and we do have an audit presentation later in the agenda tonight. And it looks like this is a board president appointment. No vote is necessary. Would Trustee Chico be interested in learning all about audits this year?
I think I will be learning about some other things. I don't want to take on too much, so I appreciate it, but I think I'm going to slow down a little bit.
Anyone else interested in leading 2 more meetings on the audit committee that comes, one on the bond and one on the college?
So Trustee Ntuk, I'm looking at the past history of who has served on that committee. Let me see, 2016, 17, it was Trustees Baxter and Zia. 17, 18, it was Kellogg and Otto. 18, 19, Otto, Ntuk. 19, 20, it was Trustee Otto and myself. So I don't know if either Trustee Baxter or Trustee Zia would like to go. It's been 4 years. I'm just bringing that up. I had a board secretary, Han, give me the names of all the trustees who had served on these committees in years prior. I don't know if that makes any difference to anyone.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Trustee Baxter,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the appointment.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Check, done. No vote necessary. Move on to the next item. Next, we get to item 1.13 is reordering the agenda. This time is opportunity to move things up or down on the agenda. I know we have a few presentations. Is there any trustees that would like to reorder any items on the agenda?
President Untuck, I don't have any requests, but we do have to return to item 1.4.
All right. All right, seeing no other requests, we'll keep the agenda in its current sequence, and we'll go back to public comment. I think we had both public comment on agenda items and non-agenda items, and I believe, is it Mr. Wood will be doing the public comments tonight for the virtual submission?
For President Intuck, he will read the public comments on open and closed session agenda items only, and then the non-agenda are down below, but there are none for those. So
There's no non-agenda items, so only public comment on agenda.
And the closed session, of course, is part of the agenda. So he will read those.
Great, go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, President. This comment is from Heriberto Torres on item 10.2. Hello, Honorable Board of Trustees. I am an SSO serving the LBCC campus, and I love working with the students and keeping them safe. I am writing today because I believe that the proposal by LBPD is misguided. If cost saving is the goal, we are the most cost-effective way to protect both campuses. Thank you for your time today. I hope you have a safe and happy holiday season. The next comment is from Brandon Sears on item 10.2. Hello, Honorable Board of Trustees. I am an SSO serving the LBCC campus, and I love working with the students and keeping them safe. I am writing today because I believe that the proposal by LBPD is misguided. If cost saving is the goal, we are the most cost-effective way to protect both campuses. Thank you for your time today. I hope you have a safe and happy holiday season. The next comment is from Nicholas Ewens on item 10.2. Hello, Honorable Board of Trustees. I am an SSO serving the LBCC campus, and I love working with the students and keeping them safe. I am writing today because I believe the proposal by LBPD is misguided. If cost saving is the goal, we are the most cost-effective way to protect both campuses. Thank you for your time today, and I hope you have a safe and happy holiday season. The next comment is from Jonathan Allen on 10. I'm sorry. The next comment is from Jonathan Allen on item 10.2. Hello, Honorable Board of Trustees. I am an SSO serving the LBCC campus, and I love working with the students and keeping them safe. I am writing today because I believe that the proposal by LBPD is misguided. If cost saving is the goal, we are the most cost-effective way to protect both campuses. Thank you for your time today, and I hope you have a safe and happy holiday season. The next comment is from Jennifer Kumayama on item 10.2. Dear Honorable Board of Trustees, I am writing as a community member and advocate asking that you direct LBPD to preserve the SSO positions guarding the school and instead find the savings by cutting sworn officers. The community feels safer in the hands of the SSOs, and they are significantly more cost-effective than their sworn counterparts. LBPD's proposal is neither the best avenue for cost savings, nor does it address the community's demand to reduce the police presence on campus. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please have a safe holiday season. The next comment is from Kiona Montgomery on item 10.2. Dear Honorable Board of Trustees, my name is Kiona Montgomery. I am a lifelong Long Beach resident and former LBCC to CSULB student. I am writing as a community member and advocate asking that you direct LBPD to preserve the SSO positions guarding the school and instead finding the savings by cutting sworn officers. As a POC, I can say that the community feels safer in the hands of the SSOs, and they are significantly more cost-effective than their sworn counterparts. LBPD's proposal is neither the best avenue for cost savings, nor does it address the community's demand to reduce the police presence on campus. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please have a safe holiday season. The next comment is from DT on item 10.2. Hello, Honorable Board of Trustees. I am an SSO serving the LBCC campus, and I love working with the students and keeping them safe. I am writing today because I believe that the proposal by LBPD is misguided. If cost saving is the goal, we are the most cost-effective way to protect both campuses. Thank you for your time today. I hope you have a safe and happy holiday season. The next comment is from Alyssa Gutierrez on item 10.2. Dear Honorable Board of Trustees, I am writing as a community member and advocate asking that you direct LBPD to preserve the SSO positions guarding the school and instead find the savings by cutting sworn officers. The community feels safer in the hands of the SSOs, and they are significantly more cost-effective than their sworn counterparts. LBPD's proposal is neither the best avenue for the cost savings, nor does it address the community demand to reduce the police presence on campus. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please have a safe holiday season. The next comment is from Artur Krupinski on item 10.2. Dear Honorable Board of Trustees, I am writing as a community member and advocate asking that you direct LBPD to preserve the SSO positions guarding the school and instead find the savings by cutting sworn officers. The community feels safer in the hands of the SSOs, and they are significantly more cost-effective than their sworn counterparts. LBPD's proposal is neither the best avenue for cost savings, nor does it address the community's demand to reduce the police presence on campus. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please have a safe holiday season. The next comment is from Mary Anderson on item 14.1. I have watched with disgust over the last 6 years that Sunny Zia has been on the college board. She has repeatedly embarrassed the college, the Port of Long Beach, and our local community and herself. I can't believe all the antics that she has gotten away with, yet she has never been held accountable for her actions. There have been dozens of complaints and allegations, including misleading her fellow board members, extorting port contractors for campaign contributions, misusing public funds, inviting port officials to college events in order to increase her chances for job promotions, making false statements, and refusing to recuse herself from an investigation into her own misconduct, which is now costing the district thousands of dollars per month. It is clear that Sunny Zia is only out to serve herself and not the students of Long Beach City College. She has no clue what it means to be an elected official and is completely out of touch with what she is supposed to be doing on the board, serving the people, not herself. It's time for her to resign from the board immediately. Stop embarrassing our community, stop ruining the reputation of Long Beach City College, and stop blaming everyone but yourself. Now the college district has been forced to take you to court. What a waste of district funds. Why won't you just recuse yourself so the college can move on? It's time for you to actually put the best interests of the students' body first and step down from the board. President Ntuk, that concludes the written comments that were received.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. We'll move on in the agenda to section 2 on reports. We'll first go to item 2.1 ASB reports. Cesar Ferrero, is he on with us today? Cesar?
Yes, I'm here today.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure being at the Board of Trustees again. I just wanted to first say congrats to all the Board of Trustees that were elected this year. I'm very proud of y'all, and I look forward to seeing the amount of work you're going to be doing for our students. Another shout out that I want to do before we continue is specifically to all the Long Beach City College students for the hard work that they've been dedicating to their classes, especially knowing that majority of them probably would have want to be in person, but because of the pandemic, of course, we're not given that opportunity. But I just want to say to all those students out there that congrats on making it all the way to the end of the semester. And now on to my reports. So first thing I want to say is that when it comes to stipends, we're actually moving forward. Over the winter, we actually created created an ad hoc committee to actually go over the stipend, see how much where we're gonna be getting the funds, who's gonna get certain amounts. We've been collecting data of the amount of hours that we've been dedicating to our community here at Long Beach City College. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm also working closely with a student that just graduated from Harvard. He's actually trying to do not an experiment, but trying to get us connected, especially during this time of, in a pandemic, and we feeling disconnected, even though we have so much social media out there. He really wants us to get connected. He wants us to find a way to make sure that we're communicating with each other and making sure that we're actually able to, interact, especially during these times. And that's actually going to be the end of my report. Before I leave this meeting, I just want to say congrats to everybody here for dedicating their time to the students. I'm very proud of each and one of you. I know you folks have been working really hard, making sure that we have everything we need for our students, and also to my associate student body cabinet members out there for dedicating their time, knowing that they're probably taking 12 to 16 units, plus being part of the associate student body. So I look forward to working with you for another half of the semester, and take care everybody, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Cesar, for your report, and thank you for your service to the college. We're going to move now to item 2.2, student trustee report. Trustee Jimenez.
Yes, thank you so much. First thing I want to say is a congratulations to Trustee Chico and to Vivian Malauulu. I thoroughly enjoyed the endorsements about the both of you. As a student who benefits from this institution, I am proud to have learned so much from you, Vivian Malauulu. And I'm excited to work closely with you, Trustee Chico, in advocating for student equity and student success. Senator Lena Gonzalez said that students need to see women like you fighting for them, and this is absolutely true. Your service to the community does not go unnoticed, and the more you influence more people as you continue to work and associate yourself with people every single day. Like Mr. Chico, Herlinda Chico's father said, representation is important. Seeing you women as Latinas helped me envision myself in assuming influential positions in my community. So thank you. I genuinely appreciate you. And to segue from that, in review of this semester, student leaders are still facing the challenge of the digital divide and connecting with students. But I will continue to reestablish the ASB website to be more interactive, more informational, and updated. So that's what we're looking towards by the end of next semester, so that we never have this problem again. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jenna. Moving on to item 2.3 on the agenda, Academic Senate President. Jerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Academic Senate was pleased that the college participated again in the Roush Leadership Awards through the League of Innovation. John and Suanne Roush, leaders in the community college field and early proponents of the idea that teachers have majority responsibility of how well students perform in the classroom. In recognition of their long tradition of excellence in the community college teaching and leadership, the League established the John and Suanne Roush Excellent Awards in 2012. Past LBCC faculty winners include Kenna Hillman, Shauna Hageman, Dr. Nicole Glick, Dr. Colin Williams, and Dr. Winnie Koenig. 4 outstanding colleagues were nominated by faculty this fall. I am pleased to share that Javier Villaseñor was selected by the Academic Senate as this year's recipient. Javier was recognized for demonstrating both visionary and servant leadership, which are the foundational core values on which the Roush Award stands. He is a tremendous advocate he is a tremendous advocate for making counseling accessible, and had a great vision to expand beyond our traditional face-to-face contact. He took the initiative to introduce, implement, and train other counselors on Cranium Cafe, a virtual online counseling program. Once COVID occurred, he worked tirelessly to expand Cranium Cafe to not only counseling services, but to other student support services such as admissions, financial aid, EOPS, veterans, transfer, and mental health services. The introduction of the chat feature and the virtual lobby assisted all student service faculty and classified staff at the college to continue to support the delivery of services to our students. He continues to assist both faculty and classified staff navigate this technology as we remain in a virtual environment. On behalf of faculty and Long Beach City College, I would like to congratulate again Javier Villaseñor on his selection as this year's Faculty Rouge Award winner. I am excited to share that the Winter 2021 Cultural Curriculum Audit has a record 70 participants. For the first time since the audit was developed by our very own faculty, we will be joined by faculty colleagues from Cypress, Cuesta, Compton, and San Bernardino Valley Community Colleges. Long Beach Unified School District will be there, as well as faculty from California State University, Long Beach. As I hope you are aware, this program engages a cohort of faculty in a collaborative evaluation and design or redesign of their distance learning courses. Each faculty participant will choose one course they are teaching online and that they wish to enhance with an equity perspective. Sessions will provide training in designing their Canvas site, syllabi, assignments, grading, as well as developing equitable practices for synchronous and asynchronous online teaching. Throughout the semester, the cohort will focus on developing cultural responsiveness, equity-mindedness, anti-racism, creating engaging and relevant materials, and developing high-impact online practices in the spirit of guided pathways. Leading the winter audit will be Michael Robertson, our online educational faculty coordinator and associate professor of anthropology, and Priscilla Bravo Arias, online CCA lead facilitator and assistant professor of microbiology. It has been an unprecedented year, to say the least. Under the direction of Superintendent President Luann Bynum, everyone at the college, faculty, staff, administration, didn't merely just rise to the occasion to put our students and their success first. I believe that we set an example for community colleges up and down the state. Challenges were met head on, creative thinking was encouraged, flexibility and determination were at the forefront of decision-making, and the level of teamwork was extraordinary. Every day, collegial consultation and a commitment to shared governance provided a framework that served the college well. While the Academic Senate is so pleased that Michelle Grimes-Hillman, Dean of Academic Affairs, has been selected as the Vice President of Instruction at Orange Coast College, it is indeed bittersweet. Working with her over the past 5 years has been both an honor and a pleasure. She is a consummate professional, a dedicated academician, and a true teammate. We will wish her much success. Last but not least, I join the Senate in congratulating Board of Trustee member Vivian Malauulu, who will continue to represent Area 2 for a second term. And we are thrilled to welcome newly elected Board of Trustee member Herlinda Chico, who will represent Area 4. I look forward to working with both of you as we collaboratively strive to serve our Viking students. Best wishes for a healthy and happy holiday season. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Jerry, for the report, and thanks for all that Academic Senate did this year with your true partnership, and look forward to the winter audit results, and congratulations to Javier on his award. So thank you for that update. Next, we're gonna go to item 2.4, Classified Senate President Report. Cece, you got your mic off?
I got my mic off.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yes, on the same note, on behalf of the Classified Senate, I'd like to welcome Herlinda Chico, our new Area 4 trustee. We're very excited to have her. And I'm also going to talk about the League for Excellence Awards, sponsored by the League for Innovation. The 2021 classified recipient is Sunday Dominguez. There's going to be a much longer bio that you'll eventually read about all of Sunday's accomplishments in her department, but for now, there'll be a shortened one. Sunday is the Math Lab coordinator in the Math Success Center. She's exceptionally organized, efficient, and highly respected by students, staff, faculty, and administrators. She's known for having high standards, anticipating needs, and pioneering processes. She's a passionate advocate for Guided Pathways, serving as the classified tri-chair of the Guided Pathways Task Force and a member of the Guided Pathways Coordination Team. As Classified Senator and currently Vice President of Classified Senate, she embodies a student-centered mindset with the goal of instructional transformation. She helps solidify the presence of the Classified Senate with her collaborative nature. And she also serves right now on the Classified Union Executive Board. Sunday is very much involved in statewide conversations related to long-term goals for higher education, and she represents the value of hard work, education, and community leadership. Sunday received her AA from Long Beach City College, then went on to CSULB and she has 2 teaching credentials. And she's a graduate of Poly High School. Go Bruins. The next thing I want to talk about is the Viking Impact Awards. They were held on November 19th, and you can watch it on the LBCC YouTube channel. It was also a feature in the latest campus community newsletter. I would just like to very quickly read out the classified recipients of that. I'll go fast. Mary Aha, sports therapist. Jay Fama, admissions and records tech. Juan Herrera, skilled maintenance worker. Wendy King Lopez, distance learning program specialist. Valentina Leslie, culinary arts lab instructional assistant. Kathleen Mays, simulation hospital lab coordinator. Elise Newgood, accountant. Linda Olmos, enrollment specialist. Derek Oree, student activities advisor. Taylor Robertson, student life coordinator. Cindy Smith, risk services coordinator, and Scott Zuvich, web developer 2. So next item, I've frequently spoken about the Classified Senate Community and Connection events, which have been hugely successful. We'll continue these events in the spring. And we are, as usual, concentrating on participatory governance committees and accreditation. Because it's the ending meeting of the year, we decided that to talk about in the past few years, we have been immensely gratified at the way that the college community has helped us integrate into the fabric of the college. And from the beginning, we were supported by many faculty and managers, but we'd like to highlight just a few. Dr. Lee Douglas was the faculty member who first encouraged us. Eloy Oakley unquestionably supported us from day one and helped us understand the legal issues. Dr. Eva Bag and Jennifer Holmgren helped us figure out how we would fit into the participatory governance process. The trustees at the time were extremely supportive. Dr. Hussam Kashu, who as Management Association president, strongly encouraged us on a regular basis and still does. Dr. Kathy Scott, who's a vocal proponent of fully inclusive participatory governance. Marlene Drinkwine, who helped us wade through the financial matters. And we could not have done it without the help of the Academic Senate, especially past President Jorge Ochoa. And I hesitated to read that list because there's so many others that supported us. And I personally can't forget our current constituency group leaders, Jerry Florence, Diana Ogamachi, and Robert Rometta. I am proud to be part of that team. So we do have another area of intense interest, one that we've had many conversations about over the past few months. This fall, the college began its renewed efforts regarding the exploration and conversations around race, equity, and inclusion. Faculty efforts have been admirable, innovative, and creative, and concentrated on equitable student learning, the effective use of data, creating culturally relevant curriculum. You heard Jerry Florence talk about the cultural curriculum audit. This is already creating a huge cultural change and already has been benefiting our students for a while. The progress and dedication of these efforts is heartening, and Interim President Luann Bynum has been fully, vocally, and energetically committed to overseeing it. We sincerely hope that these efforts continue effectively and meaningfully into the next year. Classified professionals have much to share about their experiences and ideas, and their voices must be heard. LBCC, despite our many successes and our greatly admirable collective work during the pandemic, is not a perfect place. Honest and meaningful conversations are difficult, and we are committed to having them. So for my last item, I'm going to talk about the passing of an LBCC colleague. It's with sadness that we announce the passing of Thomas Sherwood. Thomas was a graveyard custodian at the Liberal Arts Campus who passed away unexpectedly last Tuesday, December 8th. Tom came to LBCC in 2005. He was a single father known for his dedication to his kids and willingness to help anyone in need. He enjoyed smoking meats and participating in barbecue cook-offs when he wasn't working. Tom was most importantly a dedicated family man. His colleague Cheryl Williams said, not only was he a good employee, but he was a great father who always put his children first. There's a GoFundMe account to assist with funeral expenses and living arrangements for his children. And if you'd like to donate in his honor, just go to GoFundMe. So it'd be GoFundMe.com and search for Tom Sherwood. Sometimes hard to search for things in GoFundMe, but just use the keywords Tom Sherwood. Tom was an essential employee for LBCC, which for the public means he's one of the selected essential personnel members who continue to report to campus to support critical ongoing operations, such as monitoring LBCC's computer equipment necessary for teaching and working remotely, processing the mail, handling payroll, and what Tom did, deep cleaning LBCC's facilities. I hope that we can dedicate this meeting to the memory of Tom Sherwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Cece, for your presentation. Congratulations to Mrs. Dominguez on her award, and thank you to all the Classified Senate for what you've done this year. Yes, let's adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Tom Sherwood. It's sad to hear of his passing, and make sure that we also can get that link shared around. Hopefully, folks can make contributions toward his GoFundMe account. So thank you, Cece. We're moving on to item 2.5, LBCC-FA Bargaining President's Report. Diana, are you here?
I'm here.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'll try to keep my report short. So I would like to echo everything that my colleagues have said. I would like to thank the faculty and the entire college community for providing another semester of remote learning for our students. I would like to congratulate Trustee Malauulu on her reelection to her seat and say that FA always appreciates her passionate support of us. I'd also like to congratulate newly elected Trustee Chico to her seat and say that FA will enjoy working with her and getting to know her a little more. And lastly, I would like to congratulate the new president, Noontek, on being elected. And we also appreciate the support and communication that you always offer FA. Thank you. That'll conclude my report.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we'll move to item 2.6, AFT Bargaining President's Report. I believe we have Mark Smith is here for Robert Remeda. Mark, are you there?
Yes, I am, sir. Good evening, Board President Untuck, and congratulations on your election tonight. Other trustees, Interim Superintendent Bynum, Vice Presidents, colleagues, and members of the public. I just have two brief statements that we would like to make. On behalf of our classified union president, Robert Remeda, who could not be here tonight, and our entire membership, we would like to congratulate and welcome Erlinda Chico as the newest trustee. We look forward to working with you, Erlinda, and wish you the best of luck in your new position. Secondly, we kind of like to shout out to Interim Superintendent President Bynum and the entire executive team for their continued leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic. We really appreciate all that President Bynum, the executive team, the Board of Trustees has done and continues to do to keep our students, faculty, and staff safe during these times. Another shout out to Sunday Dominguez, who I just learned is our classified Roosh Award recipient. So congratulations, Sunday, well deserved. And that really concludes my report. I'd just like to say have a happy, safe holiday, everybody, and go Vikings.
Great. Thank you very much, Mark. Happy holidays, you too. We'll move on to item 2.7, CHI Bargaining President's Report. I believe Curtis Williams is with us. Curtis?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, congratulations to Trustee Malauulu and her reelection, and the election of Trustee Chico and Vice President Chico now, and the election of President Ntuk. I'm here because I'm normally teaching Wednesday nights, so it's nice to actually see you all on a Monday night, an odd time at the end of the year. Our faculty have been working heroically to do everything they could to teach during this difficult time. And we just continue to ask that you would treat the part-time faculty with full equity, given the resources that are available to support them. If you're interested in what CARES money can be spent on, I would ask that you would research that directly and direct the President, Bynum, to seek that sort of support for our faculty. I don't have much else to say. I'm hoping that next year we'll have better news, so that we'll be able to return to campus. And we're glad that we've stayed relatively safe and that we have taught online, even though the students are having a difficult time doing that. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Curtis. It's great to have you with us tonight, and hopefully we can fit in the schedule for next semester on our Wednesday night meetings to have you back, but appreciate it. Looking forward here, we're going to move to section 3 on the agenda under Board of Trustees, and we have our minutes from the special meeting on November 5th and from the November 18th meeting, regular board meeting that we need to adopt. And so if I can have one motion adopting both minutes, I'd like to ask someone to please make a motion to that effect.
So moved. Can we adopt both minutes, please?
All right.
I second that.
I believe
Sorry, I just want one point of clarification. We're making a motion to adopt the meeting minutes, but I don't think Herlinda was there last time. So can she make the motion?
yes, she's a full trustee and got sworn in. so-
Okay. No, I'm just wondering as far as point of order, because, and then I'm assuming she's gonna be able to vote on it? Or are we going to bifurcate it so? she can-
No, she can vote.
Okay, I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. So I have a motion from Trustee Chico, second from Trustee Malauulu. This time, is there any further discussion on the item?
I don't have any discussion. I just want to say that I apologize. I actually didn't know that Trustee Chico made that, Vice President Chico made that motion. I thought it was Student Trustee Jimenez. I always have a hard time distinguishing voices. So I thought I was seconding Student Trustee Jimenez. But Madam Secretary, is there an issue with Vice President Chico making that motion?
I don't see a problem because they're accepting the minutes as presented, as submitted, and there will be a quorum also anyway, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, in that case, I second your motion, Trustee Chico, and didn't know that was you, sorry.
I seconded it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I seconded it. I asked if it can be made, the motion can be made, and that was clarified, and then I seconded it. But I'm happy to give up my second for you, Trustee Malauulu, no problem.
Thanks, everybody. I had down, this is a Chico Malauulu motion second, and we'll continue with that. Thank you for raising the point of order that's been clarified now. If there's any further discussion on the minutes at hand. If no further discussion on the minutes, I'd like to call for a roll call vote. Board Secretary Hahn.
Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Secretary Hahn, I think you forgot me.
Oh my goodness.
You know, it wouldn't be a meeting if Jackie Hahn didn't make any mistakes.
But I vote aye.
Sorry, yes. Student Trustee Jimenez was first and Virginia Baxter.
I know she's more important, but that's okay.
Nobody's more important. Thank you.
And what was the result of the vote, Jackie?
5, it passed.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move on to item 3.2, revised board meeting schedule for December 2021. This is an action item. This is adjusting the calendar for next fall, for next December of 2021. There's 2 competing requirements. One, it has to be done after December 10th, but it must be done within 15 days of the beginning of the year, or beginning of the month of December. So the new date here is now. Let me see where
Actually,
I got that.
Trustee Ntuk, it's
15.
15 days with commencing with the 10th. So you actually have until Christmas, but this is the appropriate time to have the meeting on the 15th.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification. So December 15th will be our board meeting next December. This is an action item. I'd like to ask for if there's a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Those are fast voices. Who was the so moved?
Dr. Baxter.
All right.
Second, student trustee. And I know that there needs to be another second.
Thank you. Would there be I see Trustee Malulu has a
Second, sorry.
Thank you. All right. So we have a moved and seconded to adopt the December 15th, 2021 board meeting date. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, President Ntuk, I have a question. And as I was looking through the dates, when did we change the October meeting from the 13th to whatever the last Wednesday in October is?
What year are you talking about?
I'm talking about 2021. Meeting dates go down to October on the agenda, and it's October 13th.
I'm in the motion area of this item. Can we finish this vote?
Well, you asked me if there was any discussion.
Oh,
Well, I guess
not about that meeting, you have a different question. Okay, hold on, please.
Well, I think the point of order, Jenny, I think that the discussion should be limited to the motion about the December meeting, not
Okay.
October meeting. And I think if we don't have the information readily available because that wasn't the agenda topic,
Yeah, okay.
but we can follow up and get. I know we recently voted on the calendar.
Yeah, I know, and I put them all in my phone, and this date was not on there.
Okay, well, we will check.
Okay.
Could be a typo, but it was copied over and just the change to the 15th. But let's take care of this one and I will.
Sure, okay.
If there's an issue, we can bring that back. It's far away. But
All
this,
right. If there's not any other discussion on the December 15th vote, I'd like to ask Board Secretary Hahn to take a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, appears the motion passes and the 15th will be the meeting in December of 2021.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3.3, trustee reports. This is board trustee reports that are moved up. I believe beyond the ad hoc committee on campus safety have met, I don't think there's any other board reports, or is there?
President Ntuk, what about our meeting with Bernie Luskin? Would that be considered?
I will say yes, that will be. So we looked at the recommendations from the board self-evaluation. And then we had the ad hoc on campus safety.
Correct.
Any other board reports before we get started? All right. Maybe we'll go with the board report on from Bernie Luskin. Trustee Baxter, would you like to share?
I'm thrilled to be able to share. President Ntuk and I had a very excellent meeting with Dr. Bernie Luskin, who is helping us with our board self-evaluation. And And we went over the comments in the board document, and we had a very vigorous discussion about having a board retreat and what would be covered in the board retreat. And President Untuck came up with what I thought was an excellent idea, is rather than try to have one whole 8-hour day, that if we could break it up into sections, I think it would be more productive. And so we're going to work on having a retreat in January. Anything else? Did I miss anything else?
No, I think that was good summary, and just for Trustee Chico, it is posted on the former board agenda of our self-evaluation of the board that we have to do once a year for accreditation. I believe it was in the August, maybe it was July board meeting that they have the board goals and the document there. Bernie Luskin helped lead that effort and facilitate with all the trustees of doing a survey and compiling all the information. And then there was a series of recommendations of, I think all the board members rated ourselves outstanding, but said that we needed to improve amongst the overall board. So it's none of our own faults. Was the conclusion. But
Trustee, no, go ahead. I just wanted to explain to Vice President Chico who Bernie is.
Sure, give me 1 second. We'll go to a Bernie biography summary because he has quite a long.
Well, I was just going to say he's an alumni. He has been president of several California community colleges and chancellor of several California college districts. And he's somebody who will never retire. And his goal is, he has a psychology degree, which is a great degree for working with people. And his goal is to bring harmony on boards throughout all of California. How's that?
That's great. I would just say he's an outstanding alumni at Long Beach City College as well. So we're.
I said that first.
Oh, did you? Okay, all right. Great. One of our great Viking alumni. But part of that was a series of recommendations on how to implement that. So the changes that we found and recommendations in the self-evaluation. And so we'd like to do, and I think Jackie's already started reaching out to see what trustees' availability is the second week of January and find a couple of days. They don't necessarily have to be consecutive days, but where we can break it up to have kind of orientation team building in one session, another session about board goals and priorities for the new board. And then thirdly, the superintendent president search process and getting us all on one page in that, where we have some time to have some robust discussions of what are we looking for in the next leader on campus. So we're looking to schedule that here just beyond the new year in the next couple of weeks. So Jackie, did you already send out the
Trustee
that's coming still.
President Intuck, I have not. I actually had a discussion with President Bynum, and I wanted to get through this meeting. There is a lot of preparation for this meeting tonight, but I plan to do that hopefully before we go on break or while we're on break. And I wanted you to let the board know that we will be having a special meeting, and that involves the president search. And I believe the other one was the housing feasibility. That will be on January 13th, and I will send that notice out. That was upon your request and the past board president Malauulu, when they all discussed that, to have a special meeting. And then we will schedule the retreat, and President Bynum thought we might have to go into the first week of February with the retreat too, because we have a meeting also on the 27th of January, and Fridays were closed. So we're kind of getting down to less number of days. And but I will be doing that very, very quickly.
Great. So please, fellow trustees, be on the lookout for availability and dates within the new year.
Yes.
Be able to schedule that. So great. And we'll go to the other board report on campus safety. We've had a number of ad hoc committee meetings with Trustee Malulu and I and Superintendent President Bynum on campus safety. So we had we've been going, I guess we had our first meeting back in August. We met with the President's Council. We also had a session with our stakeholders to have input. And then we had a follow-up meeting this past, I want to say probably just before Thanksgiving here. I don't know if Luann, you want to give any more summary of the results of our ad hoc committee?
Yes, thank you, President Intuck. The ad hoc committee, we did have a meeting with the President's Leadership Council. A number of recommendations and suggestions came out of that. We reviewed that with President Intuck as well as President at the time, Malauulu, and went over some of those recommendations. We have had a number of meetings. Vice President Drinkwine will talk about that later tonight when she goes over the police. But the whole point was to try to give a little bit of a history and some of the things that we would like to do. One of the most significant recommendations that came out of the group was that we perhaps have an advisory committee that is put together in the spring and maybe meet once a month or twice a semester, however it goes, but do a pilot program to meet with our police unit and have ongoing conversations about some of the things that faculty, staff, and students are concerned about, and ways that we can encourage more community-based policing from our own police unit here at Long Beach City College. But we'll have a little bit more information about this coming up from Vice President Drinkwine. But I think we have some opportunity this month. We've also done some work looking at what other colleges are doing, what the costs are for other colleges. And I think we'll have a more fuller discussion a little later on that will help answer some of the questions that a lot of people have, including our board, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Luann. And I agree, this is an update, not the conclusion of the committee.
Okay.
We'll be putting together a written document that includes the feedback, the analysis of best practices, information that was collected, and make a series of recommendations back to the board for consideration that at a future meeting. So it's been, very robust conversations, and we need to finalize the process to make sure that we get everyone an opportunity to weigh in into the evaluation. So
yeah,
we've been
that's correct. Yeah, thank you.
Making good progress. Great. Well, before we leave this section, any questions about either of the committee reports or any additional?
Good question.
Trustee Zia has her hand up.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, you said you're going to come back when, Interim Superintendent President Luann, as far as the police report, report on the Committee on Campus Safety? You said early next year. Is that what we're looking at?
No, there's a report later on in the evening about the police amendment to the current contract we have. There's some information in there too about some of the work of the ad hoc committee. It really is going to be up to the board to decide how you would like to proceed with some of the recommendations that have surfaced and other things that may surface in the meantime between now and a future board meeting. But
yeah, but that item is for fee adjustment too.
I'm sorry?
It's for the adjustment of fees.
Correct. It's a rate sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you received also with the board documents, some background information about the history of the contract with the Long Beach Police and the chronology of that contract, as well as a bit of information about the ad hoc committee and the meeting that we had with the President's Leadership Council.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, when is this going to be coming before the board for a more in-depth discussion for the contract and the recommendation of the ad hoc committee?
I think that will be up to you all to decide when you want that to come to the board. This is a step in the process, I think, tonight to give you some more information. And, depending on how, you may want more information, you may want to bring more information forward at a later date. I think it depends on your discussion tonight. The item on the agenda tonight is the amendment, which is just the rate sheet for the contract that we're in. But there's the larger issue of policing in general and security on campus. And I think that will probably end up being part of the discussion. It's a little hard to separate probably.
Yeah, my question is from the committee, for the committee, what is the recommendation of the committee on the process in which this is going to come back? And so we have an outline of what we're looking at or an outlay of what is in the horizon.
I think that'll come from the committee.
I'm asking the committee, the ad hoc committee.
Oh, okay.
Trustee Ntuk and Trustee Malauulu, if they can share what their vision is in having this item come back, or what the outline of events is going to look like.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at it. We will follow up here in the spring semester. We've met a number of times. There's no urgency of anything expiring or needing to be done this month, especially with the limited folks who are on campus during the pandemic. But at this point, it's undetermined, but I will say in spring of 2021 here, we'll have another update and conclude the committee.
I would also just like to add that one of the discussion items was the fact that we don't have students and faculty on campus. So it's very difficult for us to invite the community to submit opinions and comments. And then on Zoom, we need to be able to work out a way to have, Luann, we talked a little bit about like a town hall, and we talked about, in fact, the last ad hoc committee meeting that we had, that was the priority we discussed twice, I believe, at the beginning of the meeting. And then the conversation even went back to it because we knew we weren't going to do anything in December. So that was automatically out because we knew that December was already jam-packed, and it's unfortunate that we have to have staff working today for what's probably going to be a lengthy meeting anyway, so close to the holidays. People probably would rather be shopping right now. But we talked about January, and then Luann mentioned that because we're still on break in January, that we might do it in February or March. So the idea of a town hall is certainly there. We just need to figure out the logistics of how we can get the information out to the community and the right stakeholders to contribute meaningfully. We don't want to just open up the floor and just have a lot of dialogue that doesn't really have direction or guidance. But we definitely want to have contributions from stakeholders because one thing we talked about is the difference in the two campuses. So we have LAC, which sits in a very unique community, and then we have PCC, which sits in an entirely different community. So we want to make sure that we're intentional with our town halls, and we want to make sure that we have adequate representation. And these are all things that we discussed at length. I think, was this the meeting that went almost 2 hours, Luann, or was this, because
Yeah, it was December 9th. We had an ad hoc committee meeting.
And then we went into the evening, right? Where we each
came back.
go to a different Zoom. Yeah, so we met for like an hour that we had allocated, and then we weren't finished. And then that evening, we ended up starting the meeting again, like at 7 p.m., because we were trying to figure out a way to make this happen. So I don't want Trustee Zia, I don't want you or anybody else to think that we're not taking this seriously, because we really are. And we want to make sure we do it right, because we know that this issue is very important to the community. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I know I'm not suggesting that you're not taking it seriously. I'm sure you are. I just wanted to understand the logistics and, how many sessions have been held and what is the vision of the what's out in the horizon coming forward. So I think you answered the question, and I'm looking forward to getting the report maybe in spring. I absolutely understand the challenge of not being able to do it in person. This is something that definitely needs more in-person presence, but in the absence of having that available to us, we have to make amends. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the committee will come back, so that when this contract does come back, we have a more thoughtful discussion and have those data points. So thank you.
And thank you. Before we move on, just to point out the presentation on 10.2, slide 3 does have a timeline included there of the last 6 months. So
Yeah.
if no other discussion, we'll move on to our reports from Superintendent Luann Bynum. Superintendent President.
Thank you very much. Let me pull this up here. Well, it's really hard to believe that this is our last meeting of 2020 and the new year is right around the corner, but I want to congratulate everybody at the college. Our fall semester technically ended on Friday, and I just think everybody's just done a Herculean job of getting the college and our students through this and staying tight and staying strong. I'm very grateful to the faculty and the staff who continue to just meet these challenges head on and provide support to our students to help them reach their educational goals. I do want to thank you to our honored guests. It was nice to have them here for the swearing in of Trustee Malauulu and now Vice President Chico. I wish we could have done this in person. I know it means a lot to do that, but nevertheless, I thought that the oath and the swearing in was actually really nice to be able to see everybody so well virtually. But my congratulations to Trustee Malauulu on her reelection for the board representing District 2, and to our newest trustee, Trustee Chico, on her election to represent District 4. I would also like to congratulate President Intuck. It's a big year coming up, and I know you're just absolutely ready for this job, and I'm looking forward to working with you. And to Trustee Chico, Vice President Chico, on her role now as Vice President for the board. I also want to thank Trustee Malauulu. I've had the pleasure of working with her for the last 8 or 9 months or so, and I can't tell you how much I've appreciated her support, her guidance, her counsel, talking through a lot of the issues, as well as Vice President at the time, Intuck. It really helped me as somebody trying to come in at the last moment and help our college through this, but it was very much appreciated. I do want everybody to know I'm proud to announce that Long Beach City College has been named a 2020 Champion of Higher Education for the 3rd time in 4 years by the Campaign for College Opportunity. We are recognized as one of the top performers in associate degree for transfer conferrals in our efforts to make sure that we've got a strong pathway to the California State University system. Since 2016, LBCC has increased its conferral of ADTs by nearly 75%. That work could not have happened, and that stat could not have happened if it hadn't have been for the faculty working very hard to put these ADTs together and make sure that our students could take advantage of them. It's designed to be a more seamless navigational pathway for them to transfer to the CSU. We've been talking a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing with policing and our framework for reconciliation. You know, we just spent the fall semester doing the listening part of the framework, working with the California Conference for, California Conference for Equity and Justice. We had 3 listening sessions with faculty, staff, and students. We had 4 training sessions for Board of Trustees, executive leadership, and 2 with the management team members. Our objectives to share meaningful experiences about racism and racial injustices within our own college community, to build connections with others who share racial identity, and to practice building an intentional culture here at the college where honest discussion and reflection of racial identities, racism, and injustices occur. The listening and training events took place between October 9th and November 20th, and CCEJ shared highlights and recommendations with our executive team on December 14th. Some very interesting themes and concerns emerged from the sessions this fall. I've also heard that there is a need for more opportunity to listen, and people have asked multiple times, what now? Is this going to be another thing that we just put initiatives together and walk away from it at some point? We're going to build on our work with CCEJ in our next framework convening, which will commence in the spring. I know the urgency needed in this effort, and I understand why. I want to remind us all that this is an ongoing process that is designed to be integrated into our college culture. It's not going to happen overnight. And I just want to commend, I had some words I was going to say about the cultural curriculum, but President Florence of the Academic Senate gave the details about that. I'm so proud of our faculty to be doing the work that they're doing on this cultural curriculum audit. This is such an important piece. This actually started before all of the injustices that came to the fore for a lot of people who weren't aware of it in the spring. The faculty started this a year ago, I think in the fall or maybe late 2018. But it's getting play all over the state. And I'm very, very proud of the work that they've done. And I'm very proud of Dr. Scott's robust support of them being able to do this. But I think there's going to be more to come. But we will do a lot of work in the spring. I promise you that I will make sure that I don't let up on the pedal for this. I know our Board of Trustees are very concerned about this as well. And as a lot of us are at the college, I've had some very emotional conversations with people, and I know how important this is to people at the college as well. You've probably heard about commencement of 2021. After much discussion, we decided that it's best to conduct the commencement virtually like we did this past year. Of course, it's not an easy decision to make, but we do this out of concern for the health and safety of all of us during the pandemic. We're going to do everything we can to make the class of 2021 proud with a virtual event that will truly celebrate their achievements during these extraordinary times. So stay tuned more for that into the spring. I also wanted to share with you that last week I had the opportunity to meet with our coaches, trainers. I've done that twice actually, but this time with student athletes, about 100 of them in all, to give an update and to answer questions related to our decision as a college to opt out of the spring one season. Dr. Munoz and I have been doing that the last few months, and the opt-out that we shared with the group and the students has to do with spring one season, which goes January 18th to April 17th. There's a recommendation made by the LA Area Southeast Conference. I supported it as your president based on current safety and health guidance from the Department of Health. But I want to acknowledge the incredible dedication of our athletic department, our coaches, trainers, administrators, in supporting our athletes. And I want to commend our student athletes for their maturity and persistence in working through this. The conversation that we had was very honest and frank and professional. And it was an honor for me, along with Dr. Munoz, to talk with the students directly about their concerns and the reasons for our decision. We're going to make a formal decision about spring 2 sports at a later date, but I plan to continue to work with Dr. Husak and the athletic department to keep our students informed. And we'll probably do that with some other groups of students as well. I do want to announce that Police Unit Lieutenant Abram Yap started on December 5th. Lieutenant Yap brings more than 23 years of diversified law enforcement experience to the Long Beach City College unit. His previous assignments ranged from detectives, specialized field teams, patrol, administrative assignments. He was a sergeant and a lieutenant, and he applied for this job, which really, I'm very happy that he did that because he wanted to be here. He's a very nice person, very open, very personable. He has some ideas. He's worked with the homeless services in the city as well as other needs that the city has. So I think he's got a good understanding of the kinds of things we're going to want to be doing with our policing and security on campus. I want to acknowledge the contribution of our Long Beach City College Foundation, our Helping Homeless Student Associate Group, who distributed 150 meals to our students and their families just before the Thanksgiving holiday break. Trustee Baxter, of course, was involved in that too. Thank you for that, Trustee Baxter. And a very special thank you to our culinary arts students under the direction of Chef Nguyen, who prepared and packaged the meals that included turkey, all the traditional fixings down to pumpkin pie. So that was a very lovely event and very much appreciated by the students and their families. Since our last board meeting, we celebrated the virtual ribbon cutting of the auditorium on December 10th and the PCC parking structure on December 17th. I know we're all very excited to welcome the campus community back to visit both facilities as soon as we're able to return to campus. Of course, we couldn't have done this without the support of our community, our fantastic community, for approving Measure LB and Measure E bonds that allowed these two projects to become reality. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome Robin Gordon Peterson. I saw that she was here tonight, who officially began her term on the district's Personnel Commission on December 1st. She's an active member of our community, and we appreciate her commitment to Long Beach City College. And I want to thank and acknowledge the dedication of Dick Gaylord for his many years of service to the district as a personnel commissioner. So welcome, Robin, and thank you, Dick. Winter session is January 4th to February 6th. We'll have more than 50 subjects taught over a 5-week session. And the class schedule is now available online, and registration is ongoing now through January 4th. Spring semester priority registration began on November 23rd. The spring semester will be held from February 8th to June 9th with some essential labs in person and a full class schedule of online offerings. More details on that and registration will be available soon on the website. You may have heard today that the federal government, I think they finally passed it into the night, but there's a stimulus bill, about $900 billion, two of them actually, 748, which includes education, and 160 for local government. 82 billion is for K through 12, and about 20 billion is for higher education. And there's going to be some funds to be distributed via Pell formula, but we're not clear yet if this is going to be a FTE, a head count, or hybrid. About 7.5 billion for the governor of each state is to be allocated at their discretion. But we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to find out what Long Beach City College will get out of this. And certainly this is very much needed for us as we continue. My office continues to participate in legislative advocacy meetings sponsored by the Chancellor's Office and the League for California. And we will have a special, as a note to you all, we'll have a special update to the board in February when we know more what the state legislature is going to do as well. A report real quickly on the presidential search. We'll have talk about that more at the special meeting in January, but we have received 5 responses to the college's request for qualifications that went out for a search firm. The plan is to have that meeting in the second week of January and to review these and hopefully make a board selection. We do have to get a move on. I think there's an urgency there as well. There's a number of colleges around the area. I just got a notice about Grossmont as well that are looking for presidents. So we want to make sure that we're not too late to the game and get this going as soon as possible. And then I just want to end my report by wishing the campus community a really happy holiday. I know that we're going to be celebrating the holidays very differently this year for most of us, and it may not be possible to participate with family gatherings. But however you celebrate, please stay safe and take time to rest and relax. This has been such a fast-paced year moving into the pandemic and just turning around and putting new things in place. I think it's been hard for everybody to even get a chance to get their breath and have a downtime. I hope this vacation allows for a downtime for all of you. The vaccine is bringing us new hope for the new year. I'm deeply appreciative as we go into that new year to the Board of Trustees and their support for the college and the work that they do. Our administrators, my executive team, they've been amazing, and our constituent group leaders as well, our faculty and staff, for everybody really stepping up and meeting the challenges that we've had. I'm very proud of all of you. I'm honored to work with all of you, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the new year in just a couple of weeks, I guess. But with that, that's the end of my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Superintendent Bynum, President Bynum. Good report today. Covered a number of items. I guess Trustee Malou and I also got a chance to meet Lieutenant Yap briefly earlier in the weekend. I think we're making a little history. Our first Filipino-American lieutenant.
That's right.
So we're happy to welcome him to Long Beach City College.
And just for the benefit of the public, President Untuck, I apologize for interrupting. We did invite him to appear at the meeting so that we could introduce him to the public, but he had this other long-standing commitment. I think he said it was like an 18-year commitment because it's his wife's birthday. So he already had plans. So we gave him a pass, and hopefully he'll be joining us at a future meeting because, we don't want his wife to be upset because he misses the birthday.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to be housing insecure if he had to come.
That's right.
So we'll get him next month. So we'll go Trustee Chico. Vice President Chico has her hand up. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you so much, President Untuck. President Bynum spoke about us looking for a new superintendent president, and I'm excited to participate in that search. But I just want to take a moment to recognize President Bynum for stepping into the role to help really steady this ship. There was some uncertain times, and I don't know of very many people that could have stepped into this role and have brought us back to where we needed to be to move forward. And so I appreciate all the work that you've done. You are a trusted person of the community. And thank you so much for taking this on. I know it was a big task.
She's not going anywhere yet, and Chico.
For a few more months, I get
We're not letting her go just yet.
You're right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, great. If there's no other discussion, we'll move on to the next section of our meeting, Section 5, presentations. We do have a presentation from Clifton Larson Allen LLP on our bond. So we have item 5.1 is the 2019-2020 district annual audit, plus the Measure E and Measure E 2008 and Measure LB 2016 performance audit of the bonds. And then third category is Measure E 2008 and Measure LB 2016 financial audit. So there's three categories of audit that we'll cover today. And we have Heather McGee here as our presenter. Heather, are you able to hear or unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Heather, we'll give you the floor to give the presentation. The presentation is up.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, my name is Heather McGee and I am the engagement director on the project of the district audits as well as the Proposition 39. The very first slide, I just want to address why the district audit report is in a draft. So many of you have been on the board and have seen my face do presentations, and typically we bring the final report, but this is one of those items that is just has been an unusual year, and this is a result of that. So we met with the audit committee on December 1st and went through the report in detail. And what we had explained at that point is the federal governance had, they're in the process of updating the compliance supplement, and they had told us the date of November 30th would be available so that we can wrap up the audit reports and apply those new compliance steps. And we're still waiting for that update, unfortunately. So at the moment, the district audit report is in a draft format. And what I've listed out on here is really that affects 4 different areas of the audit report. There's a letter that addresses compliance with federal compliance. You have your schedule of federal awards, summary of auditor results, and then finding and question costs for major programs. So really your audit report is final. This is the final form, except for those pages that are referred to in this slide. So we're still waiting for the compliance supplement. And what we had told the audit committee is that if there's any significant changes, that we'd be happy to meet with them again, or also come back and present to the board. So we have our fingers crossed that we've done a good job of guessing what the feds want us to look at, but really we'll find out hopefully when we all get back from break. So next slide, please. So yes, I'm here tonight to present 3 audit reports. What I'm going to talk about first is the district audit reports. And the district audit report, it's 100+ pages. So there's several components to the audit report. But the main thing is the opinion on the financial statements. That's the main reason why an entity has an audit performed, so that somebody not associated with the organization can give the financial statement readers a level of assurance on the financial statements. So the district has received an unmodified opinion, and the language that you're looking for when you're looking at that letter is the financial statements are presented fairly in material respect. Next slide, please. Following the opinion letter is the management discussion and analysis. So this is a comparative portion of the audit report, and it is, in our opinion, is not covered, does not cover what we refer to as the MD&A. This is written by management, and we do read through it to make sure that it's consistent with the financials, but it's a great place for the financial statement reader to review if they're trying to get an idea of what's occurred in the entity within the last fiscal year. Next slide, please. So following the management discussion and analysis is 3 sets of financial statements. You have your governmental funds, your fiduciary funds, and then your OPEB trust, which is other post-employment benefit plans. Each statement shows they have varying names just because of the type of funds that they are. But basically, if you've taken your Accounting 101 class, they have a balance sheet, it has an income statement, and then the governmental funds will have a cash flow statement. Next slide, please. To add to the complexities, I said there's a lot of different components to the financial statements. The largest section is the footnotes to the financial statements. Really, your financial statements would not be complete without these footnotes. Gives a little bit more insight into the entity, as well as what their policies is, and what additional information about the numbers that are in the financial statements. Some of the other sections that are included in the financials are the required supplemental information. It's labeled required because it's required by governmental standards to be included in the financial statements. And that's where a little bit more disclosure regarding the STRS and the PERS net pension liability, as well as information on the OPEB plan. There's 3 more sets of letters, as I had alluded to when I was talking about the compliance supplement. They're not quite the opinion letters, but they cover different aspects of the audit, including single audits, governmental accounting standards, as well as state compliance. Towards the end of the report, we have our findings section. At this point, there are no findings, or, again, we're anticipating will continue to not be audit findings, but we still have to wait for the compliance supplement to come out so we can wrap up those major programs that we've tested. Next slide, please. Next year, there'll be a couple of new governmental accounting standards. So we've been working with management, and we had discussed this at the audit committee meeting as well. We're going to be looking at, next year, we're going to be looking at the fiduciary funds. That was the second set of financial statements at the beginning of the report. Might change the statement a little bit, or it might not. We have to go through our checklist and go through the workflow to see if it changes how those are presented. And then the second one that's new next year has to do with majority interest or component unit. Your financial statements has a disclosure that discusses related parties, which include the OPEB trust as well as the foundation. So we'll look at that new standard and see if there's any changes in the disclosures that are already there. Next slide. So this ends the presentation for the district audit report. I just want to stop and if you had any questions about the audit report, that we can address those before we look at the Proposition 39 reports.
Heather, can I ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this is President Intuk. On the upcoming changes to the audit rules, what are we going to have to do different here in the next few months, or to prepare for that? Or is there when do they go into effect? Is that in
Are
January?
you referring to the compliance supplement?
Right.
Yeah, so that just covers the federal programs. So each year we look at, we do a calculation to determine which federal program we're going to test. Every year we've tested the student financial aid. Last year it was the Small Business and Development Center, SBDC. And this year, of course, it included the CARES or the HERF Act. So it's really the reason why it's delayed is because it's such new funding that they're still just getting those audit steps in place to make sure that they're addressed during the audit. So I'm hoping nothing is a surprise to management. I know they are constantly in contact with us if they have questions. I know they attend webinars on the subject. It's just a matter of what compliance steps they'll be having the auditors perform.
Great, thank you. No other questions? Go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, great. So we have the next presentation. So the next section of the presentation really is two audit reports, but they're both related to the Proposition 39. So the first one is the financial statements. So the financial statements are very similar to the district financial statements, except it's just honed in on two funds. So similar to the district financial statements, we do give an opinion on them, in which they have also received an unmodified opinion. Next slide, please. Again, similar to the district, they have the various financial statements and footnote disclosures. So as you look through the footnote disclosures, you'll see some of the debt related to the bonds that are included in the financial statements. However, that's the debt of the taxpayers that is included in the district audit report. They are not applied to these financial statements. Next slide, please. And towards the end of the financial statements, again, similar letters, no material weaknesses were identified in the internal controls and no non-compliance with the financial statements of the two Proposition 39 funds. Another thing to point out is there were no audit adjustments and there were no findings for this year. And the next slide. So this is where we move on to our third report, which is the performance report. Again, it's for the two measures, Measure E and Measure LB. It has a little bit different perspective, where the financial statements are really, the objective is to look, get the financial statement readers a level of assurance of how reliable those numbers are. The performance audit is where we dig into more detail, looking at specific invoices and making sure that the funds were spent according to the voter approved list. So the opinion is a little bit different than the financial statements. Instead of presented fairly, we refer to in all significant respects. Next slide, please. Again, the objectives for the performance audit is to dig a little deeper and look at invoices. It is a significant sample. We do obtain the voter approved list and compare all the expenditures that are included in our sample with that list. Next page. So this is a great summary that gives a little insight into what we look and what level of transactions that we verified. So we looked at 83 non-salary transactions, which equated to 60% of the total expenditures for the funds, equating to $35.5 million. Next slide, please. Okay, I think there was actually a couple of more slides I just want to point out. We do include the salaries that are charged to that fund, because the laws are very specific which salaries can be charged to a Proposition 39. So we make sure that we take a sample and do an analysis to make sure that the individuals charged to that bond program work directly with the bond program. So no administrators can be charged to that, to those funds. And also no non-compliance or no findings associated with the performance piece. Any questions regarding the two Proposition 39?
Yes, I do, President Tuck. Why were there no expenditures for Measure E? Is that because all the money is gone or? Okay.
No, thank you for mentioning that. It was on one of the PowerPoint slides. So that is still an active bond program. There is a threshold where the district, when they went to the voters, they said that they would not go over a certain assessed level. If that sounds familiar to you. So right now that bond is kind of on hold until property taxes increase. And there is a footnote disclosure explaining why that fund has very little activity. So no, it's not closed. It's just kind of on hold. There's funds available in Measure LB at the time, and buildings are being built with those funds.
Okay, so you mean, I was very involved with Measure E, not so much with Measure LB. And so you're saying that because the assessed valuation of the property taxes has not gone up to meet the threshold?
Is John Thompson on the line? I think he has the specifics on the property taxes.
I'm actually happy to step in if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Excellent question. That with Measure E and Measure LB, we're able to stagger their use to make sure that we uphold that promise to the taxpayer. So with Measure E, we have spent the cash we had in hand from the bonds we have issued. There is still room. The voters approved a higher level than what we've issued to date. So there is still room, but we are letting the bond rest, so to speak, until we can issue again in the future to ensure that we don't go above that promised rate. And so that just gives the time for the property values to increase. In the meantime, we have Measure LB that we are issuing from, and we are well under that promised rate. And Measure LB gives us sufficient cash to continue our really aggressive construction plan that we have going on.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Drinkwine. And thank you, Heather.
Yes, I like that terminology, resting. I've been at loss for what to refer to it as.
Well, great. Thank you, Heather. Was that the end of your presentation?
That is, yes.
Great. Any other trustees have any questions? If you do, please raise your hand on the virtual reaction button. That way I don't miss you. Vivian did her real hand.
This is my virtual real hand.
Go ahead, Trustee Mel.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank the audit team. I did have questions, but I was on the audit subcommittee, and we met a couple of weeks ago to go over these reports. So I was able to have my questions answered at that time. So I'm really grateful for that. And I apologize because I don't remember and I don't have my notebook in front of me. I believe my notebook might still be in my office at work. But I remember asking if something could be put on the report. And you don't have to, if you don't remember right now, it's okay. I can check in my notes. But there was something that I wanted to be added to the report or some line of clarification. Does that ring a bell to you?
No, I don't. Regarding which matter? Or I can circle back with John. The report's not finalized. And I should also mention that typically the audit report is due December 31st to the Chancellor's office. And the state has given an extension to February 28th. So
right.
I apologize, I don't recall offhand, but I'm happy to circle back with
sure.
my contact to
I just didn't know if maybe you remembered, but I know that I wrote it in my notebook when we were meeting, but it was something that we discussed, and I wanted either to expand on that item on the report or because people like me who are not numbers or budget savvy. I just wanted it to be a little bit more clear for the average person. But I'll look back through my notes and then I can send an email to, and maybe you did incorporate it. I don't remember. Okay. But thank you. I appreciate it, and great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu. I see Trustee Zia has her virtual hand up. Trustee Zia, are you there?
Yeah, thank you. That usually gets missed. I appreciate you recognizing my hand was up. Heather, thank you. I've known you since I started 6 years ago. You always do a fabulous job. I got a little confused in your response to Trustee Baxter as far as Measure LB and the property tax hold. So what does that mean for us? Because of the hold, do we have to amend the audit? Can you unpack that for me?
Oh yeah, no, it has no effect on the audit. It's just not, a lot of times districts, when they spend their money down, then they close that fund out. So it's not a closed fund and it's still an open bond program. It's just on rest or on hold until property tax is raised and is in alignment with what was promised to taxpayers.
So how does that get reflected?
There's a footnote disclosure just explaining that. It shows a very low balance. Like if you look at the financial statements, I don't recall offhand the dollar amount, but it's significantly lower, like less than $100 than the other bond program. So it just looks like it has very little money, but it does have issues that have not been, or bonds that have not been issued yet. So there's still money available.
Okay, so that portion doesn't, it's essentially, is it not reviewed, or is it just not show up under the mark of the audit?
Right. So for the financial statements, we would still do our testing, testing cash if there was any accounts receivable or accounts payable. There's just no expenditures or very little expenditures. I think revenue, it received interest revenue, very little activity. So it still gets those audit procedures performed, and there's nothing to test on the expenditures as far as invoices because nothing was spent this year.
Okay. So we're free and clear on both, and then the performance audit as well when it is attributed to the Measure LB piece. That also is reflective in the assessment as well, or?
Right. So there's two different audit reports, but they both include both measures. So there's a financial statement audit report and a performance audit report. So the two measures are combined in those reports.
But the portion about this component not being tested, the value being under the line essentially, is also reflected in the performance audit.
That's not right. No, we don't test that. That would be that you have your underwriters that the district and management works closely with, and they monitor the.
Oh, that's right. I always get you to.
That's okay.
Yeah. You're just so good, Heather. Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Glad we have no findings yet another year.
Right, thank you. If there's no other questions, Heather, thank you again for the presentation and appreciate the overview. You have a great rest of your night.
You too, thanks.
We're gonna move on. We have our next presentation from the Personnel Commission. I know we have our new commissioner, Commissioner Robin Gordon-Peterson with us, along with Ms. Ramos from the Classified. Who's going first in this presentation or taking over from here?
So actually we'll have Jennifer Ramos to present.
All right, Ms. Ramos, looks like the presentation is up.
Thank you, VP Duran. Good evening, distinguished Board of Trustees. Congratulations to our new president and vice president. Welcome, Trustee Chico. I'm really excited to share what the Personnel Commission achieved in 2019-2020 and the strides we will continue to make forward. On to page 2, please. As you can see from the table of contents, this is a 16-page report, but don't be alarmed. I will be sharing a few highlights with you today. Page 3, please. The work we do in the Personnel Commission aligns with all of the district's core values, starting with being purposeful, focused, and respectful in the way we recruit, develop, retain, and reward classified professionals, all while complying with HR laws and the 22 chapters of the PC rules. Page 4 reflects the annual budget that was previously adopted by the board, and this is done every year in May. Page 5, please. Here we show the bios of the personnel commissioners. In December, we said farewell to Commissioner Gaylord after 23 years of service and welcome the board appointee, Robin Gordon Peterson. Thank you, Robin, for joining me in this meeting. Do you want to give a quick wave to the audience? All right. Page 6, please. Executive Director, Ms. Caroline Creation-Shook has been on an extended leave since January 2020, so I filled in an interim capacity for the second half of the fiscal year. Page 7. As a merit system district, we support and uphold the mission of personnel management based on merit and fitness. We serve 4 VP areas and carry out all HR functions for our 564 classified employees. And that's our number today. So as you can see, it's slightly up over the previous fiscal year. Page 8, please. Another aspect of administering the merit system is being mindful of all of our stakeholders, from the governing board to the general public and our classified employees. It is our job at the commission to see that they receive fair and equitable treatment. And we make all of this happen with a small but mighty team, 7 of us total, as represented in our org chart. Page 9. We confer with hiring managers across campus and carry out the full life cycle of all classified recruitments. Here on this page, we have 39 recruitments listed, which happens to be down from the previous year, roughly by 20 exams, and that's due to our current pandemic. We temporarily placed recruitments on hold from March through June 2020, and we now have a fully virtual process for testing, selection, and onboarding. The next couple of pages, starting with page 10, show the recruitment statistics we covered extensively with the diversity report to the board in September of 2020. Page 11, please. As a refresher, page 11 demonstrates that we have gone up slightly in every ethnic category, and diversity is well represented amongst our AFT staff at 66%. There was a 5% jump in diversity in the category of classified management, and we will continue to make concerted diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts here. Page 12, please. Here we celebrated our classified employee of the year, Aaron Turner, a custodian. He was selected for his commitment, professionalism, positive attitude, for being a go-to person here at LBCC. He's served on many district committees and demonstrates leadership in his community. As an example, he started an African-American fathers group in Long Beach that fosters relationships between youth and young adults to keep them focused on their education. So we want to give major kudos to Aaron for supporting student success in both his professional and personal life. Page 13, please. You'll see that professional development is an ongoing effort. We host new employee orientations every 3 weeks to onboard new hires and set them up for success from day one. We hold annual staff training events in collaboration with AFT, such as Professional Development Day, and we offer courses throughout the year. Page 14. This page is just simply amazing. It's incredible to see the level of commitment and service to LBCC from so many employees. The list is represented in 5-year intervals, and you'll see that 35 employees have more than 20 years of service, and check out that 40-year category. That's pretty incredible. Page 15. The PC team has been hard at work on the classification study. The good news is that AFT leadership and I are on the very last step negotiating impacts. Then we will be able to present the findings upward before implementing the results. So I've been able to partner with all 4 VP areas and know the proposed changes to the class structure are going to help us recruit, develop, retain, and reward employees more effectively. And finally, page 16 shows all of the PC dates for 2019-20 and the way to contact Human Resources and the Personnel Commission with any questions. We are happy to serve our campus community, and we know that classified professionals are essential to our mission of student success. I want to give a special thank you to the Public Affairs and Marketing team for formatting the graphics and layout of this report. And this concludes my presentation. I want to wish everyone happy holidays from the Personnel Commission team. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Commissioner Gordon Peterson, do you want to say hello and introduce yourself briefly? I know we had a special meeting when you were here last time, but we got everybody now.
Yes, and you're having such a lengthy meeting. I didn't want to take up any of your time, but thank you so much for allowing me to attend. I wanted to be here to support our classified staff, and I wanted to listen to Jennifer's report. She sent it to me. I read it. It was so well put together, and I wanted to be here to say thank you. It's amazing to see everything that's happening, and I want to congratulate Trustee Vivian Malauulu. Congratulations again for a second term. And I wanted to welcome Trustee Chico. Congratulations. And of course to you. I'm so happy for you taking over this leadership role. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. At this time, does any of the trustees have any questions about the Personnel Commission report and presentation? I do like to say I like the infographics. That was one of my recommendations back when I was a commissioner many moons ago. I do see a virtual hand up from Trustee Malauulu. I got to catch myself and not say President Malauulu, but Trustee.
Thank you. Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to Jennifer Ramos for a great report. I know that you had to step in mid-year to fulfill this duty, so you've done a really good job. I also want to say that I was not able to attend the last meeting where Personnel Commissioner Dick Gaylord was honored and recognized for his many years of service. I had a conflict with work that same evening, but I want to thank him too for his many years of service, because he was actually a pillar in that position, and we were very grateful for his many years of service. So if you could please, and I would also send him an email, but just extend my gratitude and congratulations to him in appreciation. And Robin, we're very excited and looking forward to a fresh new perspective on the commission. Looking forward to what you will do with it.
Thank you so much. No other hands up. We'll move on. Thank you for the presentation and for being with us tonight. We're going to move to section 6 on which is the consent agenda. This is the item where we have a number of items all grouped together. On the consent agenda, we'll go to item 6.1. If there's any items or requests to be removed from the consent agenda, considered separately by a member of the board, this is the time to submit any requests. Are there any requests to remove any items from the consent agenda? No. Is that a hand up, Jenny?
Yeah, I had the virtual and you didn't see it, so then I decided to start waving.
I saw your hands clap. I saw a virtual hand clap.
Oh, wait, am I hitting the wrong thing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a clap. Okay, where do I?
Report. That's why. That's my apology.
No, thank you. But where do I find the raised hand?
Where it says reactions at the bottom.
That's where I was. All I have is thumbs up. Is thumbs up the right one?
Underneath where it says yes and no, there's another button there. It says raise hand at the very bottom, across the bottom. You have your thumbs up now.
Not on mine.
Well, you gotta go on participants, Ginny, and then find your name, and then that's raise hand.
There's a couple different ways depending on.
Oh, okay. I go on.
It doesn't show up like that in our.
Okay, got it now.
But I think on some of them too, you have to upgrade.
Yeah, you had a software upgrade.
Latest version and all that.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll just go like this.
So the floor is yours, Trustee.
Okay, I would like to remove 6.4.
6.4. All right, anyone else or any other items? Hearing none, we're going to remove 6.4. We're going to move to 6.2 on the agenda, approving the consent agenda with all the items except for item 6.4 is removed.
So moved.
And
Second.
been moved and seconded. Take a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
I'm sorry, who seconded? Jenny?
That was, no, it was made by trustee Zia, seconded by trustee Malulu.
Oh,
I
sorry.
believe if I heard the voices correct.
All right, student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda passes. We're going to go back to item 6.4, which is ratification of contracts equal to and under $200,000. Can I have a motion to approve, or
So moved.
is there a second? Is that a second?
Second, and you know, when you go for discussion, I have just a quick question for trustee Baxter.
Sure. So I have a motion to approve by trustee Zia, seconded by trustee Malulu. I see trustee Baxter just have her hand up. Trustee Baxter?
Okay, see, now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting it. Okay, here's my question. It is about contract number 99786.6, which is the contract with the Community Legal Aid of Southern California.
Can you, trustee Baxter, can you repeat that? Did you say 99786.6?
99786.6, yes.
Okay, that was my question. I just wanted to know which item, if it was more than one or just the one.
No, just the one item. And it's a $200,000 contract to provide support for CalWORKs students. And I wondered, where does this money come from?
Vice President Drinkwine, do you want to take a stab at it?
So much, President Ntuk. Yes, Trustee Baxter, the funding for that comes from the state in the form of CalWORKs funding. It's a program that is operated under Dr. Munoz's area, so I would defer any programmatic questions to him, but the funding does come from CalWORKs with a specific purpose to provide these services for employment to CalWORKs eligible students.
Okay, and is there any district match?
So I would need to look into that to be specific if there's a district match for these funds for these particular line items. I don't have that in front of me, but usually the funds that come from CalWORKs has specific guidelines that's provided by the state chancellor's office. And so we're always in compliance with whatever the funding guidelines require.
I will say, Dr. Baxter, I will confirm the answer for you, but I do not believe that there is a district match for this program.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask a stupid question. How do I get rid of my hand?
You have to click the button again.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Boom. All right. Any other discussion on this topic? We have a motion and second already.
Trustee, Board President Ntuk, we're going to approve the whole item because we're not going to extract that one contract. There's such a huge list.
Yeah.
Well, yes, we only discussed the one contract, but all of them are still grouped together. That's correct. So everyone's aware of that.
Okay.
Okay, let's go for the roll call vote.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Baxter,
Aye.
DeChico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, 6.4 passes. We'll move out of the consent calendar section into section 7 on human resources. First, we have a number of contracts before us, but we'll go to 7.1, employment contract of Heather Van Valkenburg, Dean of Institutional Effectiveness. This is a renewal for, looks like 3 years. This is an action item. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Was the motion?
There's a,
approval.
there's a motion on the floor to approve the employment contract of Heather Van Valkenburg, Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, until June 30th of 2023.
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Thank you.
Motion by trustee Zia.
Do you have a second? I didn't hear a second, but I'll second it.
Second by trustee Malulu. No, we did not have a second.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item?
I just want to say Heather is amazing and she's done a great job. And I look forward to her contribution for the upcoming 3 years and more, hopefully. And I have to say that it was lovely to see that she had her daughter. I'm not sure what board meeting it was, but it was lovely to see family while she was presenting, and she did a fabulous job multitasking and managing family and a presentation to the board at the same time. So I'm really grateful for her contributions and look forward to voting yes on this contract.
Thank you. And I wanted to correct myself. It looks like it's a 2.5-year contract, not 3 years. So it goes until June 30th, 2023, commencing this month. And Vice President Chico has her hand up.
So just for clarification, are we reviewing each of the contracts individually that are coming up?
Yes. We'll go through, I believe we have 6 contracts. Employment contracts are separate items on the board because we have to approve each one individually.
Okay.
We have the early retirement program as the last in this categorical section.
Got it. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Great.
President Tuck, I would just like to echo what Trustee Zia said about Heather. I also think she's doing a terrific job. And I know that it hasn't been easy, so I'm very grateful and just wish that she would just continue doing a great job balancing work and home and all the other responsibilities that working women and moms have. So thank you very much, Heather.
Great, thank you. If there's no further discussion, we'll go into roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Great, the motion passes. Congratulations. Moving on to item 7.2 is another employment contract. This is for John Brent Gilmore, Interim Associate Dean of Academic Services. This looks like a 1-year contract for employment. Is there a motion in a second?
So moved.
Motion by trustee Zia. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard trustee Malulu, but trustee Baxter was pretty quick with her digital hand. So I'm going to give it to her for following best practices.
Thank you, President Tuck.
So we have a Zia Baxter motion of approval here. Is there any discussion on this item for Mr. Gilmore? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations. Going to 7.3 on the agenda, another employment contract. This is for Kenna Hillman, Interim Dean of Academic Affairs. This is a 1-year employment contract. This is an action item. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by trustee Zia. I see a second from trustee Baxter. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I'd like to say a few words, perhaps after trustee Baxter.
Well, you go first, I'll go second.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to congratulate Kenna. She's been fantastic. Major
major contributor to our community college district. Tireless efforts, whether through the pandemic and beyond and before. So I congratulate you, Kenna, and I am looking forward to voting yes on your contract.
Should I just proceed?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that Kenna is an alumna of the college. So she's really grown in the role from being a student, going on and getting her degrees, coming back to work at the college. And so she's really one of our success stories. I also want to say that because I talked about her, that doesn't mean that I don't think Heather and Brent are fabulous too. All these people are outstanding, and I don't want to take a lot of time because we've got a big agenda, but that's it.
No worries. We will not think the inverse. All right. So as we're moving forward here, this is a 6 month. There's a 1 year for Kenna Hillman. 7.3. There's been a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the contract's adopted. Congratulations. Moving to 7.4, there's another employment contract for Sonia De La Torre Ingres, Interim Dean of Student Equity, and this is a 6-month term contract. Is there this is an item? Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Trustee Zia, is there a second? Trustee Baxter has her hand up. We'll go Trustee Baxter. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move forward to a roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion adopted. Congratulations. Moving to 7.5, employment contract of Guadalupe Pasillas, Interim Dean of High School Outreach and Educational Partnerships. This is a 1-year contract, action item for adoption. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Zia. Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, ask for a roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you. Contract adopted. Congratulations. Next, we'll go to agenda item 7.6, employment contract for Yvonne Gutierrez, Dean of Enrollment Services. This looks like a 2.5-year contract. There's an action item. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was the second on that one?
Trustee Zia.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's been moved in second. Any discussion on this action item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion adopted. The contract is ratified. Congratulations. Moving to item 7.7, we're past the contract section. This is for the supplement.
President Untuck, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hate to backpedal, but I would like to say something about the 3 contracts that we just approved. I agree with what Trustee Baxter said, that we could all say wonderful things about everybody. And sometimes it seems unfair when we know the person getting a contract and we're able to say nice things about them, but then we might not know the other person, so we don't say anything. And then I don't want the public to think that we're not happy about that contract. I want to comment, congratulations to John Gilmore, but I really want to congratulate Kenna, Sonia, Guadalupe and Yvonne, because they've really done a great job in student services. And I would be remiss to not mention them. They've done an outstanding job, really going above and beyond. And I, of course, I could speak to every single contract that's addressed, but in the interest of time, I just want to acknowledge the hard work that they've done during a pandemic. And I just wish that we could do something to recognize the students who have benefited. One of the things that I plan on talking about later in my report is that we haven't had a state of the college, a state of the district. But I really want to make sure that the students who have benefited from that revamping of the Student Services Department with these incredible women at the helm really are the recipients of their leadership. So I don't want to let that moment pass, and just say thank you and congratulations to them.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu. I agree. I do know some of the people, but not all of the people, but we thank all of them for their commitment to Long Beach City College. Let's move on to the SERP, the Supplemental Employment Retirement Plan. It is not posted on the agenda, but we do have a presentation that will be posted on the board docs after the meeting. So what will be shared right now is not embedded, but it will be updated shortly. So I think Vice President Drinkwine will give a presentation, and then we'll have to take action at the end. So Marlene, do you want to take over?
Actually, I'm going to kick it off to Vice President Duran to start off, and then we will tag team a little bit on this one.
Exactly right. So what we have for you this evening is a brief presentation on what exactly is a supplemental early retirement program, the benefits, eligibility, and then I will have Vice President Drinkwine jump in on the data assumptions and the projected savings timeline, and then some history. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So for those of you who don't know, SERP, or Supplemental Employee Retirement Program, is an incentive offered by an employer to see if we can coax some additional retirements other than what we may normally have through normal attrition. And the reason for that really is to address and to reap some savings. In that, if we have an employee who is long-term with the district, they are further along on the salary schedule. And the assumption is if we were to replace them, they would come in with someone who would be lower on the salary schedule, thereby savings. In addition, there's savings for faculty, tenured faculty positions. In that, if they retire within the last 45 days of a term, their replacement, which is usually part-time faculty in the succeeding year, can be counted towards our faculty obligation number. And I think most importantly, it really is an incentive to reward long-term employees who might be thinking of making that change, and to see if it makes sense for them now. We have engaged Keenan Financial Services to help us. They've helped us in the past, and they'll be helping us through this one as well. If we could go to the next slide. What we have in the resolution is the offer of an annuity amount equal to 70% of the final salary that the employee is making. There are various options for them to take it. It can be over a 5 to 10 year term. It just depends on what makes sense for them. And it's usually given in monthly payments. We have communication, which will be going out should the board adopt this for all employees. We'll be offering multiple counseling sessions. We will be having STIRS and PERS assist Keenan in counseling sessions. We've scheduled them in morning, afternoon, and evening. In addition, there is the option for employees who are considering this to schedule individual counseling sessions. So the point of this is we do everything and anything we can do to assist the employees with information as they make this important decision in their life, whether to go forward with retirement or not. We'll go on to the next slide, please. The eligibility for all employee groups, be you in PERS or STIRS, is that you are at least 55 years of age by June 30th, 2021, and that you will have completed 5 years of service by June 30th, meaning June 30th needs to be the 12th month in at least your 5th year of regular service to the district. And we'll go to the next slide. And I'll turn it over to Vice President Drinkwine.
Thank you so much. So to anticipate and to project those savings, Keenan analyzed a lot of information. They looked at what our typical retirement level is, along with where are our employees? How old are they? How long have they been with us? What would their replacement costs be? And some of those associated benefit costs. So it was really a lot of data analysis to arrive at our projected savings. Next slide, please. And so this is what was the outcome of that analysis. That for faculty, while there are 105 faculty who would be eligible, who meet that 5 years of service and 55 years of age, under normal circumstances, our historical retirement show that we would have about 3 retirements. What we are targeting and what we believe would retire with this SERP is 15. And if we do achieve 15%, a total number of 15 faculty who retire, which is about 14% of the eligible retirees, we would have a net savings of $535,000. So what you see here is we say these are the projected savings for all of those, but we deduct from that what we would normally achieve through attrition. And then the difference is really what we're saying are the savings from this SERP. We don't want to take credit for who would already or naturally retire. We only want to anticipate those savings for the retirement above that natural attrition rate. For counselors, we would believe that typically we'd have 0 retirement. We project that up to 5 would retire. Administration up to 6. Classify, we anticipate that perhaps 29 might retire for a total projected number of participants at 55. If we achieved 55, we would have nearly $1.5 million in savings. However, that's a lot of projections. And so what we want to do is have a target number for what we believe is the minimum amount of savings that makes this effort beneficial to the district. And with that, our recommendation is that we achieve a minimum number of retirements of 15 in faculty to achieve a savings of just over $500,000 in order to move forward. What that means is when I talking about the timeline, you'll see the timeline at which point we will know if we achieve that number. I will also state that we do achieve the greatest savings with faculty. And that is because in the first year following faculty retirement, we are able to backfill them with adjunct at a lower rate and then bring on permanent faculty the following year. Next slide, please. And forgive me for the small prints, a lot of information on one single slide, but this is the proposed timeline. Should the board approve the SERP today, we will be sending out an announcement to likely all employees. We initially thought eligible employees, but we believe this announcement will go out to all employees that we will be having this offering. We will be giving more information in February. So after we return and after the spring semester starts, so that way all of our faculty will be back on board for that and they'll be there to open the email. Orientation meetings will also begin mid-February with individual counseling sessions. And just to note, what Keenan does is they bring in retirees, so folks who have gone through the same process so that they can give that peer-to-peer counseling as well as a lot of that information on the process. Now, the next 2 dates are really critical. That the retirement forms are to be submitted between April 21st and May 21st. So May 21st is the date at which we will know if we hit that 15 goal for faculty. So there's a full month where we are expecting to receive all of those retirement papers. There is 1 week after the 21st for people to have that last minute reconsideration. We certainly don't want buyer's remorse with something as permanent as retirement, but May 27th is the last day for rescission of those resignation and retirement notices. And then of course, June 30th is the date of retirement. And they will start receiving their first benefit payment on August 1st. What this also means is that we will have about a month period to anticipate all those retirements. If this is as successful as we hope it will be, we are already developing plans in each of our areas to adapt to and to transition. Next slide, please. And so I do know that you likely recall that we have had 2 recent SERPs here at LBCC. And that is somewhat unusual, that normally from my perspective, and I know that a great many CBOs also share the same perspective, is that you don't want to offer SERPs too frequently. We offered one successfully in 2016 and another in 2019. And I will say, as you just saw, the projections show we have an opportunity to achieve between $500,000 and $1.5 million in savings with this offering. However, if we continue a pattern, if you approve this one, that afterwards continuing to offer them every 2 to 3 years instead of incentivizing retirements, what it actually does is the opposite, and it causes people to delay their retirement until the next SERP is offered. So for that reason, we have another recommendation. And this recommendation is embedded in the resolution. If you choose not to adopt this recommendation, you could certainly eliminate it from the resolution with your actions. But this recommendation is to commit to not offering another SERP for a 5-year period. And again, that is for the 2 reasons that offering it too frequently disincentivizes retirement, as well as this gives our current retirees this very important piece of information right now that they shouldn't wait for another couple of years. That this indicates your commitment as a board to waiting another 5 years. And so those folks who are considering it have that information and allows them to better have that decision-making process. Next slide, please. And so these are our recommendations, once again, to approve the SERP for a minimum age of 55 with a minimum 5 years of service. The value will be 70% of the annual salary that will be used to purchase an annuity with the payout at the retiree's option. The participants must commit by May 21st, forgive the error, and retire effective July 1st. And that we must reach a minimum of 15 faculty participants to continue with the SERP to achieve the minimum level of savings, projected savings at just over $500,000. And then also to approve a commitment to not offer another SERP for a 5-year period. Next slide, please. And with that, Vice President Duran and I are here to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll ask the trustees to raise their hand that have questions. I know this has been an item of discussion we had previously a few months ago. Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, President Ntuk. My question is, why is the minimum of 5 years, and I'm talking about 5 years of service, so low? Because it seems to me that depending on when they start out on the salary scale, that couldn't be financially feasible. I mean, when I retired for 40 years. And so I don't want anybody to work that long if they don't want to. But 5 years just seems such a short time.
5 years is typical for a minimum number of years of service. And 5 years on our salary structure gives that person those 5 steps. And after those 5 steps, it's within that gap period that we achieve those savings. And so that's the minimum point that we can achieve some good savings. Obviously, if you have somebody who's at the very top of the schedule, we're going to achieve a lot more. But that 5th step, that's really where you can start saying, okay, we have some room to get some savings in there.
Okay, and then I highly recommend not offering the SERP for 5 years, because I agree with you. I know people who did not retire last time because they said, well, I'll just wait for the next time, thinking it would be a couple of years. So I'm highly in favor of that. And those are the ends of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. We'll go to Trustee Malauulu, has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions, but one correction. The last SERP was not offered in 2019. It was 2018. So I don't know if that was just
You're absolutely correct.
slide. Okay, so a couple of questions. One, specifically, is this an action item that the board is taking tonight to offer the SERP? Or is it an action item that the board is taking tonight to offer XYZ SERP? Are we voting on the particulars, or are we just voting on we're going to offer the SERP and then the particulars will come back to us?
So what you're voting on is what's in the resolution, which again is the 55 years of age by June 30th, 5 years of service, eligible to retire from STIRS and PERS, retire by June 30th, and then the submittal dates between April 21st and May 21st, and the minimum threshold for the process to go forward of being 15 faculty. And what that means, and I believe we need to have corrected a date that was on the slide. Because we have an enrollment period of a full month, we have more time than the last two, or especially the last one I remember in the middle of, because it was a very short period. We gave a cool-off period that we are going to communicate out that the last day to submit is May 21st. And at that time, at the end of business, all submissions will be final and you won't be able to rescind. Obviously, if for any reason we don't hit the 15 threshold and the program doesn't go through, all of those retired individuals would be able to rescind their retirement notice. It's conditioned on the program going forward. So I hope that, but I just want to make that clarification.
Okay, with regard to the resolution that we would be voting on tonight, would we be able to make any amendments down the line, or is the resolution just gonna stay as is?
I believe the board can make any additions, edits down the line as they wish going forward.
I do believe that what is in the resolution with the 70% benefit annuity is what will be offered to the retirees. That's what the plan is that will be offered to them. So while we can certainly come back to you, for instance, if we didn't make that 15 minimum and we hit something very close to it and we wanted you to consider it, we could come back to you and you could approve that. But the plan itself, as described in the resolution, is what you are approving.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, and then so I'm going to take after Trustee Baxter when she says that it's a stupid question. I'm going to ask you two stupid questions. So if we do have the desired number of participants, what are we going to do, or what can we do with the $500,000 to $1 million savings that employees who take advantage of the SERP would provide for the district? What becomes of that budget?
So the savings typically revert back to wherever their funding source was. If that person was funded using general and restricted funds, then it would revert back to that fund. If that person was funded using a grant fund or a restricted fund, it would revert back to that. Those savings are projected over a 5-year period, because after that, the savings kind of, disappear. So we only anticipate those savings for the first immediate time. And what it really does is it gives us flexibility. We do anticipate some challenging economic circumstances in the next few years. The longer that we are faced with the challenge of the pandemic, the longer that we have reduced economic activities, the longer the impact will be. And so by offering this, we have not just the savings, but we also have the resulting vacancies that allow us to have flexibilities in how we manage our budget in the upcoming years. And that's really important for us. Yeah.
Okay, so when you're saying that the savings would revert back to wherever their original funding came from, that money could be used for salary or just wages for other employees, such as adjuncts, or does it have to go toward full-time faculty or full-time classified? Could it also be used to compensate part-time employees? Is there a restriction to that?
Typically, when we have a full-time faculty who retires, they are backfilled for the first year with adjunct. But I should say more directly that if we do have a funding cut, say that we are looking at 21, 22, and we have funding reduction, say we have a restricted program that is cut by 50% that is state funded. That savings allows us to continue to operate within that cut program, that those savings now are no longer savings, but that means that we don't have those expenses when we don't have funding. So in a perfect world, they would be savings, but it may very well be that when we get to next year, that we simply don't have the money for these. And so in that case, it's a very good thing that we would not have somebody in that position. Otherwise, if we had the same level of funding, then we have opportunity there to redirect those savings. But I do want to point out that they are typically one-time savings, that there's not going to be savings forever and ever and ever and ever. You know, there are one-time savings until we make the determination to rehire for that position. We may not rehire for all positions, but if we choose to rehire for that position, or perhaps reorganize a unit. I will say this, people love working for Long Beach City College, and we have a lot of people who've been here for a long time. And so when they retire, it gives us an opportunity to revisit their position and make sure that that position that was really valid in its existence 20 years ago is still really valid. So it gives us a lot of opportunity from that way.
Right. No, I appreciate that. And I think that I've learned that a lot of our employees really appreciate the opportunity to take advantage of a SERP, the availability. I just don't ever want to be accused of using the SERP to further exploit part-time or adjunct classified employees or instructors, because I know that that's a sensitive subject. And I know that, you know, we can't really, because it's not on the agenda, we can't really discuss it, but I know that there are issues with that. So I want to make sure that if there are any savings, that this board begin to consider how we can make people whole and how we can, you know, truly show a respect for the work that our employees are doing. Sometimes so much emphasis is placed on full-time employees and part-time adjuncts, whether they're classified or academic employees. Sometimes they're not treated with the same level of respect because the exploitation continues. We have savings because of SERP, and then we take that savings to do other things with it, when I think we should be investing in the employees that we already have. And if it means making the adjuncts full-time, wonderful. If it means opening up full-time opportunities for some of our part-time classified employees, wonderful. But if we're not doing that, then we need to take a long, hard look at our priorities, because all of our employees should be valued, and especially when we're offering a SERP to save money for the district, we have to be able to do something with those savings. Now, here's my second stupid question. So on the chart that you provided, employees who take advantage of the SERP have a June 30th retirement date. The program would commence on July 1st, and their first payment would be on August 1st. So is it safe to assume that their, you know, payment in July would be their regular salary payroll for the month of June? Is there any funding that they'd be receiving in the month of July for SERP? Why is there that 1 month delay?
The 1 month delay is from the processing time it takes between the purchase of the annuity and the payments from the annuity. But recall, this is not their sole source of revenue. The SERP is supplemental to their PERS or STRS retirement. And so the PERS and STRS retirement payout will be determined once that person files their paperwork and works with PERS and STRS, but that will be the primary source for most retirees, for all retirees during the retirement. But this will begin on August 1st for them.
Okay, and that is actually a great segue to my last question. So I sent an email over the weekend to Vice President Duran and also Superintendent President Bynum. Vice President Drinkwine, I don't think I included you in that email, and I apologize. I don't think there's a reason for that. I think I was laser focused on HR. But one of the issues that was brought to my attention is that STRS is currently offering a 2-year credit incentive to anyone who takes advantage of a program such as SERP, who does take the retirement this year. I understand that it's at a cost for the district. I get that it's not free. So I'm wondering, and Vice President Duran, you would be the expert on this. I'm wondering if the $500,000 to $1 million savings that would be provided by the employees who take advantage of SERP could be used to offset those expenses so that we can allow employees to take advantage of that 2-year credit with STRS if they want to. And I, just from the lay research that I did this weekend on the STRS website, I am a STRS contributing former employee. So I actually have an account and I'm able to go in there and, they've done a really good job with their website, by the way. It's really user friendly. But if there's an incentive that we can provide, is there a way that you can give us an overview or some kind of chart or some kind of table to show how much it would cost?
So we certainly could see and work through Keenan to see what that might entail. The question becomes, are we going to offer it for STRS and PERS individuals? The 2-year golden handshake, I believe, is something that has always been offered. And for STRS, it's in a 2-year increment, not partial. I believe PERS offers up to 1 year or 2 years. And it is a process of entering into an agreement with both PERS and STRS, if that's the wish. And I want to say, though, again, I don't hold myself out as a PERS or STRS expert. They're pretty thick processes, but I believe it goes through LACO. And then the question becomes, what truly is the savings to the district? That is the reason why we are offering a supplemental early retirement plan, is to realize savings, especially in light, as Vice President Drinkwine says, of the fiscal uncertainty and sort of the trends, be it enrollment or other things, as we potentially might be right-sizing the institution to what we might be facing in the next year or two.
May I, if you don't mind, may I just say a couple of words about this as well? The Chancellor's Office and the Legislative Analyst's Office just recently put out some information about, you've probably heard about the windfall one-time amount that's coming from the state this year. They thought it was going to be $23 billion, and now it's down to about $15 billion, but it's one-time money. They're talking about putting that money to pay down on the deferrals that were set in place this past year because of budget problems. That would have been a deferral from this year, then a deferral again from next year. One of the issues with this is if you look at their projections, they've got a 3-year follow-up to this one-time windfall that we're looking at this year, where they come in under projections completely. And the SERP will help us, in addition. I understand what you're asking about, Trustee Malauulu, and I understand the concern of the board, but the other issue for us is if we have a savings of $500,000 to $1.4 million, and we do have budget cuts that come in 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, that's going to help us as well. And that's where you talk about right sizing. And, it'd be great to be able to save this money and then turn around and say, okay, let's take this money and do X with it right now. But part of what we're trying to do here is also make sure that we're being very, very careful about where we're going from after this current year and what that's going to look like. And it's my understanding also that with the golden handshake, you end up paying, that's a different kind of calculation that you have to make. And it's a different, it's not for us right now, that's why the SERPs have been offered the last couple of 3 years. And I don't have the details for that. We can get that for you. But it's a different kind of formula that we would be looking at to try to figure out.
And the fact that the entire cost is actually borne by the employer, there is no additional contribution by the employee.
I understand, and I appreciate that information. Is there any way that you can come back to the board with some sample numbers? Like if we got the 15 employees who wanted to take advantage of the SERP and half of them were eligible for the 2-year credit, how much would that cost the district? What if we had 25 employees and 10 of them were eligible for the 2-year credit? Is there a way that you can chart that for us so we can see what the expense would be to the district?
President Drinkwine and myself can reach out to Keenan and see what information we might be able to come back with.
Okay, and would we still have to vote on the SERP today to get that information, or should we wait for that information? Does the 2-year opportunity for the credit have to be voted on tonight, or can we vote on that later?
So I would think it would need to be part of the total package. And, part of what we're trying to accomplish is, especially with remote, is to make sure we have enough time to give people to consider this. I think one of the things we heard back the last time, and I remember this distinctly, is that there just wasn't enough time for faculty to really consider it because the window was so short. So we're trying to give people as much time, especially with PERS, STIRS, and getting the resources out to help people understand. And in a remote world, it just takes longer to get this done. So but we can see what information we may be able to bring back.
Okay, so when did we open up the SERP in 2018?
It was pretty short. Actually, the interesting thing is I was just looking at Rose Delgadio's notice, and I don't think I have that open again. It was a pretty quick turnaround.
I believe it was April.
Yeah,
I remember that. I actually remember, and I might still have them if I search, but I remember getting a couple of emails with employees who complained because they felt they didn't have enough time to research and figure things out. I'm glad that we're starting so early in the game. I'm glad that we're researching it now, but would it be too much to ask if we were to defer this item and table it to January when we do have more information to consider about the 2-year credit? It might not be beneficial. It might be expensive for the district, but at least we can have that and really give it a proper consideration before we say no, because if we vote on it tonight, then we can't come back and make that change next month, right?
I believe you would be able to if you wish, though it could potentially add confusion, but if the board wished to enhance the program, I think the board would have that authority to do that.
I agree with Vice President Duran. I believe that if you approve the SERP as we've presented it to you tonight, then you are approving that package of benefits. Nothing would prevent you from enriching the potential benefit incentive or the retirement incentive. You wouldn't be able to reverse it because obviously folks are going to make their decision. However, it could present confusion that people may be considering this and then later on have an additional one. And I do want to repeat what Interim Superintendent President Bynum stated earlier, is that any additional benefit would erode the savings. And there's always a benefit for it to actually end up with a cost.
Right. And the other thing too, for STIRS and PERS, the only way they'll approve it is if you do in fact show a savings. So, but we can look at
that. Trustee Malauulu?
Yes. Thank you, Vice Presidents Durand and Drinkwine. Thank you for that. Yes, I'm done with my questions.
Great. Vice President Chico, you had your hand up?
I did, and some of my questions were asked by Trustee Malauulu and answered, so thank you. But I do think, once this is approved, when we're talking about the planning process, I agree with Trustee Malauulu that We want to allow ourselves some time to prepare. In that same vein, if we do approve and we do have people taking advantage of the SERP, then I would hope that we would also plan in our replacement, since we were talking about possibly promoting adjunct faculty, that we prioritize, if there is a way to prioritize diversifying our faculty, I think that's something that's really important that has been talked about, but that's going to be part of the planning process as well. That's going to take some time to figure out a way to do that. So, I just wanted to make sure that we were on record as saying that that's a priority and something that we need to also plan for if this SERP goes through. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Chico. I think my questions were answered, and I just chime in briefly and maybe make a suggestion here as we take the motion to move forward. I did talk to a few faculty and staff who were thankful for the longer lead time, that from now until the time we close, it'd be approximately 5 months to give people time to schedule meetings with, CalPERS staff members and go over their family status and, folks who have different retirements. Depends if you have 2.5 or 55 or how old are you and how many years of service you got, and maybe not all your years of service were at Long Beach City College. Maybe you work somewhere else, but you've been here at least 5 years. All the options that folks got to weigh. So I'm supportive of moving forward with the proposed SERP right now. And I know we talked about it this past summer, potentially not sure what the state budget would do if we had to do an emergency mid-year one, because the pandemic impact was going to be so bad on the budget that we ended up not needing to do. But part of that discussion was the larger lead time. I'm also supportive of the use it or lose it. Do it now, or you ain't got another shot for 5 years. Because it's or stay on the ship here for 5 more years. Opportunity. So I think as much as we can keep that and let people know that this is a limited time offer, I think is a good strategy. And then I think a report back or multiple report backs is probably an ideal supplemental to the motion to adopt. Would be maybe you get a report back in February on the 2-year option and kind of get our math together and see what that's like for STRS. And then also if we had a report back at the May meeting, that would be after the May 15th deadline. And that way we'll know, did we get the minimum threshold or not? It would probably be the quickest time that we'd be able to know. But again, probably not until the new fiscal year do we really know the actual savings. And Vice President Drinkwine, that's probably until August. Once it actually goes through and all the paperwork processes, that's probably be the real time we'll know if it's 600,000 or 1.2 million or more, right? Is that
Correct. Keenan will give us a report once all the retirees are known and are certain and have retired. Then we do get a summary report that indicates what our actual achieved savings are, depending on the type of employee who retired and what their annual salaries were.
And then Vice President Duran is on the 2-year handshake option. Is February a good time for a report back to the board on that? Because I don't know all the details. I know folks are on vacation here and winter semester until February. Is that enough time if we wanted to reconsider an enhancement of the SERP?
You know what? I have to be honest. I don't know. We can reach out to Keenan tomorrow and see if Keenan's even available to see what their experience is and what the process may be. And what would be involved even in being able to get savings relative to the data we need, the type of MOU agreement and that type of thing. But we'll certainly start looking at that tomorrow and get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, go to Trustee Baxter has her hand up, and then we'll go back to Trustee Malauulu. Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I just want to go on record that the whole purpose of the SERP is to save money. Not to say, where are we going to spend the money we're going to save? And I know I'm a fiscally conservative person. I've been that all my life and I intend to keep going. but I believe my constituents want good fiscal leadership. Secondly, I would like to talk about how we hire people at the college, and I don't mean talk about it now, but there is a whole process of how faculty are hired. And President, see, I've said President, Trustee Malauulu was a part-time teacher. I was a part-time teacher. There's a whole process. And so those were just the two things, and then I'll be quiet.
Well, I was a part-time teacher too, but
That's right.
we'll go to Trustee Malauulu.
But you got a better job.
I was at the university level. Yeah, okay, yes. We'll go to Trustee Malauulu.
I actually worked backwards. I started at Harbor College, went to Cal State Dominguez Hills, and then ended up at LBCC. So I did a reverse. Thank you, Trustee Baxter. I appreciate that. So I get that we're all working remotely, and I get that things are difficult. Vice President Duran, I think February is, probably reasonable. I was pushing for a report back for January, but that's just me being overly ambitious and cracking the whip. But the sooner that we can get some information, the better. But I would just like to see numbers, if you don't mind. If Keenan can provide those numbers to us to see how many we would need. Because, I get that we're supposed to be saving money by offering the CERP, but if we can use some of that money to be able to provide additional rewards so that our faculty can retire with dignity. And so many people right now in a global pandemic are considering retirement. I do the welfare and pension for my local, and more people have retired since the pandemic than in the 2 years that I've been in office, because it's just a sign of the times and people want to reevaluate what they're doing and reconsider. So I think in education, with things being remote and with people, families being affected, I think it might be an opportunity for us to provide that additional layer of security for some of our employees. I have one final question. Is this CERP, and forgive my ignorance, but is this CERP just for faculty, or does it also include classified? Because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the first CERP in 2016, I believe that it was just for faculty, but I don't know if I'm correct in that. I don't remember if I was even on the board when that happened. But is there also a PERS incentive for our classified staff? So I guess that's two questions.
Sure. So the CERP that was offered in 2018, I wasn't here for the one 2016, I don't have that info, was for classified as well as academic employees, so faculty, staff, and managers. With respect to a golden handshake, STIRS, my understanding is STIRS allows a 2-year, not a partial year, but a 2-year term, and that there is a similar process for PERS, and PERS will do up to a 1-year or a 2-year increment. I believe that was your question.
Okay, thank you. And then I know I keep saying one last question, but I just thought of something else. What about the reserves? So are we 25, 30% reserves right now? And I hate to be that person, but I know that we always talk about our reserves, but then our reserves goes up every year. Can the reserves be used to offset this 2-year credit incentive?
A little bit about that, not to get too much into an entire budget analysis, but we have, since I came on board, been projecting a operational deficit, meaning that we project that we're going to spend more money than we bring in. And we've been able to reverse that in each and every year because we've been very focused on how we handle our vacancies. And I can tell you that most of our teams here will say that we have been understaffed critically at different levels as we've tried to reduce our spending. that with salaries and benefits hovering at just above 90% of our total expenditures, obviously there's no opportunity to achieve savings of any material level other than within salaries and benefits. And so what we've done is have a process where all hires, new or otherwise, whether they're an existing vacancy or a new position, have to come up through executive cabinet and in the end get interim superintendent President Bynum's approval before we do that hiring. Through that effort, we have been able to reverse the deficit and actually end the year with a surplus. However, we continue to project those deficits. And as it's become more challenging to continue to have these understaffed levels, we are hiring people. In addition to the ongoing deficit, as Interim Superintendent President Bynum shared, we anticipate potential cuts. And we don't know where those cuts are going to come, but we do anticipate potential cuts. And having additional savings, having reserves gives us a soft landing for those cuts. So if we had a steep cut at one point just this past year, we were looking at a potential cut of 10%, which would have cost us $14 million. So with reserves at just about 30 million in 1 year, 14 million would have wiped out 50% of our reserves in 1 year alone. And in the second year, we would have had zero reserves. So maintaining a reserve level is important to give us a soft landing should we experience those funding reductions. So I am always hesitant to look at our reserves as an opportunity to increase savings when we have projected deficits.
Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to request a motion on the proposal that's presented.
So moved.
I'm going to say that was Trustee Zia and Trustee Malulu simultaneously. Did I get those voices right?
Sure.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the recommendation. I guess a question here on discussion. Can we do the report back on the STIRS in January, February, what those would be, and then we'll expect a report back in May after the deadline passes? Is that fair, or do we need to make an amendment to the motion? Or who?
So I asked that question and I was told that we could always come back and, add an additional incentive. So we could approve the SERP right now and then come back and hope, if it's ready in January, great. If it's February, great. But at least we can start the ball rolling with SERP, and then it would just be an additional incentive if it works out that way for the 2-year credit.
Yeah, I'm supportive of moving forward with the SERP tonight. My only question was a report back on additional information, and probably the sooner the report back would be better than latter. And I'm just asking for clarification. If we do nothing, should we expect a report in May of our May 21st? I think it's May 21st is the deadline, and then our meeting's like May 28th. I don't know if that's too close, or we'd have to wait till June to really know what the number ends up being. I don't know, that's a question for Vice President Durand or Drinkwine. Do you know how quickly we'll know after the actual deadline passes?
I think Vice President Durand would agree that we will know as of the close of business on May 21st how many we have. We will be watching those submittals through 5:00 p.m. on May 21st, which is the deadline.
We'll know by 5:15.
Yes.
We don't have to wait like 2 weeks for election results to be counted and thought about, certified.
A month.
All right.
We'll know.
Great. All right. I'm supportive of moving forward, and we'll follow up on future agenda requests. All right. Is there any other discussion on the motion at hand to adopt the recommendation of enacting the SERP as presented? Seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
Baxter?
Yes.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Bok Jo Intuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. Recommendation is adopted. The SERP moves forward. Thanks, everybody, for the great discussion. Moving to section 8 on the agenda, Academic Senate. Looks like we have a couple of modified and inactive courses. So we'll go to 8.1, new modified inactive courses. This is an action item coming from the Academic Senate. We have a listing of the index of new courses, modified courses, inactive courses, and distance education courses. There's quite a long list. I'm not going to read them all, but these come under, or these courses have been created and modified to meet Title V requirements, provide additional general education and program options to meet industry requirements as a result of the course routine review and/or to respond to advisory committee recommendations. New and modified courses were developed and approved by their respective college departments and schools. Modification may include changes to course descriptions, course titles, co-requisites, or prerequisites. Courses that have been inactive and have not been offered in recent memory, or the context may be shifted to other courses. Documentation has been reviewed by the Course Evaluation Subcommittee and approved by the Committee on Curriculum and Instruction. This is an action item. I'll need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion made by Trustee Zia. I believe Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, second.
Great. Maybe ask Vice President Scott, do you have anything you want to say to this item?
Dr. Thank you, President Intuck. Dr. Koenig was going to speak to this briefly, but she is having internet troubles. So I can just give you just a couple of highlights of things that are really significant for instruction. There's a lot of courses here that are supporting our brand new architectural program, and that's very exciting.
Did you hear that? Oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute.
That was good though.
I apologize. My son wants to be an architect when he grows up. So I go, Jordan, did you hear that? Sorry about that. I thought I was on mute.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear, though. That's amazing.
Anyways, there's a lot of courses, about 10 brand new courses. We have a whole new curriculum, so send them over. We have new English support courses that are now being offered as non-credit. We have a whole new electrical set of courses to help students succeed in the credit programs. We have 2 ethnic studies courses, President Intuck, that you might be particularly interested in, one coming out of sociology, one coming out of history. And we have, among many, many other things, 51 courses approved for distance ed on this list. So thank you for the opportunity to highlight those.
Thank you. I'm glad we're already promoting them to our West Long Beach youth to get them to sign up. Thank you, Dr. Scott. Any other discussion, anything from the Academic Senate, Jerry? Or we're ready to move forward? Okay. All right. No further discussion on this item. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Baxter, is that a legacy hand up or is that a new hand up? And you're on mute, so whatever you're saying.
I know, I'm so busy looking at these classes, I forgot to turn mine off. Sorry. Yes, I love that. Legacy hand up. I love that.
Hand from the past. All right, and I was looking already. I'm registering for these ethnic studies classes for next semester. I'm excited about that. Great to see that move forward. All right, so with no further discussion on this item, let's take a roll call vote to adopt these new courses and modified courses.
Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Cynthia Malauulu?
Aye.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Together to now. Vivian Malauulu?
Aye again.
Uduak Joe Intuck?
Aye, the first time.
Sunny Zia?
Aye. You're doing great, Jackie.
Huh?
You're doing great, Jackie.
Make my job entertaining. Although I'm too sick to be entertained tonight. Oh, okay.
All right. Was that everybody? Sounds like it passed. All right. Motion adopted. The classes are accepted. Moving to 8.2, another one on new, modified, and inactive program of study. So these are programs, this is coming from the Academic Senate. There's quite a long list of new programs, looks like cloud computing, and modified programs like database, and some inactive programs. Fashion design's on there. Do we get a motion and a second to adopt these changes to the Academic Senate? Trustee Baxter has her hand up first. I'm going to take that as the maker of the motion. Who was second there?
That was me.
Vice
Trustee.
President Chico is the seconder on the motion. So this is a Baxter Chico motion. So let's see here. Similar to the last item, Vice President or Scott, do you want to speak to this at all as well?
I'll say about 2 sentences. Thank you, President Intek. Yes, we have the new degree and certificate in cloud computing, which we're very happy to see because we know how important that is when we look at the news and we see what's happening in our government with hacking. And we also have 3 new welding non-credit certificates, and we have our 28th associate degree for transfer and hospitality management, which we're very also happy to see. Thank you for the opportunity.
Great. Another ADT. That's why we keep running awards, is for our ADTs. Great. If there's no further discussion, we'll go to a roll call vote. Secretary Hunt?
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intek,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. It passes. Great. We'll move on to item 8.3, modification to the General Education Plan B, my favorite, the CSU transfer plan. So this is a recommendation action that the Board of Trustees approve addition of courses to the General Education Plan B as submitted. And these courses are transferable to any of the 23 CSUs. Can I get a motion in a second to move forward on discussion on this item?
So moved.
Trustee Zia made a motion. Is there a second? Oh, Trustee Baxter had her digital hand up.
Yep, second. Hey, I learn eventually.
We're going, hey, this is how we get more efficient here. All right. So we got a motion in a second, and this is about the, this came from the curriculum committee and instruction committee about the General Education Plan Area F ethnic studies for Plan B. Do you want to talk about this a little bit?
Oh, sure. These are the 2 courses that were just approved for ethnic studies, and they are to put them on Plan B, which is the CSU transfer track. So we definitely want to do that. We want to be a place where students can take these courses and satisfy that new Area F.
Wonderful. And one follow-up question, is this related to our discussion 2 months ago about the new ethnic studies graduation requirement, CSU, that we were working vigorously towards and make sure that we can offer that lower division class?
Yes, it absolutely is. That's what it is.
Wonderful.
They are. Yep.
Lo and behold. Great job. It looks like Trustee Baxter has her real hand up.
Yeah, both. When will we start offering these classes?
We should be able to offer them in fall.
Okay.
That's when we want to be able to start offering them. They were
Okay.
pushed through very quickly so we could meet the requirements.
Right.
And it doesn't mean that they're the only courses that will meet these requirements coming forward. There may be additional courses, but these
Yeah.
are the first 2.
But I think anything we can do to get the word out to the CSUs, especially Dominguez Hills and Cal State Long Beach, this could be a real opportunity for us to build enrollment.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Baxter.
Vice President Chico has her hand up.
So I'd like to thank you, President Intek, for your leadership on this. It's really important to have ethnic studies. And I was just wondering if these are going to be part of the distance learning classes.
Yes. They have not gone through that approval process yet, but I can't imagine that they wouldn't be. Most of our classes that are lecture-based, as this one would be, are in that format. And we don't know what's going to be happening with us in fall in terms of being online or not online, but we are pushing through virtually everything into an online format so that we have that opportunity. But yes, I would absolutely see this as being an online course because we want to be able to offer it to people who may be university students and may not be able to come to campus easily. So absolutely, I can't imagine this wouldn't be an online course.
Okay, great. And then I guess my other question is that we'll probably find out later on down the line if all of our classes are going to remain distance learning for the fall.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? All of our courses, let me backtrack a minute. Not all of our courses are approved for distance ed, but hundreds and hundreds and hundreds have gone through the approval process, as Jerry is saying. The faculty have worked so hard to get these approved for distance ed. So we are able to have them either way, face-to-face or distance ed, depending on what the world looks like in August.
Okay. Well, I'd also like to thank the faculty for making that so as well. I know you worked really hard on ensuring that we transferred to distance learning. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Zia.
Yeah, I've had quite a bit of suggestions last time we talked about this, including ensuring that this doesn't become grounds for exercising anti-Semitism as it has been in some other districts. So what are some of the efforts and preventive measures we're taking to ensure that we don't become this doesn't become a vehicle for proselytizing anti-Semitic tropes by way of this program?
Our faculty are not going to put forward something that would do that. This is designed to help faculty and help our students have an ethnic studies background so they leave college with more sensitivity. And I understand what you're saying, Trustee Zia. We don't want students to have any kind of prejudice against anyone. So, I don't have the curriculum in front of me, but I can speak to you about that later. I can pull up the curriculum, but again, I don't have it in front of me right now. But this is designed to deal with racial inequities, and that is the focus of it. It doesn't, I can't speak beyond that right now.
Right.
May I say something to that as well?
Jenna, just if you can bear with
me. Of course.
One sec, if I can finish my thought. The concern I brought up last time was that, for example, in San Francisco, it's not necessarily the curriculum, it's people who were invited to speak. So while I have great confidence in our faculty, absolute 100% confidence, I just want to make sure that what happened in other districts doesn't happen to us and that we are putting in safeguards. And that's what I'd like to have assurance from staff. And I hope you understand, Kathy. I believe you when you say understand, but it does give me a little bit of a pause when I see a little bit of a dismissive approach of, almost like not taking it into account. Now, I could be wrong. I'm sure you guys have put in that preventative measures. I just like to better understand them. If you can help elucidate that for me.
Well, I was not in the course eval meeting where this was discussed, but I understand that it was discussed extensively to make sure that that didn't happen. Like I said, Dr. Koenig has an internet connection right now and can't speak to it. And I was not in that meeting, so I can't speak to it in detail. But we would have no problem providing a summary to you of what was discussed in that meeting to ensure that you feel comfortable with what was discussed in the final decisions with the curriculum.
May I go ahead and speak to that as well?
Trustee Jimenez, I'll get you next here. I think Trustee Zia had one more question, and
Okay.
That's fine. I'd like to get that. When can I get that report?
As soon as I can get it from Dr. Koenig, and we're not on contract right now, so I'll need to see when she can write that up for me, because again, I wasn't there, and I need to get it from her. So as soon as I can get it from her, and like I said, we're not on contract, I'll do my best.
What does that mean when you're not on contract?
The faculty are not on contract right now. Their last day was on Friday. So as soon as I can get it from Dr. Koenig, I know that, actually, I don't know what she's doing right now, but I need to wait for her to provide it to me. And
I'd appreciate that. And perhaps Jerry can opine as well and help crystallize it for me. I have my entire community, the Jewish community, is very interested in this, as we have been affected by some of the, we are all for ethnic studies. I voted for it. But I'd like to have, some safeguards in place that, my community is not being, at effect of some of these rhetorics and some of the things that other districts have faced. So I'd really appreciate that. And Jerry, did you want to say something? I think you were.
I just wanted to clarify, are you concerned that we would bring speakers on campus that would have a message that you didn't feel was appropriate? Or do you think it's a speaker in a class? I just wasn't sure what you were referring to. And I want to make sure I understand.
In the ethnic studies classes.
That's what having a speaker come in. Okay, there is an administrative reg that talks about guest speakers on campus. So I would, I would encourage you to look at that. There's a process faculty have to do in order to have a guest speaker on campus. There's a process for that.
I was assured that this particular item was going to be examined, and in this report, I was under the impression that it was already taken into account. But it sounds like from what Kathy has shared that has gone through, and I'm going to get that summary. So I don't want to belabor the point. As long as we take it into account, I just like to better understand what those were, so that it can help crystallize it for me, and I can convey it to my community who's very interested in this.
Sure.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Jerry. Let's go to Trustee Jimenez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Trustee Zia, for mentioning that. That's something that I did not know about. And as a student representative, I would only expect that instructors continue to teach culture and not preach hate in any way towards any sort of community. So my intention with approving these courses is to amplify the understanding of different cultures and understanding of different people so that we can all work together. So I just it is my expectation as a student and as a representative of students that we continue to hold space for different cultures, and, so I just wanted to echo that to you, because that is a concern that I didn't know about, but it is the expectation that we, use words of unison and unity, when we're teaching our students. So just wanted to mention that to you, because that is the expectation that I believe we should hold.
Thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez. You're lovely, and I really appreciate those words.
All right. Well, thank you for the discussion. If there's not any further discussion, we'll take a vote on the motion. Secretary Hahn, you want to do a roll call?
Yes. Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Baxter?
Aye.
Linda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Right. Modification is adopted to Plan B. All right. Moving now into Category 9, Academic Affairs. We have two items in this area. The first is a new board policy administrative regulation on distance education. The attachments are there on board docs. This is an action item that I'll need the recommendation is for a motion that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt new policy 40XX distance education as submitted. The XX is because the numbers have not been assigned yet to what the policy will be until it's finalized. So can I get a motion in a second? Looks like Trustee Baxter had her hand up and Vice President Chico is the second. So we have a motion in a second. Is there any discussion on this topic? Dr. Scott, you want to say anything about distance education, which is a hot topic?
Well, this was on the agenda at the last meeting, and I did talk about it then. I'm happy to talk about it again if there's any additional questions, but I think it's pretty straightforward. We didn't have one before, and we have one now, and that's important. And it's important to have all the different elements about regular and effective contact and the quality of our instruction and all those things. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. So this is the second reading of the policy from last month.
Yes.
Great. Any questions or any discussions on the new policy?
I don't see that it's second reading. I'm sorry.
Well, it's action, and we only, the first one is informational.
Oh, second. Yes, not
Like-
first. Yes.
Yeah,
correct. Thank you. Too late. for me.
first and then second, right? That is that
Yeah,
way? it
way it
work?
goes,
Okay.
Board President Intec. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's 9:45, so late in the evening, we can get easily confused. Okay, so this is the second reading, the adoption of the policy. We have a motion in a second. Let's move to the roll call vote.
Student Trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intec,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we've adopted a distance education policy for the first time. Congrats, everybody. All right, now we're going to 9.2. New board policy administrative regulation 40XX, library and learning support services. This is another new policy, and there's a recommendation for action that the board of trustees approve and adopt the new policy 40XX, which hasn't been assigned the final two numbers yet. Library and learning services. This is both the board policy and administrative regulations. Is there a motion and a second to adopt this new policy? I see Trustee Baxter has her hand up first. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, I'm going to go with Trustee Zia on the second. Any discussion on this? This is the second reading and the adoption of the library and learning services, support services policy.
But President Hunter, could I just make a quick statement?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
I am very, very proud of the library and learning support services area of the college. They have taken an area that was basically, tutoring and expanded it to help students in so many different ways. One of them is the multi-service center, which handles all kinds of learning opportunities and tutorials and things like that. I think the fact that in this policy, a librarian must be on staff when the library is open, that you'd think that would just be a given, but evidently it needs to be in the policy. And so I just want to salute that area for really doing a great job.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing a second reading. It just says action. Is it?
I missed it too. It's in the body of the content. We're on 9.2.
Yeah, if you read the text there, it says it was first time was November 18th, 2020 meeting.
That was the last paragraph in the content, that it was presented for first reading November 18th, and now it's come back for action.
Yeah, thank you.
I missed it too, Trustee Zia.
And I'm ad-libbing a little bit because it doesn't explicitly say that in the recommendation. But as we all know, our policy, we have a first reading and we have a second reading, and second reading when it gets adopted. So this is our action, second reading. Well, thanks for the question and clarification. Seeing no other further discussion, let's take a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intec,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, motion adopted. Two new policies tonight. Thank you, everybody. Moving to section 10, administrative and business services. It looks like we have up for adoption what was presented earlier on the audit. So we have 10.1, the 2019-2020 District Annual Audit for Measure E 2008, Measure LB 2016 Performance Audit, and Measure E 2008 and Measure LB 2016 Financial Audit. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees received the following 2019-2020 audits as submitted for the District Financial Audit, the Bond Financial Audit, and the Bond Performance Audit. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
3 items? Who made that motion?
Trustee Zia.
All right, Trustee Zia, do we have a second? Trustee Baxter had her hand up. So we got a motion in a second for these 3 audit reports. We had a presentation earlier. Any other discussion before we take a vote? Hearing and seeing none, call for a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter. Was that her? Okay. Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. Motion adopted, audit report accepted. Moving to agenda item 10.2, campus security, City of Long Beach Police Department contract amendment. We do have a presentation. Before we start the presentation, I'd like to ask that there be a motion in a second so we can have discussion on this item.
So moved.
Trustee Zia made the motion. Is there any seconds?
Second?
And that was that student trustee Jimenez?
Yes.
Okay.
And Baxter will be the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I can't find my little hand.
Oh. Hopefully we'll get that resolved shortly. All right.
No, it's because of the presentation.
Okay. All right. Somebody stole Trustee Baxter's hand. We'll find it for you. Let's go to Vice President Drinkwine for the presentation before we do any voting or any further discussion.
Thank you so much. I have a brief update for you on campus policing. I'll review the timeline that you mentioned earlier. I'll also talk about the Long Beach Police Department contract, share some draft plan recommendations and potential next steps. Next slide, please. So it was in June that the board created an ad hoc committee for the purpose of looking at campus policing. That meeting met with the PLC on September 21st. On October 28th, the Board of Trustees was presented with the 2019 annual report on campus crime, also known as the Cleary Report. In November, at the November Board of Trustees meeting, was the first presentation of the Long Beach Police Department contract amendment. The Board of Trustees did not adopt the amendment at that time. And then in early December, there was a second board ad hoc committee meeting. Next slide, please. And so some background on the Long Beach Police Department contract. It was in 2003 that we first approved the contract with the Long Beach Police Department, replacing a formerly held district campus policing department. And that contract has been a 5-year contract ever since. The officers that are assigned to the district are Long Beach Police Department employees, and that their salaries are determined by actions by the city of Long Beach. And you'll note that our contract term doesn't follow our fiscal year, but rather follows the city council's budget year because it is aligned with their timing, because any changes they have in their employee wages. For instance, if they approve a union contract, a union compensation increase, that does flow down into our contract costs on an annual basis. And that is what results in our need for an annual amendment, even though we do have a 5-year contract. Next slide, please. So as a conclusion to many of these meetings, and as recommendations for how we can move forward with this process, because there is a recognition that the needs of our campus are substantially different during the pandemic and during the campus closures than they otherwise would be. And that this change in need is not a result of that continuing conversation about equitable campus policing, but rather what we're presenting to you today in this contract amendment reflects a reduction in staffing from the Long Beach Police Department because we have a different level of campus activities. We don't have zero activity. We do have those essential labs. We have nearly 2,500 to 3,000 students on campus. We also have essential personnel. We also have the need to still secure our buildings and the contents of those buildings. I think I shared with you at the last meeting that we have had some incidents of vandalism. We've had incidences of trespassing in our parking structure, things like that that could be hazardous. So we have different needs. And as we reviewed our current need, and we reviewed them with the Long Beach Police Department, we have a recommendation to reduce the staffing level by the Long Beach Police Department by 4 SSOs, also known as Special Services Officers. This reduction would still allow us to have at each campus for the day and evening shifts a sworn officer. So we will have 1 sworn officer in the early shift, 1 sworn officer in the evening shift at each campus, and overnight we would not have a sworn officer, we would have the SSO. It would allow us to keep our dispatcher, but it would reduce the number of SSOs from 12 to 8. The cost savings for that would be just slightly over $200,000. And that reduction would be the period through September 30th, through the conclusion of this current amendment, remembering that we do have another year in our 5-year contract. Next slide, please. The second of the 5 plan recommendation is to increase Long Beach Police Department's involvement in our current framework for reconciliation, to make sure that they are directly involved in those efforts. The third recommendation is to establish a security advisory task force with broad representation from across the campus and stakeholders. This would be in place for a 1-year pilot period to share information, to collaborate on ways to improve campus safety. It would be distinctly different than the current BIT. That's the Behavior Intervention Team. We already have a team at which we have members from counseling, from faculty, from safety across the board, with a focus on student conduct and helping specific students. Very different from that is this effort where we're focusing on how we have a campus security plan. How do we want to approach campus security? Next slide, please. The fourth recommendation is to engage with an external campus safety consultant to get those best practices, to get that expertise in approaching not just equitable community policing, but what does that look like for a college? What does that look like in a campus environment? We've started having discussions with one firm, and we are going to be shortly having discussions with another firm. As you can imagine, this is very much a very focused work. There's not a bunch of people out there doing this work who having the expertise. So we are looking for those experts and to bring those experts on board to help guide some of these conversations, to make suggestions to us for considerations so that we can get those best practices. And then fifth, to continue our community relations building and training for the campus community, to make sure that we have the information we need to have to make informed decisions, to provide us with that framework to continue with this effort, and then also to expand our engagement practices. That we already have things like the ice cream socials, but really we want to expand that and expand the engagement. Next slide, please. And so for our next steps, I am requesting board approval of the contract amendment with the reduced staffing that would carry us through September 30th. That would bridge the time period during which we're having these discussions and starting to engage in this very important work. And so the second next step would be for the Board of Trustees to direct staff to implement the draft plan recommendations. Next slide, please. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. If trustees have questions, please click your digital hand or make sure your camera's on and I can see you waving. Looks like Vice President Chico has her hand up. Vice President Chico?
Thank you. The virtual hand wasn't working, so thank you for recognizing that. I apologize. I'm new, so I'm going to ask questions that may have been asked before, and so I will apologize in advance. Can you tell me about the difference of having our own dispatcher as opposed to the dispatcher that Long Beach PD typically works with?
Thank you. It's a great question. That in our contract, the Long Beach Police Department, it is a self-contained operation where they supply their dispatcher because their dispatcher would need to work closely, not just with our campus, but also with the Long Beach Police Department themselves. So it's important that they be tied into that Long Beach Police Department system of dispatching. So what we get from the Long Beach Police Department are those officers, the sworn and the SSOs. We have the lieutenant on campus and we have a dispatcher. We also have the equipment and the vehicles that support them. And so all of that is within the unit that the Long Beach Police Department places on our campuses.
So there is a dedicated dispatcher on campus?
Correct.
And do they work 24/7?
No, what happens is we have the dispatcher assigned to us during a certain period. After that, the Long Beach Police Department would have a dispatching unit that would supplement it in the evening hours, or you'd have the officer themselves answering the phone if you call the security line. When you call the security line, you will often get the officer answering, but the dispatcher, the assigned dispatcher is not there 24 hours. Certainly not. We only have the one, but it is supplemented by other officers in other times. As you can imagine, during a regular year, and I will say again, COVID is not regular. We find that our needs of our campus are significantly different, but during a regular year, the single dispatcher during the day shift is sufficient.
And can I add to that, if I could, please, Vice President Chico and Vice President Drinkwine? I think also the advantage of having a dispatcher assigned to us is it puts us at the front of the line for any issues that we have. We don't have to go through the city's regular dispatcher, which may push us back depending on what else is going on in the city. And so we're fighting for attention from somebody if we need to have someone come on campus quickly. And somebody else is making a decision that's in a patrol unit. This way, we get immediate attention with the dispatcher that is assigned to us and puts us at the front of the line. We don't have to wait for a patrol unit someplace in the city to come.
So the dispatcher is on campus and the patrol units are patrolling the campus.
The patrol unit, when I was saying patrol units, I'm talking about the regular patrol units in Long Beach. If we didn't have our own dispatcher, our calls would go to the city's dispatcher that is plugged into the patrol units around the city. And depending on how somebody else in the city is dealing with the situation or how serious they think it is, we may or may not get attended to right away. But a dispatcher that's tied to us will get us right attention right away from our own police as well as Long Beach Police additional if we need them.
So the dispatcher can prioritize our calls and not the judgment of the officer that's out in the field?
I don't think that's correct, but what that means is that when we have our dispatcher for our needs, we're not having to go through the central dispatching for the Long Beach Police Department. That we have this dedicated unit, so we also have a dedicated dispatcher, which prevents us from having to go to the general dispatching and then back again. Now we can just be a little bit more efficient and have our dispatcher who could also relay messages to the Long Beach Police Department, but it's always according to the Long Beach Police Department. If they had several different events happening simultaneously throughout the city, they would determine if they needed to dispatch additional officers, how that would work.
Okay, and I guess if I understood the patrolling, so if we have officers dedicated to the campus, wouldn't they immediately respond? I mean, I don't know if they split their time patrolling the surrounding area, if maybe you can provide some input on that, if they just drive from campus to campus back and forth, how does it work?
Our officers are dedicated to our campuses. So when they're having their shifts are designed to have routine foot patrols and vehicle patrols of our campuses. And so you'll have sworn officer and SSO specifically assigned to one of the campuses for a shift. And during that shift, they're both patrolling or responding to requests, whether that request is for an escort back to a vehicle at the end of a 9 o'clock class, or whether that request is because somebody has discovered that perhaps, our largest crime used to be theft of bicycles. So whether they were reporting some type of theft, that would be what they would respond to. Of course, if there was ever a large event happening citywide, the city could ask that our officers respond to that large one. That happens very infrequently, as any you can imagine would be with a district-wide event. But if there was some large-scale emergency, say some earthquake or something like that, they could be reassigned. But our officers do patrol our campuses and respond to calls on our campus exclusively unless there is that large-scale event.
Okay, and that makes complete sense. I guess I'm now just trying to figure out the connection of the dispatcher. So does that, and what I heard was that we have a dispatcher dedicated to the campus that is on the campus.
So the dispatcher is doing more than just getting a call and saying you're needed, go here, because that is part of it. The dispatcher's role also is to relay messaging between the officers. So if you were an officer and you needed to relay a message to an officer at another campus, that could happen as well. I would be happy to bring back to you a greater report on specifically what those dispatcher duties are.
That would be helpful.
So that you could understand a little bit more about why they're needed and what they're doing. But it is a component of our dedicated operations.
Okay, that makes complete sense. And then I guess I'm having some trouble understanding why, if the college has entered, sorry, of course they're going to my cats, sorry. I think that, oh gosh, sorry. See, this is what happens when you're an animal lover. They take over your house. So can we, I guess I would like a better understanding of the contract, right? So why, if it's our contract, why are we on the city's timeline?
Sure. It is our contract with the city, but the city's costs, which flow down to us as direct costs, are based on the city's contracts because that reflects their negotiations for compensation for the officers. So our contract with the Long Beach Police Department requires that we, in essence, pay for those officers' salaries. Plus an administration fee. So since those officers' salaries increase annually in a timeline that is based on the city's budget, our contract mirrors that for ease, because otherwise we would have to have mid-contract amendments to reflect the increases in those. So our contract is built to reflect the actual compensation of those officers plus an administrative overhead charge. And so since the compensation changes annually, effective October 1st, October 1st is the start date for the contract and is the date upon which all of our amendments are dated back to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I'm gonna get this all set up again.
Thanks, Vice President Chico. Looks like Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to, yeah, okay, I'm not on mute. I just wanted to clarify a couple things for Vice President Chico, because I'm like the resident historian. In the olden days, we used the City of Long Beach dispatcher. And I remember I was locked out of a building. So I am calling downtown Long Beach to say, please come to 0102 and unlock the door. And the dispatcher go, huh? What? You know, because that makes no sense to somebody who's, you know, waiting for horrible, horrible things to happen. So by having our own dispatcher, that dispatcher knows buildings, they understand when you say I'm locked out of my car and I'm in parking lot J, oh, okay, you know, they understand all that. So that's the value of the dispatcher. Secondly, the reason that we went to Long Beach PD in 2003 is that we wanted a professional security force that, because times change. In the olden days, a man walked around, Bob Q, with a flashlight. That was our security. And he just walked into Luann will remember that because she'll remember Bob Q. You know, but things have changed. And so, you know, it was really a necessity to go with a professional service organization like the Long Beach PD.
Yeah, and then actually when we had our own security force, we also had a dispatcher at that time as well with our own security force.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to reinforce the concept too that this contract amendment can be perceived as a bridge, that it gets us to September 30th, 2021 and completes this current year of contract, while simultaneously we're engaging, as we described in our recommendations, that full-fledged engagement with groups and stakeholders across the campus community to have those meaningful discussions on what equitable campus security looks like. And so in no way does this represent a final decision on what we're going to be doing for campus security for the future, but rather represents the completion of this annual amendment process.
And this President Intuck, not that I'm that much of a historian, but we did bring this up last month and it was voted down because it came forward with just increase without an explanation. We asked for retooling it because we are in the pandemic. It's a 90% reduction of people on campus that while there may be some vandalism, you know, a good coat of paint can't cover could always cover it up as well. So this came back here. So just to clarify what the difference is in this, in the attachment, it doesn't look any different in the attachment from this month to the last month for the amendment. But what I think I'm hearing is that it's just we're cutting 4 SSO officers for the next 9 months is what the offer is. And
it's actually documented in the attachment under category 1 in a very small print. There's an asterisk that mentions that the billable hours reflects a reduction to 8 SSO positions beginning January 1st through September 30th. But it is in very small print as an asterisk.
I know we talked about it briefly last week with Superintendent Bynum, myself, and then President Malauulu, that it was a proposal was going to come forward, but we didn't know what it was until the agenda came out, and we had asked for some equity because there's 2 different bargaining units there. Did we meet and confer with the SSO's union about the reductions?
Since the Long Beach Police Department is the employer and our contract is with the Long Beach Police Department, we don't meet directly with their collective bargaining units. The recommendation that comes before you has only reductions to SSOs because we already have a minimum number of sworn officers. Reduction of sworn officers means that we would not have a sworn officer present for the 2 primary shifts at each campus. Since we have essential labs being offered at each campus, our recommendation is to maintain the presence of a sworn officer at each campus for the 2 primary shifts. The 1 shift that would not have sworn officers present and has not in the past had a sworn officer present is the overnight shift. But the morning shift and the evening shift, the recommendation is to continue the presence of a sworn officer at each campus.
And I guess in the proposals that they came forward with, was this the only proposal? Because I heard there was going to be a range of options and I never saw what those options are.
Correct. The range of options range from the reduction between 1 and 4 SSOs. We are recommending the maximum number of reduction to reflect the severely reduced presence and activities on campus to 4. That leaves 8 SSOs. So you would have 2 SSOs overnight, and then the remaining 6 SSOs would be split between campuses and between the 2 shifts.
So there was no other option. It was just either 1 SSO or 4 SSO.
Correct. Because we felt it critical to maintain the presence of that sworn officer at each campus for the morning and evening shift.
And then I know that there was this cost increase that was built in from last year to this year. What was that total cost increase amount on salaries from last month?
And forgive me, I'd have to go back to the previous contract and I can pull that up and find the delta. The contract that was proposed last month showed that full difference. This contract now has been reduced downward by that $200,000 amount. So I'd have to go back and do that calculation for you. I don't have it in front of me.
I guess I was just trying to understand from last month's proposed increase to what's here, how much of that increase versus reduction. Is it a 1-to-1 offset? Is it more? Is it less? What is that number? And then I also continue to have concerns about equity that we're only looking to reduce in SSOs to offset it, where really I think the issue that came up last time was the increase with the substantial 90% reduction in people on campus, that not matching up, I thought was the bigger issue, but I do have concerns about equity here in this proposal. So you were going to say something, Marlene?
I was going to just say that $200,000 savings that I mentioned is after the increase in compensation was applied. So I will have to go back and compare the before and after to determine what the overall increase was.
All right, and Trustee Malulu has her hand up.
Excuse me, President Intek, can I answer your question? Because I think I have the information that you're asking about. The increase that we had from October 19 to September 20 was 22,000 in salaries and benefits.
Sorry, so that was last month's?
No, well, no, it's just, if you were asking about the increase, what came to us last month was 3.4 million. And the year before it was 3.3, 3.412, 3.389. So there's a $22,000 difference from year to year. And then if we had a $200,000 savings, then it would be what, about 180 that we can figure on. If that's what you were asking, I'm not clear if that's what you were asking.
Yeah, no, I was trying to understand from the, you were saying there's built-in salary increases. How much was those salary increases under the current structure?
Yeah, so the rate sheets, that's what that's all about, is just primarily those salary increases from last year to this year, from October to what we would have had originally last month. It would have been a $22,000 increase.
So that's what we were voting on last month?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, last month we were voting on 3.412.
Okay. Trustee Malulu, you had your hand up? You were on mute when you were trying to talk. We couldn't hear you.
Yes, thank you. So I have a couple of questions. President Untuck, that's a really good question. I don't think we discussed that at the ad hoc committee meeting. With regard to cutting the SSOs, has there been any consultation with the bargaining union that represents them? I believe it's IAM. Aren't they part of the machinist union?
We do not consult directly with their collective bargaining unit. The Long Beach Police Department is the employer, so they would consult directly with their bargaining units, but it's not a role we play to consult directly with them.
Sure, that makes sense. Would you happen to know if there was any consultation? Because I know that if we were to cut some of our employees with faculty or classified, I know that the union, I hope the union, if the union is worth its salt, would certainly want to have input in that. Do you know if IAM was consulted?
My understanding is that they were going to consult. My understanding is also that the staff would be reassigned, but since the LBPD is the employer, it is their decision. But my understanding is that they would be reassigned. Any officers reduced from our campus.
One of my conversations earlier on was that there is a need to have some other people in the city to deploy some officers in other parts of the city, and they could use some of the SSOs to be able to do that. But I don't know what the conversation was, whether or not the city had a conversation with IAM or anything like that. But that was an understanding that they wouldn't be let go necessarily, they'd be reassigned.
Okay, fair enough. And I wish we did have an answer to that. And I regret that didn't even occur to me in our conversations and in our meetings to ask about that. I actually wasn't aware that they were represented by a bargaining unit until today. And Trustee Untuck just brought that up. Secondly, so if we are, making this change to the contract, this amendment with the 4 SSOs, 2 questions. Is this change temporary until we get back on campus for sure? Or is this a permanent change? That's the first question, if you want to respond to that one.
Sure. The change goes through September 30th. So we did have the conversations that what happens if that it's an amazing event and we have widespread distribution of the vaccine and are able to resume on-campus operations in late August. The conversation was a little bit about how, first off, they would need some level of notification so that they could reassign officers back. but that we would be in close contact with the police department as the situation evolves with our campus activities, and let them know if we anticipate needing to reverse these decisions and have the SSOs resume their presence on campus. They are open to that with the understanding that it may take them a few weeks to be able to reconfigure their staffing, which is reasonable. We also had discussions, though, in that same vein, what would happen if the reverse were true? That if in our conversations as we move forward, talking about complete campus policing from a broader perspective, if we had further reductions. And again, October 1st is when we adopt another rate sheet for the next year, and that they are ready to be partners with us as we look at levels of staffing and levels of servicing, whether it's increasing or decreasing. But
Okay.
they did say that they are, their intent was to meet our needs, but that there may be time delays in how quickly they could reconfigure their staffing assignments, and that I certainly understand that.
Okay, let me ask one more question. And I don't know if this has already been asked. I know that Vice President Chico asked some questions and also President Untuck. So if this has already been asked in a different way, I apologize. So if we, essentially do away with 4 SSOs, is there a counterpart to how many actual officers? Is there a reduction in officers, or are we only reducing the SSOs? And the reason I'm asking is because we had a significant number of comments on agenda items speaking against item 10.2. Members of the community, students, not every call requires an armed officer to appear. Not every call requires a police officer to intervene. Some of the calls are for SSOs. And regardless, I understand that we don't have activity on campus right now, but if we're going to cut away SSOs, are we also cutting away officers to make it fair, to have that equity there? And I think President Untug mentioned that.
Our contract currently provides us with 4 sworn officers. 1 officer is at each campus for the 2 shifts that occur daily. The recommendation is to maintain that minimum level of having 1 sworn officer present at each campus during the 2 primary shifts. There is not an officer on campus in the overnight shift. This allows that officer to respond quickly and not be dependent upon a call to central dispatch at the police department should we need an officer on campus, which would be the result if we did not have an officer during one of those 2 primary shifts. Our essential labs currently go from about 8 a.m. to about 9 p.m. So the 2 primary shifts I'm talking about are a morning shift and an evening shift, or a day shift and a swing shift. And that during those shifts, we do have 1 sworn officer on each campus for each of those shifts. So to reduce officers means that we would have a shift with no sworn officer present. So we did not entertain that reduction. We had 12 SSOs, and so now this proposal would reduce those to 8 SSOs, an amount we feel is sufficient to provide our needs during the reduced activities.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
It looks like Trustee Zia has her hand up.
Trustee Ntuk, I've had my hand up for a while now, but I was ready to give up. I just don't know why we're doing this. Honestly, this is it seems arbitrary and capricious. We're talking about people's livelihood. SSOs, I just don't understand what's the objective here. I mean, is it because we protested previously, or some members of this board protested previous to the last board meeting, and then this is an effort to cut costs? But what for? I just don't understand, and I too am troubled about the fact that they're represented. I don't have enough data to understand from an equity standpoint whether or not we're achieving parity by just arbitrarily cutting a group of SSOs. So can somebody help me understand that better?
I think a point of order. I just want to say thank you, Trustee Zia, for raising your hand. And I know it may have been some time, but we're going in an orderly format where people who raise their hand then have the floor. And this is now your opportunity to have the floor. So just wanted to clarify that's your order of your hand raising was why you got selected when you got selected. So we're trying to be fair for everybody. But let's go ahead and I don't know, Marlene or Ann, questions.
So in response to your question, Trustee Zia, at the last board meeting, we presented a contract amendment with no changes in staffing. And I was directed to review the needs of the campus with its current operations, which are greatly reduced as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, so that we only have essential labs and essential personnel on campus. We do still have a need to secure our campus and secure our buildings to provide a safe campus. But because we have reduced activities, I was asked to examine with the Long Beach Police Department an opportunity to reduce staffing and reduce costs to reflect that reduction of activity. And that's what I'm bringing forth to you today. It is a recommendation that both the Long Beach Police Department as well as me and my team believe will provide adequate campus security during the reduced operations.
If I may add,
There's no criticism that I'm directing at you. I just, from boardsmanship and our board of trustees, what is the intent here? What is our intent to cut costs and cut people's jobs as a result of while we're trying to examine the police contract? Because I just don't think that's fair. Why don't we just wait until you come up with your formal recommendation as the ad hoc committee, and once we're ready in the new year or spring is I think what you were saying, it would be coming back in the horizon, then we can fully deliberate versus just, and it seems a little Pavlovian to just cut out staff just in the spirit of trying to cut costs or say we've done something, but what for? I just can't support it in good conscience.
I'm sorry, if I could also just interject something. When this first came up a couple of months ago, when it came up, one of the original concerns was the cost, because the cost goes up every year, and that became a topic of conversation at the board meeting. The other issue was security in general. Do we need a police? Do we need Long Beach Police Department to be our contracted security, or should we look at something else? In the meantime, we had this amendment that has to be taken care of because it's required in our contract to redo this rate sheet every year. So one of the things that I did was I asked Vice President Drinkwine, I said, okay, let's take a look. Is there any way that we can reduce costs? Let's have that conversation. And then as it turned out, we have a pandemic. We don't have as much need for the number of staffing that we've had on both campuses. This is something that the Long Beach Police Department has been amenable to, because they also, and this is what I had said a little bit earlier, they also saw a need to maybe reassign some people to other parts of the city, because there's been some issues with an increase in crime in other parts of the city as well. So the reason why we're having this discussion, I'm not arguing with anybody, I'm just putting it out there. This discussion has been about, number one, it's a costly contract, and it is a costly contract. And number two, what kind of policing and security do we have? We are in the middle of a 5-year contract. If we were to get rid of that contract, we'd have to get a note. We'd have to give a notice. They'd have to give a notice. We'd have to give a notice. In the meantime, we have this amendment for the rate sheet that has been hanging out there since October. And we have to take care of that one way or the other. So the rate sheet is an amendment for costs for the service that we get. And then the larger issue is, and this is maybe something that the board would want to talk about in the months to come or next year. The larger issue is, what kind of a contract would we want with the police when we have to redo the contract again?
I appreciate that, Luann. And Interim Superintendent Bynum, I just think it may be a little bit premature for us to act on something that is not fully reached a point of maturation for our discussions, and then to just in the meantime, the rate increases is going to be only a nominal amount compared to what we're looking at in the horizon. So why can't we approve the fee increases to be comparable with what the adjustment has been? And then once we're ready, we can examine cost savings for the police contract. And that's something that I would offer to my colleagues, just so that we not prematurely step over any rights of people and other unions that may be involved that want to have a say in the matter, that we should be taken into account. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. And just a point of information, this was not a board recommendation. This is a staff recommendation that came from Superintendent Bynum and Vice President Drinkwine. We did not review this as a ad hoc committee or make this recommendation. I had Trustee Chico, Vice President Chico had her hand up first, and then we'll go to Trustee Malauulu. Or are you deferring? You're pointing? On my screen, she's on the other side of you. So it looks like, there you go. We'll go to
She got it up first, so I'll defer to her.
Being nice today, Vice President Chico. We'll defer to Trustee Malauulu, and then we'll come back to Vice President Chico. Go ahead, Vivian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I agree with Trustee Zia, that I don't see the point of cutting 4 SSOs right now, especially because we did have the public comment. But in addition to that, I wasn't aware that there was another bargaining unit involved, and this goes against everything that I stand for. And I would like to have some input from them. I'd like to have the Long Beach Police Department consult with that bargaining unit and then report back to us, because I don't ever want to be the employer to cut a union job without having input from that bargaining unit, for one. For two, Trustee Untuck is correct. We met last week. I can't, the COVID days are so blurry. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but I don't remember specifically the discussion of cutting the 4 SSOs. I don't know if that just developed in the last few days and ended up on this report. And if it was, I apologize that it got past me.
You're correct. When we met, Marlene had not met yet with Long Beach PD, and she was having a meeting actually a couple or 3 days after we had the ad hoc meeting. So we didn't have information about it at that time. Okay, because I hope, I don't know, maybe I'm giving myself too much credit, but I hope I would have noticed something like cutting 4 jobs. I'm not comfortable with doing that, especially around the holidays and people being impacted so much by COVID. And if there's no counterpart from the other side of the SSOs, their counterpart, it just seems terribly unfair. And lastly, and the biggest reason why I'm not in favor of this is because the community hasn't had an opportunity to weigh in. The public comments today. So just to let you all know, a few people were upset because our agenda was released on Friday and the meeting was Monday, and had nothing to do with this agenda item. And I explained to them that it was because of, the 72-hour Brown Act requirement. But that was just over the weekend. It was just people were saying, wait a minute, the meeting is Monday. And, I don't know, they just didn't know it was on Monday. But then this afternoon, I got a couple of calls about this particular agenda item. And same thing, people felt like they didn't have adequate notification about cutting the 4 SSOs. So we should delay, defer, postpone this item. I don't know if the rate sheet needs to be approved, but the cutting of the 4 SSOs, we need to give the community an opportunity to weigh in on that.
If I may, the reduced SSOs would be reassigned. So my understanding is that their positions would not be eliminated, but they would be reassigned. However, should it be the board's desire to not reduce any of the staffing, I would ask that you still adopt the rate sheet, but with a motion to not have any change in the staffing levels. It is important that we do adopt a rate sheet because we are a few months into the contract period at this point, and so that we can memorialize the increase in cost so that we can pay the Long Beach Police Department the appropriate amount. So the motion, the action, the recommended action before you is to adopt the rate sheet that does reflect the reduction of 4 SSOs. But if it is the board's desire to not have a reduction, I would request that you adopt the rate sheet with the specification that there be no change in the staffing levels.
I'm happy to amend my motion to reflect that, President Intuk. If it's the desire of the board, I think that would be a good remedy for us to move forward and have staff give the adjustment in fees, and then we can examine the reduction in the future when you're ready to come back to the board. The ad hoc committee is ready to come back.
Well, let's let Trustee Malulu finish her question before we jump to that one, and then we'll also have Vice President Chico.
I'm done. Thank you. I was done. Thank you.
Back to you. All right, Vice President Chico.
So I was also going to support what Trustee Zia had to say. So I'm glad that Trustee Malauulu is also in agreement. I still have some questions, and maybe this is something that we explore further offline. But I believe it was Superintendent President Bynum who said that, we're either going to have a contract with Long Beach PD or we're going to have a contract with, a security company. But we do have a contract with Long Beach PD where we have the option of kind of a hybrid, right? Where we have our sworn officers and we have our SSOs. So I don't know if it's something moving forward it's still a contract with Long Beach PD, and perhaps we have the lieutenant, but we have a team of SSOs, to consider. Because it seems like we can identify and negotiate our contract the way that we'd like. I also am a little concerned about not so much the rate increases. I understand why we have the rate increases, but just down the line, if the college is not in good fiscal shape and the city continues to implement the rate increases, I think that puts the college in a difficult position if we do not have those funds or if the funds are allocated elsewhere. So I think that they really do need to be separate, and I don't know if this is something that we can enter in agreement with Long Beach PD, but that the rates should be negotiated by the college and the contracting agency, which is the department, which is Long Beach Police Department, and separate from what the rates are that the city of Long Beach is implementing. I don't know if that's something that we can do, but I just think that we are two completely different entities, and that our contract should be exclusive to our contract. I mean, to the college, rather than relying on what the city is doing. If that's something that we can explore. Also, I'd like a little bit more information on the role of the dispatcher. I appreciate, Marlene, that you're going to provide me with that, but I'm not comfortable voting on something when I don't have a clear understanding of what everybody's role is. I too am very uncomfortable cutting 4 jobs for 9 months. I understand now that they will be reassigned, but but I think that that's something that we need to still kind of pause and examine. And I would think that this would be a decision moving forward that we would get input from everybody, from all the stakeholders, the faculty, the students, the community. And so I'd like to see that happen. I think it's important to have all those voices and perspectives at the table to provide their input. So I agree in the amendment. I support the amendment that Trustee Zia put forward.
Great, thank you, Vice President Chico. Yeah, we have a few options. We can vote on what was recommended. We can vote it down. We can amend what was recommended into a new recommendation, or of course, we can always do nothing, which is an option that's before us. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. I believe Trustee Zia wanted to amend her motion. Trustee,
Yes.
you want to speak to that now?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to approve the fees and not cut the 4 SSO officers.
Great, and then remind me who was the second on that? You remember who seconded before we had the presentation from Marlene? Was it Trustee Baxter, I think?
This was 20 minutes ago. I can't remember, but Jackie must have written it down.
I never heard a second to Trustee.
Okay, I'll second it with Sunny's amendment.
Okay, this is a new motion by Trustee Zia, seconded by Baxter.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's to approve the fees?
It would be approve the fees without the asterisk. I guess there's an asterisk on page.
That's a great way of putting it.
It says it cut out the number of officers, so it would be removing the reduction of the 4 SSOs. And this is, again, term-wise, this is still until September of 2021. So this will be for the next 9 months. Is that correct, Marlene?
Yes, that would be correct. And Jackie, so the motion is to approve the amendment without the reduction of 4 SSOs.
Great. Is there any other discussion on the motion that's before us? Student Trustee Jimenez, anything you'd like to add?
Listening in, thank you for recognizing me. I've been listening in. I do agree with Sunny Zia's request. I do think that we need to get more information from the community, like it has been said. So I will be approving the amended motion.
Great, thank you. Good. And last thing, I know, I believe some of our officers are watching tonight, and we've tried to have a couple meetings with Chief Luna that's never materialized. And we still would like to offer an opportunity to meet with them as the board. And we did get a chance to meet with Lieutenant Yap as an introduction, but to talk specifically about this, we have not been able to have any direct conversations. And so we would invite you to come forth and speak and meet with us so that we can talk through these issues together versus kind of telephone or get any more misunderstandings or confusion or delay that can occur. So with that, let's go to the vote. Board Secretary Hunt?
Yes. Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Pardon the interruption, President Untuck. Can the board secretary read the motion that we're voting on, please?
Upon the information, sure, we can ask her to reread the motion. Secretary Hunt, before you take the roll call, can you reread the motion before us?
Motions to approve the amended contract without cutting the SSOs. That's all I have. And that's based on the contract attached. Would you like to?
That's a great way of putting it,
Okay.
Becky.
Okay, I'll leave the original motion in there and then it'll be that amended motion and it'll be in the minutes.
Okay.
Did that answer your point of information, Trustee Malulu? Okay, thank you. I see your thumbs up there in the picture. Okay,
Okay.
Secretary Hunt, go ahead.
Yeah, Student Trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Perlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye. Aye, aye. Did you not hear me? Did we lose you?
Lost Jackie.
Jackie, can you hear us?
yes.
There you,
Yes, I
okay.
can. Can you hear me?
We lost you there for a second. Did you hear my vote?
Yes, I did. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm losing my voice and my hearing, actually.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm getting something. Okay, I have it.
Did you get my vote as well, Jackie?
It was I, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, the amended motion is adopted. Let's move on to 10.3 on the agenda. This is Long Beach City College Foundation contract. This is an action, and this is a recommendation. The Board of Trustees authorize Vice President, Business Services, or designee to enter into and execute a contract as submitted. This is a 3-year contract totaling $827,000, $850 from unrestricted general fund money. And it looks like we have a presentation. Maybe we'll wait for the motion until after we have the presentation so that we'll remember who made the motion. So Paul, is Paul going this time or Marlene?
Just as a reminder that you heard this item at last month's board agenda and you asked for additional information. And so we're here tonight to provide you with that additional information. And we have Mr. Paul Kaminsky, Executive Director of the Foundation, to present to you some great information.
There you go. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome, VP Trustee Chico. And congratulations, Trustee Malauulu, Trustee Ntuk, President. Yeah, this is just, this presentation started out at 25 slides, so I got it to 11 because I knew it was going to be a long agenda. So anyway, since I used the year 2012, because that's kind of when the MOU with the foundation started. And so I've used that. So since 2012, about 33.5 million has come to the college from the foundation in a lot of different ways for a lot of different programs. So you can go to the second one. Currently, these are kind of all the different areas that we collaborate or support with. As you can see, we've been the College Day sponsor, the State of the College sponsor. We had a large response to COVID-19. I'll talk about some of that. We work with the Lifetime Learning Center, all these different things that we are currently involved with. We have done a bigger outreach with the school this past year. We have a lot of collaborations going right now. And so we've done a good job of really integrating the foundation with a lot of different programs at the school and a lot of different scholarships and grants. So you can move to the next. And so all that activity creates about 3,800 transactions a year for us. And that represents about 1,912 individual funds. So those transactions come in through online giving and the rest, cash, checks, things like that, either to scholarship funds or program funds. And it all totals about 3,800. Each transaction, about 3 or 4, sometimes 5 people see that transaction. They have to be journaled. They have to be entered. They have to go into the database. They're copied. So there's a lot of activity for each of those 3,800 transactions and the 1,900 individual funds. Next slide, please. So with that, just some of the other things that we have done this past year, especially with scholarships. The foundation implemented a new scholarship program called AwardSpring. It's a management program, and we paid for that. There was a $13,000 installation, and there's a $9,000 maintenance a year that we pay for on behalf of the college for the scholarship program that we work with Shira. We meet regularly about that program. Since 2012, we've provided about $3 million for the College Promise, and we continue to support that. We've awarded about $14 1,346 scholarships since 2012. We're still awarding them as we speak right now. We extended the deadline to tomorrow, which is about $10 million in scholarships since 2012. So you can move on from that. Other things that we've done this year, we conducted a comprehensive feasibility study. Outside company came in, we did about 1,000 surveys, 45 donor interviews. We were recommended and the board approved campaign that will lead up to the 100-year anniversary of LBCC in 2027. It's a comprehensive student-facing campaign, which will support nursing, trade and technical, student emergency and basic needs, scholarship, lifetime learning, child development, athletics, and more. And that initial campaign that we kicked off actually in January, we're in the silent phase. We tested for 40 million. It was recommended that we do a $20 million campaign. And so we are actually in that campaign right now. So you can move to the next. We did get alumni records finally. And because of that influx of all those records, our current database, the original database was about 16,000 records. So we had to upgrade our database. So we went to a new database to the tune of about 48,000 a year that we pay for to handle those alumni donor records. And from that information, we cleaned the data. That took some time. And from that, we got 85,000 viable emails after the data cleaning. We've sent out about over 1 million communications, probably another in the last 2 weeks, probably another 200,000 that can be added to this. And we've probably up to about 240 new alumni donors since March, which is really a good influx of alumni donors. Our view on the Alumni Association is really trying to bring donors, bring alumni back to the school and convert them to donors and supporters. Not so much what we can give them as being alums, but how they can impact students and make student success happen. And that's kind of the value add for them. Alumni newsletter went out today. We've changed the format a little bit. We're pushing more folks to our website. We're highlighting a lot of things in there, as well as community news and the campaign news. We also are involved in the Alumni Hall of Fame. And so those are some things that we do. So if you want to move on from that. We've had a massive year in grants, probably one of the best years thus far. We have a few pending, but Matt has taken this program over. Recently, last few weeks, we just received on behalf of the school a $275,000 grant for basic needs. And we've been able to turn that around in literally a few days and provide over 1,200 students with food gift cards for the holidays. We also have provided from that grant refrigeration for basic needs so they can store perishable goods, which we didn't have the ability to do before. We have a large grant in play with workforce development where our students now can get paid internships, which we really didn't have before. Melissa's done a fantastic job with that program. We're actually asking for more money because we've exhausted the first year's funds because the program has been so successful. We're working with homeless students, scholarships through Edison and nursing. So we've got a lot of different things going, but this was a banner year for us. And again, about 524, and then just this week, 275. I really want to kind of highlight that basic needs because the foundation, because of our independent entity, we are able to turn that grant around really quick. That happened literally. Matt just got home a little while ago from helping get those refrigerators in. So a lot of good things happening on that. So if you want to go to the next program, and the other thing about that grant is we had to front load it. So we're getting reimbursed. So the foundation has put out that $275,000 on behalf of the school in the last couple of weeks. We've also implemented a stewardship and retention program. We call all our donors now. It's the first time we've ever done that. We've made about 615 calls since March. We have our board working on that. And we have a couple staff members working on that. We've created a complete stewardship and retention plan, which has components of the phone calls, but also thank you cards, and other touch points that are being implemented on a daily basis. And so we're hoping to change our retention rates over the years. We're going to start monitoring that. And that'll change because of everything we're doing. We're getting a great response from that program. You can go to the next one. The other thing that we've implemented too is a really robust social media marketing public relations plan. We are posting daily on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and on Facebook. And so we're getting a lot of shares and likes. New people are coming in, and we've got plans to expand that as well. So that's something else that we're putting together internally, also on behalf of the school, to get information out and to create a buzz in the community about what we do and what we support. You can go to the next one. Just so you know, we get restricted funds and unrestricted funds. Operations, part of unrestricted funds. Most of the money that does come into the foundation is restricted. And so the ask really is to continue our partnership, with the district. And we've shown our value for that, to continue to grow and expand what we're doing. And so that's really the end of the presentation, kind of in a nutshell. Like I said, it was 25 slides. The staff gave me an overwhelming amount of information about our operations, but knowing the length of this meeting tonight, I wanted to be respectful of your time. So that's what I have. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Paul, for the presentation. We do have the agenda item on here. Do we want to take a motion, or does anybody have any quick questions for Paul before we go to the item for discussion?
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead, Trustee Zia, make a motion.
I just did.
Oh, your motion is to adopt the recommendation? Okay. Your audio cut out a little bit there. Let's go. Looks like Trustee Baxter has her hand up. Is that for a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and second to adopt the 3-year recommendation here. Is there any other discussion on the topic?
May I just make one point that I think is very important?
Sure.
The foundation is taking responsibility for a lot of things that, in some ways, I believe the college should be doing. And one of them is this following up on alumni, because it is just as important for the district to keep track of alumni as it is for the foundation. So if they are paying $48,000 a year for maintenance, I mean, that's a big chunk of money that will benefit both the district and the foundation.
Are you asking Paul the question about sharing that alumni information? Is that what you were saying?
Well, I'm sure he will.
Paul,
I'm not asking.
Can you answer this unanswered question?
We're working with workforce development. Yeah, we're providing speakers. Yeah, we're really engaging the alums. It's going to be a whole new thing. And like I said, we've already got probably 240 new alumni donors in that short period of time, just from our pushing out information through email, social media, and stuff. There's a completely new level of engagement with our donors, and especially our alumni donors. So,
I guess, was Jenny asking about sharing alumni information? Was that what you were asking?
I wasn't asking, I was assuming.
You're assuming. So I guess I'm asking, is that true, Paul, that we can share alumni contact information? As our new alumni, we graduate, we can pass that over the fence to you, and then as new people you find, you can pass over the fence to us?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean but yeah, I mean, we collaborate with the school on so many levels. So yeah, I mean, I that's just kind of what we do. So.
Okay, so I guess the answer is yes, Jenny, to your.
Yeah.
Vice President Chico has her hand up. You're on mute. There you go.
Yes. So I think my question was along those same lines about sharing that information because databases are so important. And when I was speaking to some of our Latino faculty members, they were talking about, reaching back to alumni that were part of the Puente program. They can come back to mentor. And so when collecting data like that of our alumni, I think it is important if you do see that our alumni was part of a particular program, there are faculty that are doing a lot of work in trying to reach out to, those particular alumni to get them back.
Yes.
So if we could share resources, I think that would be helpful to our faculty in trying to get alumni to come back and participate with our current students.
Yeah, I completely 100% agree with that. And we're trying to build those bridges every day. And a lot of good things are happening. So, yeah.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
Trustee Malauulu has her hand up.
Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate the additional information that you provided. I felt bad during previous meeting where we kind of sent you off with some homework. And I know that, there's a lot of work for you and your staff. So I really do appreciate it. One thing that I know there's nothing we can do about is just the exorbitant amount of money that is paid for software and maintenance. And I know that it's not just us. I know that other places pay and that there are software companies that have a monopoly on a lot of these products. And it's really disheartening because they know that foundations, the main function is to raise money, and they know that the use of that money is generally for students, for scholarships, and for faculty to support programs. So it really bothers me. And I think, shame on them. I know that there's, let me see if I say this right. It's called, is it Blackbaud? Is that what you use?
That's what we're using currently.
Okay, so I don't have a whole lot of familiarity, but I am aware, and I wish there was something we can do in a perfect world, because they should really be brought into the principal's office and scolded, because what they do to, I've seen some expenses go into the $100,000 range. I know that you mentioned 24,000, 13,000, 9,000, but those expenses add up. And these companies really are taking advantage, and they're exploiting foundations whose purpose is to fundraise to help students. So if only they didn't have a monopoly, right? If only there was a little bit more competition, maybe that might be something for some of our students one day to develop some software that they can come back and donate or gift to the college, so that we could maintain better records and database for our alumni, and so that we could keep everybody connected that way. It doesn't sit well with me. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth that so much of the money that you fundraise has to be used to pay for this. So that's not your fault, your staff's fault. It's not any of our fault. I just wish that, if you want to talk about capitalism and competition, I wish that there was more out there, so that we weren't depending on these companies, because it's too expensive. They charge too much. They know it. They take advantage of it. And I think somebody needs to call them out.
Yeah, I agree. And, next, when our contract is up, I've already been in the process of looking at some alternatives. So they know I've had a lot of discussions with Blackbaud on this. So once you're in a contract with them, they make it very difficult to get out of it. So, yeah. But thank you. Yeah, I agree.
All right. If there's no further discussion or questions, we'll move to the motion at hand. Secretary Hahn, do you want to do a roll call vote?
Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Linda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Kwok Cho Intuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. Ed, motion adopted.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Great evening. Thanks for staying with us till 11 o'clock at night.
Happy holidays. I thought it was morning. Sorry.
I'm sorry, 11 a.m. I can't remember what.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. You have a happy holidays and good evening. All right. Moving forward on the agenda, section 11, student services update. This is an information item, and we're going to pass the baton to Dr. Mike Munoz, Vice President, Student Services. Dr. Munoz.
Thank you, Board President Intuck. Good evening, everyone. I'll be brief. I just want to provide a very brief update on some of our efforts in student services to really help support some of the registration efforts for spring 2021. As you know, some of our registration numbers are not as high as the previous year. And so in student services, we're trying to do our part to help support the faculty, as well as our continuing students, as well as new students in navigating the registration process. So I'll begin really quickly by highlighting some of the efforts. The Viking Advantage team, first year success team, matriculation team worked together to host a series of registration support labs that essentially we had over 500 students sign up for, and that allowed them to be able to zoom in and have kind of a face-to-face virtual experience in helping them walk through the steps to register for classes. We also did a very extensive campaign using text messages as well as phone banking. And so all of our first year students, that we've been case managing through the Long Beach College Promise and Viking Advantage program, that's nearly a little under 5,000 students that we're case managing. All students receive text messages, as well as they receive personal phone calls home if they did not register. So we really are trying to support that persistence, that fall to spring persistence. And so again, as well as looking at students beyond the first year students, I'm working with our completion counselors, so Philip Huerta and Javi Villaseñor, to case manage some of our continuing students as well, with personalized phone calls, as well as text messages as well. So we've just been very targeted in supporting our students and helping them register for spring 2021. And so I just wanted to take a few minutes to update the board on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Munoz. Does anybody have any questions on the update that was shared? Any additional information? All right, hearing and seeing none, thank you so much. We'll move on to section 12, board reports. This is typically a time where members of the board trustees give an update. We are getting late. I might ask folks to think of trying to keep your reports to 2 to 3 minutes maybe. So we're not here too much later. We don't have to restart the meeting at midnight. I was joking earlier that we would restart the meeting at midnight, but we will actually have to do that if we go much longer. We have about 45 minutes until that becomes a reality. So, and we still have closed session to go into after this. So let's go with alphabetical order by last name. Trustee Baxter, what can you do for us in your board report tonight?
I've never taken more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to be fast. But first of all,
I'm getting my watch out.
Okay, get out your stopwatch. Paul mentioned, and I put on Twitter, that they've extended the scholarship deadline to tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So I can't imagine anybody's listening that's applying for a scholarship. Jenna, I hope you've applied. Anyway, you have till tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So please get those applications in. On November 19th, I went to the Todd Cancer Institute Advisory Board meeting. I was a speaker at California Retired Teachers Association on the 20th. On the 21st, President Intuck and I met with Bernie Luskin. Also on the 21st, I was a statewide speaker on the 19th Amendment for the AAUW. On the 25th, we served 150 Thanksgiving dinners, thanks to the Culinary Arts Program. On November 30th, I attended the recognition for Dick Gaylord as he stepped down from the Personnel Commission, and I want to thank him and congratulate him for over 20 years of service to Long Beach City College. On December 2nd, I attended the Long Beach Rotary Scholarship meeting. On December 3rd, the Foundation Executive Committee on the 5th. Herlinda put on an excellent program with AAUW on different holiday celebrations. On the 7th, we had a homeless meeting. On the 10th, I did the auditorium ribbon cutting. Also on the 10th, Ronald McDonald House meeting. On the 17th, the parking structure, both fabulous. The 18th, the nursing pinning ceremony, excellent. Watched the Impact Awards. And I want to ask that we adjourn the meeting in memory of Paul Richard Dick Craven, who taught English here for many, many years and is a wonderful alum, and also Thomas Sherwood, and then also in honor of Dick Gaylord. 2 minutes.
You did it, Jenny. Set a record. You did what people said was impossible. All right. You're getting faster. We're going to go to Vice President Chico. Any updates, and welcome to the board.
Thank you. So I will be brief. I just want to thank everyone for the warm welcome. This was a very unconventional swearing in, but everybody worked really hard to make it special for me, and I appreciate that. One thing that I did overlook when I was giving my remarks earlier is I'm wearing white in honor of our suffrage centennial, even though not all women were given the right to vote at that time. It's still important to recognize the efforts that were made 100 years ago. And then I'm also wearing my grandmother's jewelry. My grandmother died when she was 41, but I was named after her, and her spirit is always with me, and I've always kept her jewelry. So kind of drew strength on that. But I just wanted to give you that insight, a little bit more insight into what kind of makes me tick. Also, thank you so much for putting up with my crazy cats. I know there's sometimes people have kids yelling in the background. I love my animals. That's, the soft spot in my heart is for animals. I do a lot of rescue and support humane education and have a lot of friends in those circles. And so all of my rescue cats can be a little crazy sometimes. So thank you for indulging and just overlooking their bad behavior. I'll take care of that later. Thank you.
No problem. We try to be a family-friendly environment. I have my 4-year-old who loves to jump in and wave in meetings and make motions sometimes. So we understand kids and cats and dogs. All right, we'll go to Trustee Malauulu. Do we have any videos, exciting, unknown presentations?
No, we don't. I'll try to be brief as well, because I see what time it is. Thank you. And Trustee Untuck's son, Justice, he's up there and he's all cute and cuddly and everybody goes, ah. And then Trustee Chico's cats are there and everybody goes, oh, look at the cats. Well, I just mute mine or turn my screen off. I turn around and I start yelling at my kids. So there's a big difference in the atmosphere with the distractions in my house, because my kids are all getting yelled at or somebody's being told to go wash the dishes. So that's why when I mute or you see my picture, that's what I'm doing. Anyway, so we did it. We ended another semester with remote learning. We got through these COVID times, and I'm so proud of our faculty and our staff and our students, because you did it. And I hope you all had a great end of semester with your finals and getting all your assignments graded and all of your grades posted. And I hope that your work is reflective of your perseverance, and I'm just really proud that we got through this together. I know spring semester and summer, we just, really not sure what we were doing, but, we're experts now. Fall semester, by the time spring comes around, we're going to be old pros at this. Really briefly, I don't have any photographs to share with this report because so much of it was already on video that you could reference. On December 1st, I attended the first meeting of the Latino Cultural Center kickoff. Trustee Chico was in that meeting. I was invited by Centro Cha, very excited to be a part of this. I feel like a newbie, not only in age, but also because the other members of this group are some of the people that I regard as veteranos. They've been fighting the good fight for Latinos and immigrants since the 70s and 80s and 90s in Long Beach. So I feel very privileged to be included. And just sitting in on that meeting is an education in and of itself, to listen to these Long Beach established Latinos who really, they really fought hard for some of the gains that they have. It's just a privilege to be included. So thank you to Centro Cha for including me in that. And then I had to leave that meeting early to attend our audit subcommittee meeting that we had that report and voted on. On December 10th, you can watch the video. We had the auditorium ribbon cutting. That was a ton of fun. The fact that more than 200 viewers were logged on for the auditorium of ribbon cutting, the grand opening virtual, says a lot about this community and how much we value the arts and how much we can't wait to get back to watch our dancers and our musicians and our performers. I can't wait. And I was so impressed because I didn't know that the LA Philharmonic had performed at LBCC. That was news to me. So I was very impressed at the caliber of the artists that have graced our stage. And I look forward to getting back to that. On December 15th, we had a meeting. We met Lieutenant Yap, as mentioned earlier. December 17th, again, the video is available. And I talked about it last month, but I did just in case you missed it, I just want to remind you all that I got to drive a Tesla in that parking structure. So that was the highlight of my tenure. And it was a very short video of the ribbon cutting that I drove the Tesla through. Again, let me drop that Tesla thing. But it was a lot of fun. And again, thank you to the voters who passed the bond measures to make these improvements possible. On Friday night, I was actually in the car with my family. We took a family outing, and I attended one of my favorite events on campus, which is the nurse pinning ceremony. And I just want you to know that I got a lump in my throat, because that is, if you've never been to a nurse pinning ceremony, you have to attend. Put that on your bucket list. It's one of the most emotional and heartfelt events that we produce on campus. And Friday was no exception, even though it was virtual. Seeing our associate degree in nursing and our vocational nursing students be rewarded and be acknowledged and recognized with their pinning ceremony, just a really sweet end of that rough week. On Sunday, this past Sunday, I was invited to attend a community meeting by an organization that is working on a harbor area community project. And surprisingly, there were the executive directors of the UCLA Labor Center, the Cal State Dominguez Hills Labor Center, LA Trade Tech, the Dolores Huerta. All these labor people were in that meeting that I wasn't expecting. And immediately everybody said, what's going on with the LBCC Labor Center? And I told them that not much because of COVID, and we had to pump the brakes on some of the plans that we had. But they were very anxious. And in fact, we started an email thread today, and they have plans. And I look forward to meeting Dr. Scott and Melissa and some of the other CTE partners in January, because I want to bring them in on that email thread that just started today with some really great plans. And a couple of the members of that meeting were faculty members who actually have developed some curriculum around labor studies. And they're going to send that to me, and I'd love to share it with our faculty to get their input and see if there's anything that we can do, anything that we can offer our students in our community. That's it as far as the things that I did. I would like to offer some congratulatory remarks once again to Trustee Chico, Vice President Chico. I'm really proud of you, really excited to have you on this board. I've told you this personally, but I really think you're just an outstanding person. And I've watched you in the community for, my goodness, 5, 6, 7 years. And I've seen how capable you are, and I've seen how hard you work. I mean, people tell me that I work hard. So for me to see someone else who works hard, you work really hard and you're always out there rolling up your sleeve. I mean, you keep Vivian hours. You're up like at 4 a.m. doing stuff. And then, 2 a.m. you're doing stuff. So I'm just excited that you're on our board. I'm looking forward to that energy. I'd also like to congratulate President Untuck, not only on becoming president, but as mentioned earlier, the first African-American president of our board. That is a big deal, and it's a big deal to our community and our students and our faculty. So I just really want to congratulate you. I would like to thank all of our LBCC employees, faculty, full-time, part-time, our classified staff, especially those of you that are making this meeting happen. December 21st is really late in the game. Some of you, as also mentioned earlier, are outside of your contract time. So really appreciate the fact that you're here. We are accommodating and we work together. And even though it's just incredibly late, not just in time, but also in calendar, that just shows how committed and dedicated you all are. Now, I would like to make some acknowledgments and say thank you that I didn't do at the beginning of the meeting, just because I know we had some special guests that needed to exit our meeting. So there are some personal thank yous that I'd like to make. First of all, I want to thank my mom for always being there to support me. She was tuning in. She was watching my swearing in. We're social distancing as well, and she wasn't able to be there. So it was a very sentimental moment because my mom held my Bible for my first swearing in. I want to thank my husband and my kids. I appreciate, I got some really nice feedback and messages from people, but, for those of you that have large families, it's not easy, right? There's a lot of fussing in the background, like, hurry up, get ready, let's go. So just to have them there, the big deal, in case you don't know, is that we're all in one place at the same time. And it's because of the pandemic, because usually my kids are all over the place and out of state and games. So it was just nice to have everybody in one place. I would like to thank all of the boards that I've served on since I got elected, starting from the top, starting with the previous superintendent president. And then we had acting, we had another. So I just want to say thank you, because you all contributed to my development in leadership and you all helped me grow. And I've learned so much. All of the other trustees, every trustee that I've served with, and the student trustees who inspire me monthly. I'd also like to thank the college administration, all of the vice presidents that I've got to work with from the very beginning up until now. I know that there have been lots of changes, but I've learned so much from each of you, and it's just been a pleasure to work with all of you. Of course, I want to thank the faculty and the staff. Of course, I want to express my gratitude for your support. I said back in 2016 that I would not run if I didn't have the faculty and the staff support. And I said the same thing this last time. So I appreciate that you have put your trust in me. And I hope that that you see me working for you and that I make you proud. I would like to thank the students of Long Beach City College, past, present, and future, especially ASB, especially our clubs, especially all of the organizations on campus, athletics, music, the students who contribute to this vibrant college culture that we have that make Vikings so special. The students who I see on the bus, on their bike, wearing LBCC gear. I just love you so much and I miss you. I miss being on campus. I miss walking around. I miss the noon and the quad. I miss all the activities, and I just can't wait for this nightmare to end so we can get back on campus and go back to the fishbowl and have some activities and just watch you do what you do and have that college experience. Lastly, I want to thank the residents of Area 2, the voters in my district. I've had to work really hard for everything in my life. I've never been given anything, and I just feel like I got a pass this last time by not having an opponent. And I mean, I don't know how much I would have campaigned had I had an opponent, because I'm still recovering from my first election. But I'm just so thankful. Is that right? Is that too much to say? I'm just so thankful that I didn't have an opponent this time.
It's okay to say that.
I'm really grateful that my community, my neighborhoods, my neighbors have put their faith and trust in me, and that they call me, my constituents, their children, their students, that they just reach out to me. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve you. I have no regrets in the first 4 years. I do feel bad, really, really bad, because I didn't get to preside over commencement. I didn't get to have a state of the college. And those are two of the really fun things that a board president gets to do. But I recognize that what's happening is much bigger than me, and it's much bigger than all of us. And it's more important to me that we are safe and that we continue to set a good example for our community, because someday I'll get to be there with commencement and a state of the college. But right now, it's better that we work together. I do have goals and plans for the next 4 years, as I did before. Thank you to everyone who supported my dream of a labor center. And my biggest goal is to make sure that we grow that and that we make it a viable part of our community. I also want to continue the work that we have already started with international students. And I know that there's no end in sight with the pandemic and being able to travel. But I really do believe that Long Beach City College could become a destination for international students. We've got the airport, we've got the port. We just need to figure out how we can make that happen. And then lastly, I will continue, as I promised before, to put the community back in community college and to make sure that young and old, and no matter what background, everyone knows that they're welcomed here at LBCC. With that, I want to wish everybody a very happy holiday, year-end, New Year season. I hope you all have an opportunity to rest, refresh, renew, reflect. Normally at the December meeting, I have some small token of appreciation, a fancy candy bar and a holiday card. And I just have not been able to get on campus to do that. So hopefully in 2022, you'll get the 2021 card and a gift there. You'll get two. And as I mentioned earlier at the beginning, the 5 people I want to recognize who were with me at the beginning and we lost them along the way. I just want to mention their name one more time so it could be entered into my board report. Just a lot of heartfelt gratitude, and I really miss them. My Wrigley friends and neighbors, Karen Remesian, Steve Kandari, Lou Chacon, and then community icons, Jerry Caligari and Carolyn Smith Watts. And that concludes my report. Thank you, everybody, and I hope you all have a great festive time of celebration as we close this year out.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu. You outdid Trustee Baxter by 7 times. You went 14 minutes, and she only went 2 minutes. So thanks for keeping it short tonight. But we know it's the re-election speech. You get the pass, the re-election pass tonight. But great job. Thank you so much for the report. Trustee Zia, good to see you. We haven't had you on camera in maybe 9 months. Great to see you. Your turn.
Actually, you've seen me in person a couple of times, both in September and October.
Haven't seen you on camera.
Thank you, everyone. I want to congratulate Trustee Chico, Vice President Chico. Congratulations, Herlinda. You and I go back, 7 years or so, and you have been instrumental in my own first election. And you, Corey, you were my kitchen cabinet team members. So I really appreciate you. I appreciate that you're on the board. I know you're going to make tremendous contributions and add a lot of value. And I look forward to working with you. I was hoping to say a few words when you were being sworn in. We usually do that, but hopefully this will do it justice. The only item that I have, and I want to respect the board's time and not just say it, but actually follow through. The only item I have is that I look forward to couple of presentations that I have asked the interim superintendent president Bynum to bring forward. One is on the Justice Scholars program that we have at the Long Beach City College with our Vice President Munoz at the helm. In my capacity as a commissioner on the Los Angeles County Probation Commission, I was able to lead the effort of having the probation department work with our college district. And I'm really thankful for our staff, those who were involved, Mike, Kathy, I know Jean was involved as well, Carbonero, so many of you. So I look forward to having that presentation made to the Board of Trustees. I'm thinking we were talking about January, or is it February, Luann?
I think we talked about February. I talked with Dr. Munoz about it because the faculty and the students will be back, and it'll be a nicer presentation, I think, if we can have the faculty there to look at that program and the other ones.
I'm really excited about it for all of you to learn about how much of an impact Long Beach City College can and has started to make in the lives of the justice-involved youth and with our formerly incarcerated youth that we're doing. So I'm looking forward to that, and I've flagged it for our staff to present it to the Board of Trustees. The probation department has started the partnership, and hopefully we'll get to see that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. Less than 3 minutes, more than 2 minutes. Good job. Thanks, everybody. I will try to keep my report brief. And we already had student trustee Jimenez gave her report earlier in the meeting, so we're not skipping over her. Just a reminder. 3 things that I did. The ACCJC online accreditation training. It's free. It takes about an hour, hour and a half, and it goes through the basics of accreditation, and they give you a nice digital certificate at the end. As we're getting ready for accreditation, it was a good refresher of all the items they go over, the process, which reports matters. You got to get I think it was a 90% or better on the quiz to get the certificate. So you actually got to pay attention, or you just keep clicking over and over and then make you restart. So, but it's a free online one, and I'll make sure we get the link sent around for that. But it was a nice refresher on accreditation. I don't want to be remiss, and I do want to correct the record. I'm not the first African-American president. I'm the first male African-American president. The first one, remind me, Jenny, what's her name?
Patricia Laughlin.
Patricia Laughlin.
I got the same text.
I shouldn't have had that. It's so late. I just had to pause there. Pat Laughlin was president when I was a student, and she signed my diploma back in 1999. So,
yeah,
kind of
she's
life.
Still alive, and she's a lovely lady.
Yes, and she moved to Atlanta, and she's doing really well, and gives everyone her regards. But so I just wanted to clarify, I'm not the first, but I'm the second, but I'm the first guy. So, but it's not remiss on me that it took 93 years so an African-American male could be president of the College Board. And I think it's a testament to the progress that we're making, that tonight we have the first Mexican-American female elected to the board, and the first African-American male board president. So we're making a little history tonight. So thank everybody for helping make that happen. And then just in closing, I know it's been an incredibly challenging year. And we finally are getting some rays of hope with the vaccine trials, or vaccines are being approved. And it's going to be several more months until enough is available. And we've been talking that, while the pandemic is not over today, the vaccines are the beginning of the end of the pandemic. And so, just excited and hopeful, and it's good to see our frontline workers are getting healthcare professionals getting the shots. And I'm hearing educators and public safety are next. So get ready, faculty members, to get your arms out and get your shots here in the next few weeks or months. But I'm very hopeful and excited that we can get back together in person again, and get out of these Groundhog Days where we're in the same place over and over, looking at the same screen day after day, the same coffee cup, this will end soon. So just want to end on that note that, be hopeful, be excited about 2021, that it will definitely be a better year than 2020 when we go to 2021. So thanks everybody for their reports. And I think
Trustee President Ntuk, pardon me for interrupting, but I would like to apologize. I did misspeak. Trustee Baxter texted me to let me know. I know Patricia Laughlin well. In fact, I just spoke to her a few days ago. She was telling me about her move to Atlanta, her daughter. But I knew that she was the first African-American on the board. And I misspoke when I said you were the first African-American president. I should have said first African-American male president. So I apologize to you, and I apologize to Patricia, who was also very helpful to me. So my apologies. Thank you, Trustee Baxter, for sending me that text. And I was planning on correcting myself, but you all beat me to it.
Well, if I don't say anything, I'll get 3 or 4 calls from people like Naomi will call me and say, don't you know?
Yeah.
I'll get scolded. So I wanted to just correct the record before that happens. So no problem, Vivian. We all have minor oversights there. All right. We're not done with the agenda yet. We're not done. We have more to do. It's 11:42, about to go to 12:42. All right. 12.2. Future agenda items. This is an opportunity for board members to request additional reports for future board agendas with consensus of the board and consideration of superintendent president. Do we have any future agenda items that we need to talk about tonight? There are alternate ways to put things on the agenda besides this agenda item for new trustees, just in case they're wondering. All right, anybody? 12.2, hearing and seeing none. Going to 13. 13 is public comment on non-agenda items. My understanding is we have no public comment on non-agenda items. Is that correct, Secretary Hahn?
That's correct.
Boom, we're done with that one. We're moving forward to 14. Closed session of the agenda. We have 2 items. 14.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation per government code section 54956.9A, case number 20-STCP-03-604, Long Beach City College District versus Sunny Zia. We also have 14.2, conference with litigation or with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, threatened or anticipated litigation under government section code 54956.9B, 54956.9D1, 54596.9D2, 54956.9C.
Trustee,
It's also on the agenda.
Statement to read before you go into closed session. Did you have it? I sent it in your email with I can quickly.
Okay. I'm sorry, Jackie, say it again.
It's a statement that you were to read before recessing.
Oh, you emailed it to me?
Yes, I did, but I'll get it again.
Let me
I
see.
sent it with your agenda. Hold on.
Did you send it to me recently?
I sent it with that marked up agenda
Oh,
that I sent to
let me find.
Luann and Vivian and you as vice president. And
You revised marked up agenda?
yes,
All right.
to be attached there.
Is this the Word document?
There's a Word document, yes. Not the one that Vivian was to read at the opening.
Jackie, is this the oral statement prior to closed session?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it, I don't know if you've got it.
Here it goes. I found it. It was in the text of the email.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So immediately before announcing closed session for 14.1 and 14.2, should read this aloud. Board President, the session is closed pursuant to paragraphs 1 and 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection D, the Brown Act, and no other statutes require disclosure of written privileged communications or written communications exempt from disclosure under the California Public Records Act. Is that the right one?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to adjourn into closed session, but typically we do this. We don't come back out and we kind of close out the meeting before we go into closed session. I did have two names that were given to adjourn in memory of Paul Dick Craven and Thomas Sherwood. Was there a third one or any other ones?
I said in honor of Dick Gaylord.
Oh, okay. Just honoring him. Okay, in honor of Dick Gaylord.
In that you will not be returning and not reporting out anything. We're to adjourn once you go into closed session.
That's correct.
Okay. So no report out is required.
Great. Well, at this point, we're going to adjourn our regular meeting and go into closed session. Thanks, everybody who stayed with us to 11:47 tonight. We appreciate you. Good seeing you. Have a happy holiday. Happy New Year. Have a good evening. And then we're going to get I think Dario's going to.
President Ntuk, what are we going to do about midnight? Unless you think we're going to be done in 12 minutes.
Well, I think we might have to deal with that when we get to that fork in the road.
Okay. Okay.
So let's thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. And then we're going to go into the closed session.
Okay.